With so many meal kit services out there, it's hard to find the right one for you. Here's what sets Home Chef apart. Home Chef offers delicious meals anyone can cook. They'll recommend meals based on dietary preferences such as calorie conscious or vegetarian. They even offer microwave and oven-ready options that save you time and effort in the kitchen. Your box arrives weekly with recipe cards and perfectly portioned ingredients. For a limited time only, go to homechef.com/art19 for $90 off your first month. That's a value of 10 free meals at homechef.com/art19.
Aptitude, expertise, genius, gift.
I'm the fucking talent. Hey, what's happening, Mike Schmidt, 40-year-old boy podcast. Don't panic. I know you're seeing the running time on this and you're like, Jesus Christ, what the hell has this guy done? Well, in the old days, certainly I used to do things like this where you'd get a 4-hour show or a 5-hour show or a 6-hour show. 2 of those things never happened, but you did in the past get 4-hour shows, certainly 3-hour shows. Hell, last week's show was 2.5 hours, for fuck's sake. I guess the bottom line is the man won't shut up. The kid's got a lot of things to say. The kid's yap is yapping all the goddamn time, right? You can't stop it. You can't stop the yap yap, which is, that's my favorite Village People song, if I remember correctly. Can't stop the yap yap. Here's the deal. I am on a plane. You know this. You guys know this. If you're listening to this right now, you can hear it. If you look up in the sky, look, it's a bird. It is a plane. It's me. I can't even get to Superman. It's me, goddammit, and I'm on a plane kiting off to Denver. I've used that term for flying ever since I stole it from Dennis Miller. Kiting off to Malaysia was in one of his jokes, which is one of my favorite lines. But I personally am kiting off to Denver, Colorado. By the time you hear this, I will either be on a plane above you or I'll already be on the ground amidst the Grand Tetons. Are they in Colorado? I'm not sure if they are. I know the Rockies are, but I'm not a mountain man. I don't claim to know everything there is about mountains. Step off my fucking cock, you jagoffs, trying to pin me against the wall and tell me I know everything about mountains. Oh, he didn't even know about the Grand Tetons. Shut up, man. It seems contentious. It seems very contentious to do that. You've chosen to listen to the show. I've chosen to present it for you. And here I am calling you out for calling me out about goddamn mountains. Here's the thing. No more call-outs. No more Mexican standoffs. Put your gun down. I'll put my gun down. Chris Penn won't get shot. No one's going to put bullets through your heart if you stop pointing that gun at my dad. It's just fine. We're fine. You and I are great. Just let's have a staring contest of some sort. Let's just, fuck that. Let's just put our arms around each other. What do you say right now? You and me, let's kumbaya the fucking ya. Have us something to drink. Maybe a special beer. You got a beer you like? I'll have a beer with you. I'm like a podcaster that you want to have a beer with, aren't I? You ever see that when they started voting for presidents because they're like, oh, which president would you want to have a beer with? I don't know, the one who would never want to fucking meet me because he was working and fixing the country? God damn it. Quit voting for assholes you want to eat pretzels with. Fucking get a real president in there, you fucks. Seems aggressive, I know. And I'm not calling you fucks. You're all lovely. Everybody's nice. Everybody out here is the best. Everybody out here? Have I gathered you all in a fucking compound? I haven't. All right, here's the deal. Don't panic from this running time because I'm on a plane to Denver. Or I'm on the ground in Denver eating sushi. Or I'm on the ground in Denver watching basketball. Or I'm doing fun things, amazing things. Now, here was the plan. I couldn't figure out which one to do. I'm like, should I do kind of a truncated show this week? Because I just put a show up on Saturday. As I mentioned, a 2.5-hour show, which I'm sure you're still getting through right now because you've laughed yourself silly. You've laughed yourself sick. You were like, oh my goodness, you fainted dead away. Maybe you're listening to that. Maybe you're not. Maybe you have. Maybe you've got it on deck. I don't know how you handle your podcasting listening. Because once they took the treadmills away, nobody had anywhere to listen to me. Once the cars were gone, nobody had anywhere to plug me into their fucking ears. And listenership went down the goddamn drain. Right now, you know how many listeners I have for this thing? Two motherfuckers. That's it. I'm down to 2 people. And I look across the bus right now. You got your earbuds on? Look at the other guy with the earbuds on. That's it. You two on a bus. You're the only two people listening to this goddamn thing. If you have earbuds on right now listening to this, glance around. If you see anybody else with earbuds on, that's the other listener. I have 2 fucking people. My download numbers are in the fucking bathtub. Why would you put them in the bathtub? Why wouldn't you put them in the trash or flush them down the toilet? No, because I have to put them in the bathtub. Oh, Christ. All right. I fought off a yawn. I'm heading to Denver. So the decision I was making, I was like, well, should I go like with a truncated show this week and then next week put up an older show because I will be in Denver and I won't be recording there, you know. And then I thought to myself, you know, and that was the plan. I was going to do that. I was going to bust out like a truncated show for you this week. Boy, do I love the word truncated. What the fuck is wrong with me? I was going to do a shorter show for you this week. I'm like, you know, that's not a bad idea. And then next week, I was going to put out a rerun show. And I was like, that's a good idea, right? But here's the deal. Here's what I plan on doing now. Because this is coming out on a Friday morning, as you know, if you're awake or alive or looking at your calendars right this very second, you'll see that it's Friday. Although I know you're probably not listening to it the day it came out, especially with this daunting running time that you can see lurking and staring you right in the face. Man, I got to slow down. You know what? Let's take a breath. Let's do that. Let's take a breath. Let's get arm in arm. Let's build a fire in the fireplace. Let's grab some fucking Chablis, some fucking Chablis. Let's do that. Let's grab some Chris Chambliss. Get that. Let's see him hit a pennant-winning home run in fucking 1976. Let's go ahead and grab a Chris Chambliss and watch him run around the base paths and watch Reggie Jackson punch fans on his way to the dugout. Oh, those Yankees. And then they triumphed over the Dodgers in 76 and 77. Nope, 77 and 78. 76, the Yankees lost to the Reds. They got pummeled by the Reds, the big red machine, who won in 75 and 76. Then the Yankees won in 77 and 78. Then the Pirates, who I've mentioned, won in 79. And then who won in 1980? Your Philadelphia Phillies. Hi, Mike Schmidt. How are you, MVP? This is a lot of baseball talk for no reason, but I'm excited because baseball is here. It's upon us. I've been on 2 drafts already. I've got a 3rd in the pipeline. One of my drafts was fucking rigged, which I didn't care for. Hey, here's the thing. I'm in a league with a buddy of mine. And I've never met the other guys. You know what I mean? I was just kind of added to the league 2 years ago. And it was a terrible team. They said, hey, man, this team's garbage. If you want to take it over, you can. So I saw it as a teardown opportunity. I knew I wasn't going to win for a couple of years, so I went in there to try to build something. So I stripped it to its fucking parts. I tried to get some minor league guys, tried to get some keepers in there that I could go ahead and actually fucking hold on to, whatever. And their rules are bad, like because it's only a National League, and you get to keep 6 guys. So dudes, man, everybody's got 6 fucking dudes. So when the draft starts, 54 players are gone, and there's slim goddamn pickings after the 2nd round. So this week. I had the draft, and they wanted to do it live for the first time ever. And again, I've never met these guys, so I get on this, I get on the Zoom, and it's my buddy, and he's great. He loves me, and one of his close friends who's there in the Zoom, he met me at a party, and this has got to be 24 years ago. I'm going to say 97 is when I moved here, so it had to be 94. It was a New Year's Day. I went for New Year's Day to my buddy Bob's house, and we watched all the bowl games, and all of his friends were there, and his buddy Eric. And it is, for me, landmark, one of the funniest days in my life. I had a great time with Bob, but I was just, for some reason, I was on fire. Like anybody who came at me got fucking smacked down. Everything I said was hilarious. Any comment about games or commercials or the people there, I just, because it was a new crowd, man. They didn't know who I was. I think maybe that's what it was. It was like my brain was just in fucking overdrive, man. And I was the fucking king. And it wasn't like overbearing. It was all on time. And look, yawn, fuck. Did they hate it? Maybe. I don't know. Nobody ever told me they hated it, but they might have. But at the time they seemed to be enjoying it. We were laughing. And I mean, like 10 years later, Bob was like, do you know, that was one of the funniest nights I've ever had. He goes, you're one of the funniest fucking guys in the world. Bob's always been very kind to me. He's a great guy. And Bob is fucking hysterical. I think I told a story about Bob one time when I first saw him do stand-up. It was great. So Bob invites me, to this league 2 years ago, and now we do the Zoom. Now, Bob knows me, and his buddy Eric knows me from 20 years ago, but he doesn't. They've all grown up. This is the issue, okay? Everybody in this league is my age or a little older, okay? But they're grown-ups. They have lawns and shit. You know what I mean? Like they got fucking kids, and they own more than 10 forks and they got like placemats and a house and 2 cars probably. You know what I mean? They're lovely, successful, talented people. So I get in there and I'm fucking, Rick Apartment. That's who I am at the age of 53 and still a comic chasing it and all this kind of stuff. And I don't mind that. I'm happy to be that guy. That's cool. But these dudes, they're all like, they got gray mutton chops. Not really. I wasn't there with the founding fathers. I actually was there with the Scammer Horns of New York. I was there with all these people from the 1800s. They had a pinch of snuff and we did the draft. No, I mean, they're going on fishing trips and they go to Vegas once a year and I'm not casting aspersions. You know what they have normal lives. They have kids and wives and families and mortgages and shit like that. And I'm getting on a plane tomorrow morning wondering if these 2 bananas I have in my house are going to be good when I get back. You know what I mean? And I don't want to toss them because, like, hey, man, I paid $1.11 for these goddamn bananas. When you pay 3 ones, that's lucky. So they have me in the Zoom and we're drafting. And I'll get to the fucking rig in a minute. But Bob kept saying, oh, man, he goes, here's a Schmidt story. And he would tell a story about me, and it was because he knows me from 25 years ago. He knows me when things were fucking bad, when they were crazy. I mean, let's put it this way: all the shit you heard about in years 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's what Bob knows me from. So he knows me from fighting the guy in the karaoke bar. He knows me from the bar fight in Tahoe when I broke the dude's nose when I was wearing a duster. He knows me when I was bouncing, he knows Tahoe when I set the dumpster on fire. Like, he knows those stories. Okay. So he keeps bringing them up in the Zoom. He's like, oh, here's a Schmidt story. Hey, Schmidt, correct me if I get this wrong. And then he tells some story, he tells a story about me, getting into a fight at a bar with a karaoke guy. And he goes, Schmidt, you got to tell him that story. So he tells the thumbnail version, and then I flesh it out, and I'm telling the story like I would tell anybody. And I even prefaced it because, again, these dudes they're older men, and they're, again, even though they're my age, they're older men. But I still prefaced it by going, all right, look, please remember this is 25 years ago, and then I tell the story, and I tell the story. The woman is singing, and I'm booing her, but she knew it because we were talking at the bar before that. And the karaoke guy calls me fat, and I got to walk over there, and he headbutts me, and I beat the fuck out of him, and destroy the karaoke thing. I just leave it in rubble on the ground by year 2 or whatever the fuck. So I'm telling this story, and these dudes, I mean, there's not a peep. They couldn't be less impressed with the story of me beating up the karaoke DJ. And here's what I'll say to you. Rightfully fucking so. They're 54, 55 years old. We're on the back 9 here, man. They've got life insurance policies. They're not going to be fucking impressed by some dude who beat up a karaoke DJ. Bob is, because Bob did stand up on the road, so he and I get it. Like, we did that life and we talk about it. And Bob is also a fucking maniac. But these fucking dudes, they're clearly not maniacs. They're people. They're grown men. They're normal fucking people. And they've got their stories, and because they told some stories too of when they were drinking, or like one time Bob's out with 2 of his friends and somebody got thrown through a bar window, you know what I mean? And they had egged the guy into doing it because it was a big guy, a little guy kept trying to pick a fight, and they were like, you're huge, kick this fucking guy's ass. And then the fucking guy picked him up and threw him through a window, and Bob and his buddy are like, uh-oh. So, they have those stories, but if you've lived one of those stories and then you hear my story, you're not going to be like going, oh, dude, really? You fucking did that? You beat up a karaoke guy? Nobody's impressed by that shit. Bob thought it was hysterical. And but I will tell you this, Bob's a good audience, because the whole time I'm telling the fucking story in the Zoom, he's laughing his ass off. He's fucking crying. And then, he's telling me, he made me tell like 2 stories or 3 stories? And I by the 3rd story, I even said, I go, all right, look, I know this is going to be met with a round of silence. And then they laugh at that, because this is when I would be bombing on stage, the shit I would say. Because if I'd be bombing on stage, I would acknowledge it. I would always just go, Jesus Christ, this is awful, right? How bad do you guys hate me right now? And people would laugh at that. They don't laugh at bits, but they laugh at you fucking going, you're hanging yourself. So that's what these dudes did. They're fucking listening to my story, and they're not like impressed by me, fucking stabbing someone. I didn't stab anybody. I'm just making shit up. But part of me wanted to do that. Like by the 3rd story, I wanted to make up some crazy story where somebody wound up dead. You know what I mean? So then we're trying to hide a body, just to see if it got any movement at all out of these guys, because there was fucking 9 guys in the room, including me, and one of them laughing, one of them talking, and 7 of them just looking to see who the third reliever is in Pittsburgh who could possibly fucking vulture some saves if something happens to Richard Rodriguez. You know, they wanted nothing to do with me or my story. And also, here's another thing. These drafts are supposed to be fun, these baseball drafts, especially in the time of COVID now. The reason he wanted to do a Zoom is he's like, look, man, I'm going out of my fucking mind. It'll be fun if we were all in a room together. That'd be great. And I'm like, all right, cool. So we jump in the room. Nothing less fun than being in a room with these guys. First of all, I don't know them. They don't know me. Second of all, the whole time they're just like, is this thing almost over? Like, when is this on? Wait, but man, this is just taking forever. And we were 2 hours in. Dudes, I did a fucking draft last weekend. It was a 10-hour draft. 10 hours in a Zoom with people. 10 fucking hours. That's not even an exaggeration. Went from 11 in the morning until 9 o'clock at night. And we had fun. You know, and we had to hit fucking at 5 o'clock. We had to kind of buckle down and go and, because people had to leave because they were on the East Coast. But these dudes, like in this National League draft, they just kept going, oh, and then I'd like be trying to pick a guy and they'd be like, oh, you're going to just cut this guy in like a month anyway. He's terrible. You know, because it was the 28th pick. I mean, who the fuck cares? You're not getting any good players at that point. But I'm a psychopath. Like I'm trying to unearth every goddamn, truffle. I'm like a pig with his face in the dirt, man. I'm trying to find that one backup outfielder who's going to steal the fucking league. And there was another reason why I did that. And I mentioned it was rigged. It's not rigged, but, last year COVID destroyed fucking baseball. All right, it just did. There was a 70-game season or whatever the fuck, 60-game season. Then the playoffs. Well, with fantasy baseball, and God, please, this is going to bore the fuck out of you, but I'm going to tell you anyway. In fantasy baseball, you have to have like 200. There's usually a 160-game season. So when you're drafting guys in fantasy baseball, they have to have played 20 years last year at the position. Because sometimes you get a catcher who plays first base 20 times. So now that means he's a catcher and a first baseman. And it helps you because then you can put a guy at first base or then move him to catcher. You know what I mean? When you're building your team, there's nothing better than a guy, like if there's an outfielder who played second base 20 times, you're like, oh, I'm putting that dude at second base because he's got a bigger bat than your normal second baseman. It's all about gamesmanship and moving fucking guys around, all right? And so you have to be aware of what the limits are for these dudes, okay? So the draft starts. We go to start, and these dudes, the third guy taken, he's eligible at third base and he's eligible at outfield. So I say to the guys in the Zoom, I go, hey, you putting him at third or outfield? They go, well, he only qualifies at third. I go, no, he qualifies at outfield too. They go, no, he qualifies at third. I go, what do you mean? They go, well, you got to play 20 games at a position. And I said, wait a minute. I go, last year was the pandemic. They go, yeah. And I go, well, the other leagues I'm in, they've adjusted it to where you have to have played 7 games at the position because you only played 1/3 of a season. So they all cut everything down to like 1/3 to qualify. And these guys go, oh, no, yeah, that's not how we're doing it. I said, really? They go, yeah, no, it's still 20 games. And I'm like, all right, well, that's helpful to know. I wish I'd have known that before the draft, but that's fine. So then I have to go in and I have a software program. Oh my God, please do not. I'm going to tell you right now, if you're going to kill yourself, you draw the razor blade up toward your neck, not across. You always want to go across for show, up to go. So if you're going to kill yourself, there you go. There's my advice for you. But I look for every advantage. So knowing it's 20 now, I got to readjust my software program, and I'm like, all right, cool, that's fine. So then, and Bob was out of the room at the time. So then Bob shows up, and I'm like, hey, so we're keeping this 20-game limit. He goes, oh, yeah, I guess we should have thought of that. Well, I guess I could make it the change now. And I'm like, well, and everybody's like, no, we already drafted like 6 guys. And he's like, okay, no problem. And I'm like, no problem. All right, that's fine. Again, it would have been helpful to know. So there's an outfielder, and goddamn you, don't fucking yell at me. There's an outfielder who plays for the Cincinnati Reds. His name is Jesse Winker. Okay, he's a sleeper this year. Go ahead and grab him if you've got a chance. Good hitter. And I think the Cincinnati outfield they're going to play him every day. It looked like a platoon, but now I think he's won a job. So Jesse Winker is a guy I wanted. Okay. But I couldn't take Jesse Winker. Here's why. Because with the 20-game limit last year, the DH was active in the National League. So Jesse Winker only played 16 games in the outfield, and then he played like 34 games as the DH. So he only qualifies at DH, which, because there's no DH in the National League anymore, don't kill me, he qualifies at UT, which is a utility player, which can be a guy who plays anywhere, a catcher, an infielder, outfielder, first baseman, anything but a pitcher. Any hitter you have can go in UT. It's like free space and bingo. It's just another hitter. Okay. So it helps because in the American League, there are DHs who don't play in the field, so they usually go in the UT slot. That's that. So Jesse Winker, I didn't want to grab him. I had a UT spot available, but I try to keep that open because you're drafting guys and you might have to move guys later. You're like, all right, well, I got this guy at first, but I'm going to go ahead and put him at UT and draft another first baseman. Wait, I have a guy at corner. Whatever. I just didn't want to grab him at UT. So 2 rounds go by and I pass up on him twice. Okay. And then it comes back around, and then the guy right before me takes Jesse Winker. And I said, okay, you're putting him at UT, right? And they go, no, he's an outfielder. I said, he's not. He only played 16 games there last year. And they said, what do you mean? And I said, he played 16 games. You can look it up. So then everybody starts to look it up. And they go, well, the website lists him as an outfielder. The website we were drafting from, which is CBS Sports. I said, yeah, but if our limit is 20 games... that's the limit. He doesn't qualify. And they go, yeah, but the website has him as an outfielder because we know he's going to be an outfielder. I said, but last year, again, if we're doing this, he didn't play 20 games last year. And if I had known that, I would have taken him 2 rounds ago. And there was a bit of a, like, kind of a shuffling of papers, like, and then I think they just wanted me to shut up. I think that was basically what they were trying to do. They're just getting me to shut up. And I there was silence, and then we were waiting, and I was like, all right, what are we doing here? And someone goes, well, look, it lists him as an outfielder on the website. I said, so we're ignoring the 20 game rule? And he goes, we're not ignoring it, but we know he's an outfielder, so he's going to play outfield. I go, but he didn't last year. And now I recognize that, again, I don't know these guys, and I don't want to be fucking Johnny Rules, but at the same time, and I hate to keep saying this because it makes me sound like such a jagoff. If I play these games, I play to win. Because it's fucking $200, $260 to fucking enter these games. At the end of the year, if you finish in first, you get 60% of that. I won 2 years ago. I won $1,200. It paid for my tickets to fucking Ireland. Okay? So this isn't some rinky-dink bullshit where people are jerking off. This is money. All right. And again, for people with lawns and wives, maybe $1,200 is not that big a deal, and you can toss away $260. You don't need the rules, or because these guys have been in this league together for like 27 years. I got in 2 years ago. So the last thing I want to do is come in here and be like the fucking pot stirring jagoff who winds up ruining everything, and they upset the apple cart, and somebody flips a desk, and everybody's mad at me, and then people quit. But at the same time, it's Jesse fucking Winker, man. He didn't play 20 games last year. So there's just this silence. And like I said, a shuffling of papers. And then finally someone goes, I'm just like, well, what are we doing? And they go, well, we're just going to leave him. And I go, so he's an outfielder now. And they go, yeah. And I go, all right, so are we ignoring the 20 game thing? And then my buddy Bob chimes in and he goes, remember when we had another guy named Vince who was in the league a couple years ago? He's, oh my God. He goes, Vince, he was such a stickler for the rules. Like he wouldn't let you move a guy even though you knew he was going to play there. This, like, basically in a nice way telling me, look, man, you're fucked here and we're not changing it. And I was pissed. I shouldn't be pissed. Again, and look, when I say pissed, I was annoyed for 5 minutes. And then whatever the fuck, finish the rest of the time. Because, Jesse Winker's not going to win my league. Now, I say that knowing full well Jesse Winker could win my league. Because 2 years ago when I won on the last day because a relief pitcher struck out 6 guys for me and won me the strikeout category and changed everything. Because otherwise I would have lost by a point. But instead I wound up winning by a point. Because I gained a point and took away a point from the guy who was ahead of me. It was gorgeous. Anyway, but that's what I mean. That's it. When on the last day of the year, it can come down to that. It can come down to fucking 1 strikeout, 1 home run, 1 fucking double. I mean, it's insane. So that's why when I say I play to win, I know everybody. I know their limits. I know where they are. I'm fucking ready. Because if you're gonna ask me to play and make me pay money, then I'm bringing all that I have to bear upon you, and I hope to leave you in the dust. And that's why last year, I played in 3 leagues. And I was disappointed because when I played this, again, baseball's a 162 game season. So I'm ready for a 162 game season because I'll have a strategy. Here's my strategy. Race yourselves. At least this is my strategy the last 2 years. Not this year, but the last 2 years. Pay for hitting, trade for pitching. So I try to stack my team so I get a bunch of hitting. And then by July, I'm fucking up in all the offensive categories, and that's when I can trade my big bats and get pitchers in, and the whole back half of the season is when my pitchers go crazy, and everything evens out, and I dominate. And it worked. It worked 2 years ago, and I won the league, and that was fucking awesome. And then last year, I did the same thing, because draft day, we drafted before the pandemic. So I had a team built for hitting and then trading for pitching later. But then when the fucking season didn't start till July, I was like, dude, this is ridiculous. Like, my whole strategy is out the fucking window because I drafted for a 162 game season. And then guess what happened? Okay, Mike. Yeah, guys, it's $260 a piece. That's a pretty healthy cut of dough here. I mean, we're just, I don't understand why we're, Well, I mean, I'm looking here at this, I don't see anything in the charter, in the league constitution, and I lost that argument, and last year I lost all 3 leagues. So that's what, 4, 5, 20, 720. I lost $720 last year playing fantasy baseball. I don't fucking do that. I win these fucking things. Who do you think you are? You fucking invite me in. Like I said, forget about it. You get fucking steamrolled. Unless the pandemic comes. You know what it took to stop my juggernaut? It took a goddamn fucking act of God. An act of fucking Holocaust of fucking germ proportions that wiped everybody out last year. And it took a complicit league. All these teams conspiring against me. Why I oughta. I'm fucking rolling ball bearings in my hand like Captain Queeg. Anyway, I don't even know why the fuck I told you all that. But I had a fantasy draft over the weekend. And baseball. I'm excited for baseball. Was that what I was talking about? I don't even fucking know. See, here's the thing. I'm on a plane right now, folks. You don't even know. As you hear this, I'm on a plane. I'm right above you. I'm in a plane. I'm in a death tube, a metal death tube staring out the window. Might even be looking at your house. I'm traveling in the daytime, so I can't see your power grid, but I can see you. Go outside and wave, folks. Point up at the sky and wave, and I'll wave back. Right now, actually, I'm waving right now. You don't even know it. I mean, you do if you go outside and you look at me, but right now I'm fucking waving at you. But that's only specifically if you're listening to this show on Friday. And by Friday, I mean Friday afternoon, Pacific time. Because I chose to fly in the afternoon. But anyway, I'm going to Denver. And the plan that I thought of doing, like I said, I was going to do a real show this week, a truncated show. And then I was going to bust out a legendary show. That seems pretty highfalutin. But I was going to play an older show next week because I will be gone. But then the idea struck me, folks. Then here's what came about. Here's what popped into my goddamn brain. Because if I did that, if that was the plan, then this week, of course, I would have to do, like I said, this, I'm not going to say the fucking T word again, but I do a shorter show. And then next week, I would have to bring my microphone with me to Denver. And then I would have to find a place in my buddy's house to record. And then I would record it because I can't just put up an old show. I got to do a fucking intro, right? Kind of like this week when there's supposed to be an old show, and I look and I'm oh my god, I can't. All right, I've already talked for 26 minutes, which makes no sense, which is really going to make this fucking show look daunting. So this running time, please. Again, a lot of it is older show, but you're going to want to listen to this older show because it's fucking genius. This beginning part, skip this beginning part. I should have probably told you that in the beginning rather than at the 26-minute mark, but that's neither here nor there. Get off my dick. All right. So I didn't want to record an intro next week at Dennis's house. Although I have recorded in his house before. I recorded a show in his house when I went to Denver with my ex. And this is when she locked me out of the bathroom. And like I heard her on the phone talking shit about me to like one of her friends, which was fucking insane. And then she was silent at breakfast. But it was, man, it was not a good time. It was bad. That was when we got to the airport and I just walked away because she was walking away from me. So I was like, all right, I'll walk away. And then she texted me. She's like, oh, you're not even going to wait up for me. And it's like, oh my God, don't this fucking dudes. Someday. All right. So that was when I was in Denver. I recorded one time. This is three trips ago when I was in Denver. Anyway, I'm on a plane now. So what I wanted to do is I'm going to get an older show. And, I should tell you, I got the vaccination. Did I tell you that? I did. I got the second vaccination, man. Can you hear it in my voice? Can you hear that I'm COVID free? Can you hear that I'm indestructible now? As you know, I've always thought that I was unkillable, but now it's official because I had the fucking needle jammed into my arm. And I tell you what, I got a bunch of advice from everybody. You're hearing all these things from everybody about the first shot, and then the second shot, and it wipes you out, and your arm hurts, and all these things. And I will say this. I'm gonna say this. It's not gonna be popular, but I'm gonna say it. God damn it! I got the first shot, and nothing happened. Nothing. I mean, I was fucking fine. I don't know if it was the adrenaline and feeling great about the fact that I was on my way to being fucking protected, but certainly I felt where the needle went in. You know what I mean? But other than that, nothing. But then on social media and stuff, I'm reading about people that are like, oh, I couldn't even lift my arm the next day, and I could barely wake up, and I didn't even want to get out of bed, and I felt so bad, and my arm hurt. And this is from the first shot. And I don't know, man. I had the Pfizer. Maybe the Moderna has some sort of a fucking, maybe it comes in chunks. I have no idea, and it fucks your arm up. And then there's the Johnson & Johnson. And look, I don't want to be calling people pussies or whatever the fuck, but it was fucking weird to me to read this. I'm like, how weak is your constitution that you got a shot and you can't lift your arm? But I mean, it fucking affects everybody differently. Literally, this is a medicine they invented an hour ago. And I'm sitting here like, how the fuck can that wipe you out? Because you know why? Because other people are different than you jagoff. But I did have that opinion when I first saw it. I was like, why is everybody complaining about this, man? Jesus Christ, I would have sucked this medicine out of a cock. I don't give a fuck if my arm hurt or if I got AIDS or whatever the fuck. Cure me, motherfuckers. But sure enough, everybody else is just like, here's the thing, and again, this is the byproduct of everybody having access to everybody else. The fact that anybody with a thumb can pick up a phone and type out how they feel to the world, or on any number of sites, myriad sites, blogging sites, whatever the fuck, and cautioning against the vaccine, or please make sure you have 2 days off after so you can go ahead and recover, or I could barely keep my eyes open, or I couldn't move and my arm hurts so bad, and yes, I know. Everybody has violins for you and your friends. And I don't mean to sound, like I said, I can't sound insensitive because this medicine was literally just invented. Who the fuck knows what it's going to do? And I've got it. Nothing now, but I mean, who knows? In 5 fucking years, I could get cancer of the eyeball, and everybody's like, oh shit, this came from that vaccine. And I'd be like, you know what? Worth it. I didn't mind it at the time. Got me on a plane to Denver on a Friday. I was thrilled. Because we don't know. Who the fuck knows what's in this stuff? It could be fucking bleach and Clorox. It could be fucking anything, but I don't give a shit as long as it keeps me COVID free. Jam it into my fucking veins. Shoot it into my nipple with a staple gun. I'm fine. I was willing to get it and willing to pay the price. And not that other people weren't. They were willing to get it and they were willing to pay the price, but then they were going to tell you all about the price they paid on fucking social media. And again, I don't mind. As I've mentioned, I can't blame anybody for sharing their experiences because this is a new medicine. It was just invented. Like, they got the medicine chef, he got out, he went for some fucking ingredients, put them in a boot, shook it up, poured it into a goddamn bowl. They put it in the deep freeze. There you go. Everybody's safe from COVID forever. And I'm like, done. Go ahead. Put it in me. I don't give a fuck. You want to use a steak knife? Go ahead and jam that. Cut open a vein and just drip it in there. I'm fine. Do I get to drink it? Do I turn into Dr. Jekyll and whatever the fuck? I'm in. Let's do this. But I got the first shot and I was fine. But then they warned you about the second shot. Everybody's telling me the second shot is the one that wipes you out. They're like, oh my God, your arm is going to hurt forever and you're going to get nauseous and they get the flu symptoms in your nose and you're going to be totally fucking wiped out, tired. You should block off a day and a half, 2 days to recover. And I was, man, I got to be honest with you, not hard for me to block out a day and a half to recover these days. I've literally blocked off a year. Okay, I can go ahead and block off another day and a half to recover from the fucking shot that saves me and lets me go outside, for fuck's sake. So I was willing to do it. I'm willing to make the trade. Let's fucking do it. Go ahead and scoop this all this medicine you need to do. I'm heading to Medicine Town, baby. Let's do it. So I went to get the shot on Tuesday with my brother, and we pulled up. And remember I told you they asked me for all this paperwork the first time. This time, man, they just wanted our IDs and the fucking the card, the vaccination card. And we pulled up, showed that to them. They're like, great, go in line 1. We pulled into line 1. And this isn't a parking lot somewhere. I'm not in a doctor's office. And normally if I saw anybody in a parking lot with a mask and a needle approaching me, I would run instantly the other direction. I would have no interest in tangling with that person. But now it's all like, please, I don't care. Oh, it's a parking lot with a mask and a person with a mask and a needle. Jab me. I don't care. Stab me wherever you want. Put it right in my gums. We pulled up and people had been telling me this. They said, the one piece of advice that I cherished, that I really took to heart, was people told me that I should get the shot in my non-dominant arm. Or I'm sorry, I apologize. People said I should get my shot in my dominant arm, with the logic being that you use your dominant arm more often and that will keep the medicine rolling, and then it'll go ahead and get into your bloodstream more. And these were people who were told this by medical professionals. So I was like, all right, cool. I'll talk to my doctor when I see them. And by doctor, I mean stranger in a parking lot with a needle. This whole thing could have been a ruse. It might not even have been a fucking vaccination center. Just a bunch of dudes looking to shoot stuff in your goddamn arm. But I didn't care. You got 4 electronic signs that says go here. I'm going there and getting stabbed. And I did. I pulled up. And they were, again, super lax. We pulled up and they saw my card. They saw my ID. And the woman instantly, she just goes, okay, you want to roll up your sleeve? And I go, all right, I have to ask you a question. 2 questions, actually. I said, 1, people are telling me about side effects, like nausea and a headache and fever. And she said, yes, that sometimes can happen. I said, okay, great. Here's the deal. Do I want to take medicine to counteract those? She goes, what do you mean? I go, well, look, if I get a headache, do I take Tylenol to go against the headache and fix the headache? Or is that just going to cause a medicine fight? And she looks at me like, what? I said, if I take Tylenol to cure my headache that comes from the flu shot, that's not going to like invalidate the vaccine, right? Do I have to ride out the headache in order for the vaccine to work? Because I don't want to fucking take aspirin and have a medicine fight and then counteract the vaccine. And she's just looking at me. And again, this poor girl. She's in a fucking hazmat jumpsuit with a mask on, holding a needle. And she just goes, you know what, sir? Honestly, what you should do is you should try to, if you can handle the symptoms, that would be great. But if you need to take aspirin or something, you can go ahead and do it. I said, cool. All right, I have a second question. She's like, I'm sure in her brain, she's like, of course you do. And I said, I'm getting advice from people and they're telling me to get the vaccine into my dominant arm. And she said, why is that? I said, well, there's thing is that if you move your dominant arm more often, it'll get the medicine up and rolling through your veins. And then you get the medicine train going and then you're fine. And she goes, and God bless her, she just goes, sir, I'm not your doctor, so I can't tell you what the best thing for you to do is here. And in fact, I'm not a doctor. So I don't feel comfortable telling you what you should or shouldn't do. But I will tell you that most people are getting into their non-dominant arm. And I said, you know what? I've had friends of mine tell me that it's going to, I apologize, this is in my brain. I was like, I've had friends of mine tell me that it should go in the dominant arm, but you, stranger with a hazmat suit and a needle, you're telling me that most people, you've crowdsourced most people, and you're here right here at fucking patient zero, ground zero, and you say that most people get into the non-dominant arm, then guess what? Shoot me up. And I rolled my sleeve up. I said, cool, went in the left arm. Because I literally, all I do with my left arm is jerk off, and I'll fight through that. Who cares? And she went ahead, gave me the fucking jab. Boom. There you go. Medicine. And Lenny got his. Pulled forward. You got to wait 15 minutes. They said, are you okay? And I said, I think so. Yeah, we're fine. I don't feel anything. I didn't feel anything at all. It's supposed to start like within 12 hours. We bailed from there. I dropped Lenny off. I went to a couple of stores. I came home. I streamed at the end of this. Now, in the stream, I will tell you, I was a little warm. I felt a little warm. I wasn't feverish, but I felt a little warm and a little, I got a little sweat going. But I was also wearing a hoodie, so that might have had something to do with it. And Jesus, my voice got all, I got to drink something. Hold on. My voice just got all raspy there for no reason. It literally fell out like the volume on a television. And then, so I got home and I streamed and I was fine and, no side effects. And I went over and I sat on the couch after the stream ended about 7:30 and right about 8:00, I was on my couch and my body shut down. No headache, no nausea, no chills, no fever. But I was sitting on the couch at 8:00 and I'm not kidding. I'm looking at my phone. And it was as if a robot was powering down. I'm looking at the phone and I could feel it, like this wave in my body. It was just like, and I nodded off and I dropped the phone on my chest and just closed my eyes. I couldn't keep them open if I'd wanted to, but all I wanted to do was sleep. It was almost as if I was in a nightclub act and someone had fucking hypnotized me and they're like, there you go. But instead so I just fucking went to sleep, man. I cashed out and I was just like, and my body put itself to sleep. It was as if, like I said, like a robot shutting down at the end of a fucking shift or the end of the night. And I closed my eyes out like a goddamn light. And then I woke up 4 hours later, woke up at midnight, same position, hadn't moved, phone still on my chest. And still not nauseous, still no sickness. I was up then from midnight till 8 a.m. And then I went to bed at 8 and I got up again at like 1:30. And it threw my sleep schedule off a little bit, but I never got sick. I got no side effects. Because then people were asking me, how are you? What's going on? And I went and bought, it was funny, Beach told me to go get some vitamin water, Purple Punch with a ton of potassium in it. I did that. I had cans of soup if I needed to eat. Dude, I ate normal food. I was fine. It was great. And here we are. It's Thursday. We're on the back end of it. And so I've come through that with flying colors. And now we get on a goddamn plane. Although it's Friday for you when you're hearing this, not Thursday. But now, folks, now we go to Denver. Now we live our lives. So again, as I said, the initial plan was to do a short show this week. And then next week I was going to put up an older show. But I just feel that this works better to put up the older show this week, because here's the deal. Next week, I get home on late Friday night from my trip, and what I think I will do is I will wait to record a real show until I get back from Denver and I have things to tell you about. I can tell you about my trip. I can tell you about going to the airport and flying to Denver and where we went and what we did and all those cool. I'm ready to go have some goddamn life. I'm ready to go have some experiences, and then I'm ready to bring it back here and tell you all about it. And then we can get into what's going to happen going forward in my life and with this show and everything else. And we're not canceling anything. I'm just saying, that fucking thing where I always rededicate myself to stuff and I'm like, here we go. All right, let's go. It's the year of I will, or whatever the fuck. I have some ideas. I have some thoughts. I have some plans, and we can discuss those. If not next week, the week after. It all depends on how much show I bring home from Denver. But my plan is to bring home quite a bit of show from Denver. I'm excited about it. I hope you are too. I cannot wait to go. It's going to be fun. And I'm just going to have seeing my friends and stuff is more than enough. But to be able to, already I've been told I'm getting picked up at the airport tomorrow for going for sushi in Denver. We're going to be cooking out. I have another baseball draft. I know you can't wait for me to tell you about that. Hopefully we're going to opening day at Coors Field if we can get tickets. It's whatever. There's plans, and even if I sit in my friend's house, even if I just hang out with him and his family, I'm in. It's my buddies Jeff and Dennis. It's going to be fucking amazing. Dennis's wife Kelly. And basketball, fucking tournament, and baseball, and sports, and my friend Ellen is coming down. It looks like Ellen's going to come down and hang out and go to dinner and stuff one day. I'm so excited to see people, and so excited to go places, and so excited to do things, and so excited. It's I'm sure you've heard people make the comparison already. It's like the cicadas coming out after 17 years. Well, it's only been a year, man, but it sure feels like a long fucking time. And to go ahead and reemerge into the world. I was packing and I'd forgotten how to pack. Like, I'm packing stuff and then I'm thinking about the airport, and even in my brain, I'm like, well, that's going to be weird. Like, I used to live in airports. I traveled all the time. I was there. I knew what to do. TSA, this, that, the other thing. And now in my brain, I'm like, all right, I got to remember this. Do I do this? What do I do here? What line do I go into? You know what I mean? It's a crazy thing. And I'm interested to see what the line is going to be like at the airport, and how many people are traveling, and how many people are on the goddamn plane. And I'll tell you this, because it appears to me that there's going to be a lot of fucking people on the plane, because when I bought this ticket from Southwest, I paid extra for the early bird seating. Why? Because I'm the fattest man on earth now after the goddamn pandemic, so I didn't want to risk getting a B or a C group. But also, I want to sit on the right-hand side of the plane. You remember me and my plane fetish? Get ready for that bullshit. You heard that for fucking 10 years, and then it went away because of the fucking pandemic, or 14 years. Jesus, 12 years? Whatever. I can't figure out numbers. But then I sit on the right-hand side of the plane. I got to have a window seat so I can lean into the window. All these things are true. Tool on the headset, you know what I mean? Hood up over the fucking earbuds, whatever. So I'm going through my brain how to travel. And so I buy this early bird flight because, again, I'm a monster. Like, I don't want Southwest to go, you got to buy a second ticket, dude, because I'll lose my fucking mind if that happens. They have to understand that the pandemic has ruined some of us. So we've got to go places. We got to do things. So I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow on the plane, but I do know that I bought early bird boarding. So I'm like, all right, cool. I'll be in A group. Yeah, I am in A group. You know what number I am? A39. What the fuck, man? Now look, the plane's only got 120 seats, right? Something like that. 130. And only half of those are on the right-hand side of the plane, and even fewer of those are the window seats. The only good thing about that is on Southwest, for some fucking reason, every idiot who boards in the first fucking group sits in the front of the plane. Whether it's a middle seat or whatever the fuck, they all sit in the front because they want to be the first people off the goddamn plane. Now that's the advantage I have over the rest of the great unwashed. I don't give a fuck when I get off the plane. I'm not connected anywhere. I got nowhere to be. I don't got to catch anything. I can be and often am the last guy off of the fucking plane. Because go, I don't give a shit. Run, do what you got to do. What's it? An extra 12 minutes? We've already been in the fucking air for 3.5 hours, and I know other people see that as like, I got to get the fuck out of here. Well, good for you, man. And that's why they sit in the front, they sit in the middle, and it looks so uncomfortable and shit like that. And I mean, like I said, I don't give a fuck if I sit in the back of the plane. Fuck, I'll sit on the wing if it means there's nobody next to me on either goddamn side. And so that saga is going to continue when I get to the airport tomorrow. And look, I'm sure it's going to all come back to me. I won't forget all of it, but God damn it, I'm excited. I'm ready. I'm sure you're ready. We're all ready. And this is great. My friends are all getting vaccinated. My friends here in California. California is really stepping it up, man. They're putting the foot to the gas. They're taking care of people, and I can only wish the best for you and yours wherever you are. I hope they're stepping it up. I just heard from my friends in Canada, like they're getting the shot and they're getting the first one and they're getting the second one 4 months later. And that just, boy, oh boy, that I don't know what I would do. I think I'd freak out a little bit if that was the case, And there are friends who listen to the show who are overseas who are flying back to America to get their shot because they're still citizens. And it's a wild time. And like I said, I think California is really doing a good thing, and they're stepping on it. They're going ahead and taking care of people, and that makes me happy because honestly, the more people we have vaccinated, the better it is for all of us. And then maybe things can get back to normal with movies and concerts and going out and just seeing people, just hugging people, just having physical contact again. And I know people are like, well, handshakes are never coming back and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I don't know, man. We adapted after 9/11. We still shook hands after that. So who knows? They said we'd never forget. And we didn't. We never forgot to shake hands until this past year. But it'll come back to us. Just like going and being on a plane will come back to me when I'm out I'm out and about tomorrow. I can't wait. Excited. So again, that was the plan. The plan now is just I will give you this show, and there's going to be, and I'm attaching a I've talked a lot. Like, I wonder if I should just put this out. Fuck it. Who cares? Let's just put out the other one too. Let's really blow your minds with a gigantic long fucking show. And I'll tell you, you should listen to that show. You absolutely should. Listen to the show that I've got coming up after. I'll explain it, but let me get into the plugs here real quick. You guys can get me at MikeandMikeSchmidtComedy.com. You guys can be my friend at Facebook.com/The40year-old-boy. You can follow me at Twitter.com/The40year-old-boy. I'm at Instagram, Snapchat, and what else? TikTok at Mike40YOB. Instagram, Snapchat, and TikTok, Mike40YOB. Check me out, man. I'm the best. I'm there. I think I said I would do a TikTok from Denver. We'll see. We'll see if that really happens. I don't know if it will, because that's a young people's game. I'm old, man. I'm as old as a goat. But who knows? Maybe I'll give it a shot. We'll see what happens. So follow me at those places. Find me, follow me, all that cool stuff. I'd appreciate it very much. Thank you so much. Friend me and follow me. Remember our friend Ryan Dirks, Facebook.com/Ryan Dirks. Our buddy KC who handles the YouTube stuff. I got to contact him. I owe everybody an email. That'll be great. Can't wait to reach out. And our buddy David Hernandez, you know him, Facebook.com/DavidMexHernandez. Go ahead and find him. Does a ton of artwork for you. He's got his closed group. This is dumb, that's dumb, we're dumb, I'm dumb, you're dumb. It's available right now on Facebook. Again, you got to become his friend. That's the linchpin to all of this. Facebook.com/DavidMexHernandez. That's at Facebook.com/DavidMexHernandez. Become his friend. And then you can look through all his artwork. You can look through his photos. You can see all the cool things he's done. He's got a podcast. That's right, a podcast. I took a breath there for a second, but I'll let you know he definitely has a podcast called The Phlegm Cat Podcast. It's available now on the iTunes store. It's available in the Apple Podcast space, Spotify, wherever you find podcasts, you will find David Mex Hernandez. When you think of garbage, think of Akeem. When you think of The Phlegm Cat Podcast, think of David Hernandez. It's available right now. That's 2 words, by the way. Phlegm, P-H-L-E-G-M, Cat, C-A-T, The Phlegm Cat Podcast. Available now. Go ahead and download it, subscribe, listen to all of them, leave a review for him in the iTunes store, write him a personal note, tell him he's great. All of those things are things that you should be doing right this second. Well, maybe not right this second, but eventually, certainly. Reach out to him and tell him what's what. Man, he wants to hear it. And like I said, he's got his closed group, and also the man does artwork. He can paint you, he can paint your friends, he can paint your naked ladies, he can paint whoever you want. Whatever you need from him, he can go ahead and make it work on canvas. Artwork with oils, with watercolor, whatever you want. He can make it be a cool-ass thing that you hang in your house. You'll want to go check out his artwork, though. Like I said, go to facebook.com/David Mex Hernandez and roll through his photos. You'll see a bunch of artwork he's done for himself, for me, for other people as listeners to the show. You'll be able to get a feel for what he can do and has done. Or you can go to his website, artbydmh.com. That's artbydmh.com. Oh, I guess I should pause for ads. Oh, that's weird. I didn't even think about that with this show. All right, let's do that again. You can check out, like I said, his closed group. This is dumb, that's dumb, you're dumb, I'm dumb. Or go ahead and check out his website, artbydmh.com. That's artbydmh.com.
Cancer isn't free, and the challenges don't end when treatment is finished. For cancer survivors in their 20s and 30s, the stacks of medical bills, empty savings accounts, and time away from work can be catastrophic. No one should have to choose between seeing their doctor or keeping the lights on, or make the decision to skip their medication because they need to feed their families. Yet these are the choices that too many young adult cancer survivors make every day, and COVID-19 has added an extra layer of financial stress and uncertainty. The SAM Fund and Expect Miracles Foundation have provided over $2.5 million in grants to young adults across the country, but the need is greater than ever due to the pandemic. Please join us in supporting their efforts by making a donation to Expect Miracles Foundation's SAM Fund program today. To learn more or make a donation, visit thesamfund.org. That's thesamfund.org.
Hi, everybody. This is Todd Glass. What could I say that would make you want to give the Todd Glass Show a listen? Well, I guess you could poke around on YouTube, and if some of the stuff over there makes you laugh or my Netflix special act happy, then maybe you'll give it a listen. The only other thing I could do is make it short because it's interrupting a podcast you already love. Okay, I'm done. Thank you. Goodbye.
I guess I didn't really need to leave space now that I think about it. I could have just kept talking or taken a breath or a beat or a pause, but instead I stopped down and I created a whole new track. I need a producer for this show, folks. Anybody out there want to produce a podcast? Anybody just want to show up and help? I'm vaccinated. I won't get you sick if you come over and do it. That'd be fun. Can we just maybe get Lily off the scrap heap? She was an integral part of the show for the first fucking 10 years. Let's get her involved. Have her step right up and go ahead and leap back into something she probably hates. All right, so here's the thing, folks. We have sponsors. I'm going to tell you about that right now. Our great sponsor is the Paranoid Strain Podcast, Fearful Jesuit and crew, Dana Unicorn, the whole shebang, the whole kit, also the whole caboodle. And why do I bring them up so early? Well, here's why. Because the fucking show is new this week, man. You're goddamn right. I've been telling you, they've been like running these kind of episodes where they're like, oh man, remember this? We wrote it in chunks, but now here's a longer episode. Dude, fuck all that. The new one is up. I am so excited to listen to it on the plane today. If you look up and point at the plane. That's me. I'm on the plane and I'm flying, and I've got in my ears the Paranoid Strain with our good friend Fearful Jesuit talking about secret societies, ladies and gentlemen. Talking about the introduction to the secret society episodes that are going to be coming, and also I'm gonna guess it's Illusion Mysteries, but it's spelled Illusionian. It might be Illusionian Mysteries. Regardless, folks, it's scary. It's secret societies. I am going to be so excited to listen to it on the plane. And get this, Fearful Jesuit might be sending me the whole episode. Yeah, that's right. And I might get to listen to the whole goddamn thing ahead of you guys. I'll be way ahead of you, like the fucking curve. Also, by the way, if you listen to this new episode about secret societies, give a listen. I think there might be a voice you recognize. Well, of course, I'm talking about Fearful Jesuit himself. He's the host. He's on there all the time. But also, there may be another voice that you recognize. And of course, by that, I mean Dana Unicorn. She's always along for the ride with her wry quips from over in Fishtown. But wait a second, there could be even a third voice that you recognize. I'll let you figure it out on your own. But go ahead and listen right now. The Paranoid Strain podcast is available wherever you get podcasts. The iTunes podcast store, the Apple podcast space, whatever they're calling it, Spotify, Stitcher, Audible, AM radio, turn it on AM radio, wherever you used to hear Art Bell, turn it on. You'll hear our good friend, Fearful Jesuit, bringing you mysteries and talking about secret societies. And you should, because he's a genius. You want to write him a note? Here's his email address. theparanoidstrain@gmail.com. theparanoidstrain@gmail.com. Write him a note. Tell him how much you love the show, how much you love me. You don't have to mention how much you love me, but why not? It's a nice thing to do. Makes me feel good about myself. Tell him you heard about the show through me. That'll make him even happier. And just fucking get on it, baby. Go ahead and listen to this fucking amazing show. The Paranoid Strain, available right now in the iTunes podcast phase. Also, leave a review if you haven't done that. Have you left a review? Talking about how much you love the show, talking about secret societies and the Masons and all these other Freemason idiots. Go ahead. Leave a review in the iTunes store. Go ahead and tell them how much you love the show, and it's great. Download all of them. Listen to all of them. Love every single one of them. Fearful Jesuit, Dana Unicorn, The Paranoid Strain, available where all of your finer podcasts are not being restricted by secret societies because they feel threatened by a man who's tearing the lid off the whole goddamn shebang. Check them out right now. The Paranoid Strain. Fantastic show. Great friend, Fearful Jesuit. I'm on the plane right now listening to it. Why don't you join me? We'll mind meld. I'm at 30,000 feet. You're at 3 feet. 3 feet? Why are you laying down listening to this goddamn thing? You're in a pool. Are you in the shallow end of the pool? You're in 4 feet of water. I'm in 30,000 feet of sky, and the two of us are listening to the Paranoid Strain. What a team up. Look at all of the elements in play. Earth, sky, water. Sky an element? I don't think it is. So there you go. Paranoid Strain podcast. Go ahead and check it out. I'm in the Misfit Toys Co-op. If I mentioned that, I'm going to mention it now. Never Not Funny. Doug Loves Movies. Todd Glass Show. No Fun with Jen Kirkman. And Let Me Watch Your Movie with You with Jonah Ray. It's Never Not Funny with Jimmy Pardo and Matt Belknap. Doug Loves Movies with Doug Benson. The Todd Glass Show with Todd Glass. No Fun with Jen Kirkman. With Jen Kirkman. And Let Me Watch Your Movie with You with Jonah Ray. These are all members of the Misfit Toys Co-op. Go ahead and download the shows. Listen to the shows. Love the shows. We're all here for one another. We are literally 6 fingers on a 5-fingered fist. I'm the 6th. I'm the outlier. And Jonah Ray's the thumb. I'm the palm. Maybe I'm the palm. It's Palm Sunday over and over. My hand's a 5-leaf clover. It's Palm Sunday over and over. That's Jellyfish. So go listen to all of the shows in the Misfit Toys Co-op. Go ahead and subscribe to them. Leave reviews. Tell them they're great. I would appreciate it. It would help me out. Hey, you want to book me on Cameo? You can. Easter's coming up. You want me to talk about ham? I can do it. Easter's coming up. You want me to talk about rabbits? I can do it. Easter's coming up. You want me to talk about Jesus and his fucking sleeping for 3 days and coming out of the cave and going, you're not going to believe what happened to me. I can do that. If you want me to talk about the fucking Romans and their nails and their fucking hammers and all their dumb bullshit, look at them. They were jerks. You know what? They could have just fucking shot Jesus through the head. They got guns. Fucking wipe them out. Put them in a hole. But no, they're like, let's nail this guy to a cross and really send a message. Let's let crows eat his eyes. Man, the Romans are mean dudes. Nobody likes them. And yet there's like the USC Trojans. All these people are named after the Romans. Man, the Romans are evil. They murdered Jesus. They stabbed him with shit. Didn't they put an arrow in his side too? Right? There's always a different Jesus. Like Jesus has got a crown of thorns or he doesn't have a crown of thorns. He's hammered in, feet and hands. And then he has a wound in his side or he doesn't have a wound in his side. He's got stigmata on his fucking forehead. I don't know. Look, I didn't read that far into the book. But right now, with Easter coming, the 4 commandments. The 4 commandments? Take your pick, man. I'm not going to tell you which ones are good or bad, but I can tell you 4 of them really stand out. Maybe hire me on Cameo to tell you what the 4 commandments are. I'm happy to do it. Go ahead and hire me. I need $15. It's bookcameo.com on your computer or the Cameo app on your phone. Hire me to talk to you or anybody else about rabbits and Jesus. Happy to do it. I can talk about Good Friday. I'll just sing the Black Crowes song Good Friday. I will see you on Good Friday. Go do it right now. I'll wait. Patreon exists. Patreon.com/Mike40YOB. Patreon.com/Mike40YOB. Why wouldn't you become a patron of this show? I think you should. I know I would if I were you. Patreon.com/Mike40YOB. Check me out, man. I'm excited. Go ahead and become a patron of the show. It helps me out. Next week, Will there be something that puts on the Patreon page? There might be. We'll see. Do I tease this all the time? I do. Are there really plans to do it? There are. As I've mentioned, when I get back to town after this Denver week, look at me whipping things into shape. We're going to go to the riding crop. We're going to go to the whip. And here will come spinning out of the churn. And we're going to go ahead and beat this horse until it's all the way ahead of the other podcast horses. I'm so excited to do it. Patreon.com/Mike40YOB. Your financial support helps this show and helps things move forward. Thank you so much for thinking of me. I can tell you right now that our good friend Ellen, who I said is coming to see me in Denver, she bumped up her monthly stipend, her monthly tithe, her monthly Patreon donation. And I can't thank her enough. Ellen, you're the best. You're so cool for thinking of me, thinking of this podcast, keeping me afloat. I appreciate it. Financially, it truly helps. Patreon.com/Mike40YOB is available for you now. Go ahead and find it and become a patron. You want to go PayPal instead? Go to MikeSchmidtComedy.com, and in the upper right-hand corner is a little Schmitty horn boy on every page. You click on that, and then you'll be right to PayPal, and you can send me a one-time donation if you'd like, or get this. You can send me a monthly thing. You can sign up for a monthly deal. You can sign up for the one-time deal. I don't mind as long as you're sending me some greenbacks. It helps out the show. It helps me out tremendously. Jesus Christ, this is an hour, and I'm about to put up a 3-hour show. Please don't be daunted, as I've mentioned. This is a long-running time, but it's worth it for you and yours. By the time you're done listening to this, I will be back from Denver, and you will have a new show to listen to. I've got channels you should check me out on. YouTube.com/The40-Year-Old-Boy. That exists. You can go ahead and see that and enjoy it and have a good time. YouTube.com/The40-Year-Old-Boy. All of the podcasts are on there. Some old-timey stand-up. Will there be more stuff coming your way? Like I said, big plans for April. Not really big plans, but hopes, certainly. YouTube.com/The40-Year-Old-Boy. Go follow the channel and see what develops. And Twitch.tv/The40-Year-Old-Boy. I'm streaming video games on there all the time, but I will not be streaming video games on there this week. That's very Meatloaf. I would do anything for love, but I won't do that. I will stream video games every day, but not this week because I'm going to be in Denver, man. I don't got a game rig. I don't have everything set up out there. However, I will be popping in for some just chatting sessions where it'll just be me talking, possibly giving you the heads up on Denver. Perhaps if I go to Coors Field, I'll broadcast from there. Who knows, man? Wherever I go, wherever you go, wherever we be, we're together. Was that wherever I go, I know she goes. Wherever he goes, I know she goes. No ifs, no ands, no buts, and no egos. Amigos together. We will be together next week on the Twitch channel, twitch.tv/The40-Year-Old-Boy. I'll be out there broadcasting. You can go ahead and check it out. And I'll be saying hi, at least from Denver. And these aren't going to be long, 10 minutes at a time. Who knows? 10, 15 minutes. It won't be some long stream chat because nobody's going to do that unless I do it on YouTube. Maybe sometimes at Facebook people show up. I don't know. Maybe I'll do it all over the place. Who knows? Bottom line is I'll be checking in from Denver at twitch.tv/The40-Year-Old-Boy, possibly on the Facebook and the Westside 86 Jokers page, maybe a YouTube stream. Who knows, man? Go ahead and become a friend or join all of those things. Join the Jokers page, join the fucking YouTube page, join Twitch, follow, subscribe, anything you got to do, and you might see me in the coming weeks. All right. That's all the plugs. That's covered. We've got it squared away. I did an hour. I didn't think I was going to do an hour. I guess I could call this just the truncated show that I've talked about before, but what's the fun in that, right? That ain't happening. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to attach an older show to this. And here's what I thought would be fitting, folks. I went back into the archives, and you know what I like to do? I like to do a show from this time period, certainly from this week, back in the past. Back in the past when I was treated so coldly, my love life was a damn disgrace. That's what David Lee Roth will tell you in a simple rhyme. But I went back and I looked, and I was checking out every year at the end of March, and I was looking, and you know what, folks? It's too perfect. It's absolutely too perfect. I stumbled onto a show that fits right in with the theme of what we're talking about this week. This time, it's going to be a show where I'm on the road. I'm in the airport. I'm traveling. I'm going to a city. I'm exploring that city. And I felt it made sense to celebrate me finally getting to leave the house after a year and heading back out into the world with giving you a reminder of when I used to do that a whole lot more often. And I used to get to meet you guys and actually do stand-up for you guys. So I've gone back into the archives to March 29th of 2012. March 29th of 2012. That's 9 years ago, folks. That's right. And this is a show that details my trip to Washington, D.C., when I did a show in D.C. at the, I forget what it was, some art center. I forget what I rented. Whatever, but I'll cover it here on the show. You're about to hear it. I don't want to spoil anything. Spoiler alert. Remember when we could go places? Remember when we could do things? Remember you could actually buy tickets to come and see me and meet me, and I would do comedy for 3 hours in front of your face and not just inside your fucking ears? That was fun as hell. That one-man show, that tour, back then I enjoyed it, but I never realized at the time that it was the best it was going to get. Hopefully we can improve on that and keep doing more things going forward, but boy, was that tour fun. I loved seeing you guys. I loved doing shows, and I'm excited to get back out there and get up on stage. Oh, I didn't even mention, I'm in Chicago in July. July 8th, 9th, and 10th in Rosemont at Zany's. So that'll be my walking on the moon moment when I step back out into the world and see if I can still do this, for fuck's sake. But there was a time when I was fucking really great at it. And this show encapsulates one of those times. It tells you about my trip to Washington, hanging out with my friend Francis, all the people I met at the show in D.C., and it's just... it's a great reminder of things we've done and the things that are in our future once we get vaccinated, get squared away, and we can actually reemerge into the goddamn world. There's a whole world waiting for us out there. And whether we've got past experiences we can go ahead and revisit or new experiences to enjoy and make, I can't wait, and I hope you feel the same. So this is episode 52. That's right, it was a season closer, folks. Episode 52 of year 4, and it details my times with Joel and Francis and everybody I hung out with in DC, in addition to the show and the travels. And it's 3.5 fucking hours. All right. So there's a lot of stuff chalked into this fucking show. I hope you like it. I know I loved it. And it's from March 29th of 2012, episode 52, year 4. And it was called, I Have Your Giant.
Why aren't you listening to me? Doesn't anybody ever listen to me? Listen to me? Listen to me? Listen to me? Blame yourselves for this fucking word salad that I just spit all over the goddamn plate. This is all your fault. You and I like you. That's it. I work under the cover of darkness because I don't need the rest of society to look in my eyes and know that is a bad person. Hey, what's happening, Mike Schmidt, 40-Year-Old Boy Podcast. Folks, I have a question for you. Here's my question. I need an answer out of you folks, too. This is not a passive question. This is not a question you just get to sit there and listen and ponder. I need an answer out of you by the end of this fucking show. All right? I don't care if you shout it out. You can email it to me. Whatever you want to do. I need an answer to this question, folks. And here it is. This is it. Do you want to be a stripper? Or do you want to be a burlesque dancer? I need to know right now. This is the question. This is the question that's afoot. I'll be honest with you, it's not the question. I had another question I wanted to ask you guys, but I've been told in no uncertain terms that if I say it, that the computer will shut down and I will have to start over in some fashion. But trust me, there is a question I wish I could ask you, but I will substitute this previous question for it. Do you want to be a stripper or do you want to be a burlesque dancer, folks? Shout it out. Shout it out. Shout it out loud. You've got to have a party. Shout it, shout it, shout it out loud. Come on, turn it up louder. So yeah, I need an answer to that. But the other question, I actually need an answer to as well. But unfortunately, I cannot appeal to you for the answer because our friend Lily is very upset. Because apparently, at some point, someone involved in the other question met me once. So she thinks that by osmosis, if I even talk about them or it in any fashion at all, their spider sense will go off and they will understand what the fuck I'm talking about. Don't make a face. Nobody's going to figure this out.
Podcast about you being found out in your building.
That's different. No, it's not. That's totally different. Those people have like one-to-one contact with me. Because come on, you just told me about these people and I said, is that this person? And you're like, no, that was the other person. Because I don't know. I haven't met these dudes. Just, folks, again, I can't go into detail. I can't tell you too much about what I want to tell you. And isn't that a great show, really, when you think about it? Isn't that the main ingredient for a fucking entertainment program when I can't tell you anything at all about what I want to talk about? You guys were at home, you're like, hey, I wonder what Mike was getting at. Oh, he couldn't tell us. Because that's the main ingredient to any good show, is to not be able to let your audience in on anything at all that you were thinking or wanting to convey to them in any situation. Good fucking Christ. Turn the fan on? Yeah. Folks, the fan just came on. Did you hear that? Well, of course I do. I'm a good-looking fella. Folks, do you want to be a stripper or do you want to be a burlesque dancer? That's the speech Lily gives when she dresses up in her fucking, R. Lee Ermey drill instructor uniform and she has her wayward girls classes. She grabs her riding crop and she walks in circles around a bunch of pouty-lipped chicks and she's like, "Excuse me, ladies. I noticed you brought fishnets. Interesting. That would be the tools of a stripper, or the tools of ignorance as we call it in the burlesque trade. Because you don't really need anything but a vagina to be a stripper, for fuck's sake. Burlesque, you got to have art. Burlesque, you got to be able to bring a shoulder reveal and a sideways glance. Strippers, nobody gives a fuck. Strippers, you just get on stage and spread them. Spread them and collect singles. That's it. But burlesque people, oh my God. You need to have a picture of Daffy Duck on a button or something. And then you have to peel that off slowly and seductively. Strippers don't even know from Daffy Duck. Strippers just get out there and just, you know what? Actually, strippers do know from Daffy Duck because here's the difference. Burlesque dancers are Pepe Le Pew. They take their time, they bounce, and they just go very slowly. But strippers are like, and they just take all their clothes off Daffy Duck style. Fuck that. Do you want to be a stripper? Or do you want to be a burlesque dancer, folks? Duck or skunk? It's on you. Choose. Choose right now, duck or skunk. Fuck. All right. Folks, I wanted to say something else. And I very rarely do I allow myself to be tethered. Very rarely will I, because I'm often tied to a pole for this show. And yet I will gnaw my way through the ropes and run free. I will do that all the time. But this time, folks, unfortunately, I must stay tethered to the pole. In deference and respect to my friend who runs the computer. Because she will hit a button and this whole thing will fucking get cached. And we're already in play with that now because all right, I'll share this with you. Our friend Lily Von Stubb, who is the producer of this show, we do all the recording on a machine with an Apple on it. You know what I'm talking about, folks? It's a laptop computer that's an Apple. It's from a brand called Apple that you can they actually have stores. You can go get apples or an Apple product. Don't confuse it with the fruit, folks. This is my point. All right, because don't think that I'm recording this on an Apple. That would make no sense. If I had my earbuds just plugged directly into a Macintosh, holy shit. Because A, you wouldn't get it, and B, if you did, I'd have a Scottish accent, just automatically. If you filter it through a Macintosh, harr, that's what happens. I don't know if there's a harr. I don't know what that sounded like. That's a Scottish dog, by the way. Harr. All right, a Scottish dog pirate. That's Blacktail. That's his name. All right, so Captain Jack Russell. That's what he is, like Captain Jack Sparrow, Captain Jack Russell. That's a dog pirate, right? That's a dog, isn't it? He's the dog from Frasier. All right. Well, not he's the dog. Jack Russell's the brand, right? That's the brand of dog. Brand? Is that I don't. That's not the term, right? The dogs aren't branded. Apple's a brand. Jack Russell's a brand of dog. No, it's a breed of dog. That's the word I was thinking of. I knew there was a BR in there somewhere. All right. So this is being recorded on an Apple. So our friend Lily has this Apple machine, and we've been using it faithfully for years and years. And it started acting up. And here's the word I would normally say there, recently. Except it's not recent. This has been going on for months. She's been telling me that something's happened, or she's got, because it'll get overheated, or her airport card isn't being read. I don't know what the fuck that even means, and it's getting warped because she dropped it, and there's like a bend in the case. I don't fucking know, but this happened months ago. All right, so my life depends on this fucking 24-inch machine or whatever the fuck it is. And so I say to her, I go, well, look, she's like, I might need to get a new computer. And I go, well, let's just get it. Let's get one. I think I can tough it out with this one. I'm like, and I have a backup machine just in case. I don't give a fuck, all right? I don't care about a backup machine. If this is the machine we use this machine. And having a backup, that's like if you were saying, just in case my car fails, I have a backup car. I mean, it's like, that's how important it is to me that this works. That's how dependent it is on my life, because I do nothing with my life at all except this show every Wednesday. So the idea of having a comfort level of knowing that I can just go and fucking do it and not have to worry with, Lily whacking the fucking computer like the Fonz to try to get it to goddamn work. She's like, I dropped it and it bent and then I can't. And I don't know if you know this, the letters X, Y, and R don't work. What? Every time I show up, there's some ridiculous thing that's going on wrong with this computer. To the point where actually the apple is brown. Like on the it has a picture of the apple. It's actually bruised. That's how fucked it. She dropped it so hard it bruised the icon of the apple on the top of the laptop. So I keep saying to her, I'm like, you know what? Let's just get a new computer. Let's just figure this out. You know, I don't mind. Throw punch. We'll cover it. We'll figure this. And she's always saying things like, no, it should be fine. And then I talked to her and she's like, oh my gosh, you're not going to believe this. And I said, oh my God, what? And she goes, my clock only shows Greenwich Mean Time. What? Well, how does that affect the show? Well, I don't know. I'm not sure how it affects the show. Oh, terrible news. What? Well, I checked my Audacity, and it only records in Russian. Well, I don't know Russian. No, it's okay. It records English and just converts it to Russian. So we'll record your show, and then we'll run it through Google Translate, and people get it that way. Fuck you! Get a new computer. What the fuck? Let's fix the fucking thing. I mean, you know, and she's because it's an old machine. Laptops don't have kickstands anymore, do they, folks? I don't think they do. Her laptop has a fucking kickstand. Laptop? It does. It has a kickstand on it, motherfucker. So I'm like, just let's fix it. Because again, folks, it's about peace of mind with me. All right. It's being able to climb into a bed on Wednesday morning and know that when I wake up and go to Lily's house that afternoon, after we talk for 5.5 hours about whether you want to be a burlesque dancer or a stripper, I'll have a piece of machinery that I can record these thoughts on for you folks. Because it's very important that I record them for you folks, right? I mean, as I've mentioned before, if you wanted to email me your phone numbers, I would individually call you. And by the way, I should get into that real quick. On Kickstarter, a lot of people they wrote me in there because one of the rewards was I would call them on their birthday or their anniversary or whatever. So I think there's like 10 people in that tier or 15 people, and then I went in because, I mean, you know, fuck, it's taking forever to fill these. I've sent out the T-shirts. I'm going to send the screensavers today and all that. So I'm getting all the tiers filled. But the artwork, the heavier stuff, you know, the caricatures that Mex is going to do and all that stuff are taking a while, obviously, because Mex has a real life. But so the people have their phone numbers that they sent me their phone numbers. They like some of their key dates have passed. Like some guy's birthday was like March 11th. I'm like, oh, fuck. I was supposed to call that dude on March 11th. And I missed it. So I don't know if you want me, like if I missed your birthday, if you want me to call you, because I'll write you too. I'm reaching out to you here now just because I know you listen every week right away to what I have to say. You sit down because you have a working computer or whatever, and you sit down and listen to my words as they come screaming out of the screen at you. But if I've missed your birthday or something and you want me to wait till next year, that's fine. Or if you want me, you know what's funny? I should just fucking call these people and ask them. Phone ring. Hey, hi. I know it's not your birthday. I know I missed your birthday. You want me to call you next year on your birthday, or because that would count as the awkward phone call? Then you know what, folks? If I call you to find out if you want me to call you on your birthday next year, that's it. I'm off the hook. I've already called you. Kickstarter reward filled. Although I will tell you this, there's people from Canada in the tier, and there's a woman from Australia in the tier who gave like a lot of money to Kickstarter, and I'm supposed to call them, and I might have to start a Kickstarter to afford those phone calls. I got to be honest, these people are out of country. I was our friend Sabrina, who was up in Canada. She had some stuff going on, so she and I were texting back and forth. And then I got my phone bill because I told her, I was like, I have an unlimited plan. Don't worry about it. Well, I didn't realize that the border somehow changes pixels and phones. So she and I were texting back and forth. I get my phone bill. It was like $34 to text with her 2 nights. And so the whole, hey, you can reach out to me at any time thing kind of fell by the wayside because she sent me a few texts since then. And I'm just like, send, you know what I mean? Not that I don't enjoy speaking to all of you folks. You're fantastic and I love you, but move to fucking America if you want to talk to me, all right? Don't live abroad. Who lives abroad? Fuck all that. Especially with the coming zombie apocalypse, let's all consolidate in America for fuck's sake, all right? As a matter of fact, let's all move to where I live and then we'll all consolidate in Graveyardville because every time I walk around the perimeter of Graveyardville, I have the zombie apocalypse fresh in my head. And I figure out what I would need to do. Because there's a door in the back that it's too easy to open. I can't, even if I chained it. See, here's the thing, zombies. All right? You need to tell me which zombies you are. Because I'm fooled by so many zombies, by World War Z and by fucking, Walking Dead and Night of the Living Dead and 28 Days Later. Am I going to get ambling, shambling, strength in numbers zombies? Or am I going to get crazy fucking running faster than me zombies? Because if the 28 Days Later, I think I've talked about this on here before. If the 28 Days Later zombies show up, fuck everything. We're dead. All of us are dead. All right? Because anybody who's fat or slow is dead. They will be engulfed and eaten by zombies. And even if you have guns, they'll chase you down eventually because zombies multiply. You know that, right? I mean, it's not like there's a finite number of zombies. There's an infinite number of zombies. Every dead person will rise out of the ground and fucking chew your face off. And then as those zombies kill other people, those people will turn into zombies. And then they'll kill two friends, and so on, and so on. Until eventually it's just you on a roof looking out at a great sea of zombies. All right. Look, I will never shake the zombies from my brain. I don't know how you folks live your lives, but I am always one step ahead of the zombies in my head. Until it happens, and then I'll be like a girl. I know I'll be somebody's girl. I'll have to like blow guys in a biker gang to protect me, and it's like I'd rather die. I'd rather fucking die. First of all, I don't know why bikers are coming after me and turning me out. There's plenty of chicks around. I mean, I'm a good-looking fella, and I'm sure, I'm sure if you heard the show, you know I'm all mouth, so maybe I can handle that sort of situation. I have no idea. I guess we'll never know until we try. So, if the zombies come, that'll be a great way to find out if I'm good at blowing guys. Not that I want that to be the case. Again, stand down, bikers. Holster your guns and holster your cocks. I am not interested in making that happen. I'm just saying that if it were to come to fruition in some weird way, unfortunately, that's probably my lot in the zombie apocalypse. I'll be the fluffer. I'll be the tough guy fluffer of the zombie apocalypse. God damn it, I'd rather be dead. Rather be dead. That's a lie. All right, so that's awful. That's an awful thought, isn't it? It's terrible. So, folks, so the bottom line is Lily's machine is fucked. Her computer is fucking ruined, and so she told me, she's like, you know what? We might have to stop like every 5 minutes and hit save or something because if it freezes while you're talking, there's going to be a problem. Oh, my fucking God. I have told you for weeks to get a new computer. And then, even worse, her computer finally, because I said it's all these weird bad things that are happening. It's like, she'll call me up and she's like, oh my God, you're not going to believe this. The lights don't work on the computer. And I go, well, what lights? I don't know what those are. She goes, well, no, my screen isn't backlit, so I have to wear special ultraviolet glasses that were sent to me by Steve Jobs himself in order to read my screen. What? That doesn't even seem like an option. How the fuck could you have that sort of a pipeline to Jobs and he's dead? Well, they sent him a while ago because when he was alive, that's when you started having problems with your motherfucking computer. Replace the goddamn computer. It's been that long. Jobs was healthy when you had a fucking good computer. You know what? Actually, Steve Jobs may be your computer. Hold on a second. It's a symbiotic relationship. Like, as your health deteriorated inside your computer, so did Steve Jobs' health. And now that he's officially gone, it's finally going to just go off into the ether and let itself go. It's going to die. It's like Super 8. It's just going to go into the sky with the dead mom. Your computer's going to go into the sky with its dead mom, Steve Jobs. God damn it. That's why you have the ones, because apples are very sensitive. We all know that, folks. Your computer is sentient, and it understands that Steve Jobs is gone and it'll never be the same, and so it's killing itself slowly. Like, it has lost the will to live. And also, it's tired of being filled up with the nonsense of Mike Schmidt every week talking about blowing biker gangs during the zombie apocalypse. Your computer's like, if that's not a reason to kill myself, because you know what? Your computer actually has a brother. You know who owns the computer? Neil deGrasse Tyson. He owns your computer's brother, and he's like creating physics, and he's learning all about planets, and this thing has to deal with me talking about going to New York for 3 days. Jesus fucking Christ. Your computer's like, my brother, he works for Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's discovering different galaxies, and I got to hear about a guy blowing pirates. What the fuck? Yeah, it's not pirates. It's fucking biker gangs. Get it right, computer. Actually, folks, I said biker gangs, but the computer changed it to pirates there. That's the glitch. That's the glitch in this computer. Whenever I talk about biker gangs, it changes it to pirates. Fuck! So I'm not even sure if this show is recorded properly. Right now, you're at home going, why would he blow pirates during the zombie apocalypse? How are they coming back? No, I said biker gangs, but the computer changed it. The computer changed it to fucking pirates. So when I was talking about a Scottish dog pirate earlier, you guys are rolling Scottish dog biker gang. Dogs can't ride motorcycles. They don't have opposing thumbs to turn on the turn signals. Fuck! Fuck you, computer. Quit changing my pirates into biker gangs. And vice versa. I would never blow a pirate. All right, so. So, folks, So she comes over to my house yesterday, Lily, and she's like, "Oh, well, I'm going to be a little late because I have to go to the Apple store at like 10 in the morning, and they have to look at my computer and figure it out." I said, "Okay, fine." So she comes over yesterday, and I said, "How did it go at Apple?" She's like, I didn't make it over to Apple." Oh my fucking God. Make it to Apple, fix the computer so I know what's going on Wednesdays, all right? I need one thing to count on in my life that's not fucking ruined. One thing. That's all I give a fuck about is one thing, that show Wednesday and your computer working and getting all of my voice down without turning my fucking biker gangs into pirates. That's all I want. And so yesterday she's like, "Oh yeah, I didn't get to Apple," and then she was supposed to help me with my taxes, and then that turned into a clusterfuck because apparently, like I said, her laptop, his brother is Neil deGrasse Tyson. Well, unfortunately, his uncle is my desktop, and he fucking ate all my tax information from July on that it took Lily 8 hours to fucking do. So I said in my house yesterday, it's so funny. I stayed up. I waited up because Lily was going to come over, and I was going to just point her. I was going to literally point at numbers and go, "Okay, these go here," and then I was going to go to bed. And Lily was going to do everything that she had to do, and Karen would be there, and I could go to sleep. So Lily sits down at the desk, and she starts to try to pick up the files, and I'm just waiting. Again, I just want to point at one document and then go to bed. And she starts searching for the all the information from July to December that she wound up doing the last time she was there, and she can't find it. And then she's searching for it, and she's searching for it on the computer. And I go and sit in the living room, and it's all I can do to not lose my fucking mind because I'm just like, of course this is what happened. I waited up all day, and I want to go to bed. So all I want to do is go to bed. I just finish it. Just do it. Just do it. Shut up and do the taxes. But she can't find it. But here's the thing, folks. She can't find it, so that's fine. You can't find it. We understand that. So she looked for it. She can't find it. But then Lily sits at the desk and starts going, "Oh, this is unbelievable. I can't fucking believe this. Where is it? I can't fucking..." And every time she says that, I'm just getting more mad that she can't find it and I can't go to sleep. And so I want to just go, just forget it. Just go home. It's okay. Just stop. I don't want to do this anymore. I want to curl up in the fetal position and avoid all of these conflicts and problems, and I just want to sleep. I just want a lot of Z's in my life. But she continued, and then she was speaking rhetorically out loud, and then Karen would answer her. Like Lily would be like, "I don't get this. Where could it be?" And then Karen would go, "Well, maybe have you tried?" And Lily's like, I'm just talking. I'm just trying to talk. I'm talking to myself. You don't have to answer." And Karen's all like, "Hey, this is my house, right? You're yelling at me in my own fucking house." And so Karen and I, it's funny, Lily's at the desk, and Karen and I keep making eye contact with one another like, "I can't, this is, like, Mom is mad." And we're both looking at each other like, "I can't, this is awful. This is really awful." And I keep going, "I want to go to sleep." And then like Karen slipping me off, like to make me laugh. And I'm like, "It's not funny. None of this is funny. I want to go to sleep." And then Lily's over at the desk. She's like, "Fuck, I can't believe it. Where did it go? Where did it go?" I'm like, "If you haven't found it by now, I don't know where it went. Where could it have gone? Into fucking Apple space? I have no idea. It's gone. All right? I don't know what to say." And so finally, after a half an hour of Lily talking into the air, hoping to conjure the document itself with some sort of incantation of "Where are you? Where are you? Where are you?" Like it was Candyman. I guess apparently she thought my taxes were Candyman. She thought if she said enough times out loud, "Where are you?" it would just appear. No, unfortunately, my taxes are not Candyman, and they did not appear. And so finally, after a half hour, Lily's just like, because I kept saying, you could go home, we could figure it out, and we'll get an extension, because I'm already into extension time with a bunch of other shit, and Lily's like, finally decided that she was going to go, and I said okay, and she's like, "Well, I got to go to I'm just going to go to the Apple store then." I said okay, great. So I assumed that Apple would fix everything. I went to bed and I actually dreamed of it. I dreamed of a free world where Apple was fixed, and I could come here on Wednesday and there would be a shiny new machine, and I could wink at it, and the Apple itself would wink at me, and we'd all be getting along. And I got up today and I came here because we had some work to do just even before recording, and I walked in. Or I apologize. Let me take that back. Last night I sent Lily a text at like 1:30 in the morning. I said, "Hey, we still on track for 2:00 tomorrow. And I want to make sure you have all the files that you need for what we have to do." And she wrote me back and she's like, "I'm about to take a hammer to my laptop." I was crestfallen, folks, because I mean, obviously Apple didn't fix it. So why didn't you call me to buy a new one? Whatever, fine. So she's like, "I was about to take a hammer to my laptop, but you know what? I'm still trying to export things via time capsule from my machine to my backup machine or to Eddie's machine, and it's not working. I'm frustrated. I just want to go to sleep." and cry or whatever you said. I don't know. And I'm just like, folks, I wanted to throw my phone as far as I could. I was so fucking mad. I just looked at it and I just went, should I bring my machine just in case? And she's like, no, thank you. That's okay. But just make sure you come out because it's going to freeze. We might have to go ahead. Oh God. Oh my God. And then I said, all right, so I'm still coming over at 2. And she's like, yeah, I'm going to go to Apple in the morning. Fine. So I figured Apple would fix it. And then sure enough, I got here at 2. And you don't give a fuck about any of this. I don't know why I'm beating it to death. Because it's what's going on. They care. Look, these folks are still pondering whether they want to be a stripper or a burlesque dancer. Duck or skunk, folks. Get off the fence. Pick a fucking side. So sure enough, I get here today a little late. I actually waited till like 2:30. And by the way, I get here and I get out of my car, and I actually didn't get out of my car right away because I was hoping to avoid angry Negro who was in front of the building, and I don't know if that's the term. I don't know if that's. It's not. But you know what? For this guy, completely appropriate. There's black man, there's anything you can say, that's fine. But this guy, he looked like a superhero named Angry Negro. He just had a fucking like a crazy sweater and regular pants, and he was carrying like a suitcase briefcase thing, and he was completely bald. He looked like Harry Allen. You guys know who Harry Allen is? Go Google him right now. He looked like a gaunt Harry Allen, like a really thin Harry Allen. Crazy big grayish beard, bald head, gold wire rim glasses, and a nice sweater. He's dressed really nice, but just fucking furious and engaging 5 youths. I'm going to say they were, because I don't want to say they were teenagers because they were older than that. As a matter of fact, he looked like he was actually arguing with the lead singer of Wolfmother. All right, that was the one dude. And then you know what? It may have been the Strokes with the lead singer of Wolfmother because they were all skinny jeans and fucking stubble. And then this guy had ironic afro, and they were all white. And they were in a verbal battle with Angry Negro. Oh my word! What's up?
Was that LMFAO out front?
Perhaps it was.
It could have been. Was there Party Rock van here?
Maybe. Was it LMFAO?
Yeah, 2 other people live on my street.
Oh.
They're here all the fucking time.
Well, then maybe it was them.
Probably was.
Which would explain why Angry Negro kept yelling, "I'm angry and I know it." Come on, folks. Do you really want some of me? Look at that. In seconds. Regardless. So now, folks, I find out that may have been LMFAO arguing with Angry Negro outside on the street. Which makes me mad that I didn't film it. Instead, I sat in my car and watched it happening. Because Angry Negro was demonstrative. I mean, like crazy, like hands. He argued with his hands. He looked like he was passionately like arguing Plessy versus Ferguson. Which, first of all, I don't know why he's arguing it because it was already settled in the 1800s. And 2, I don't know why he's arguing with the LMFAO. I have no idea. Are they coming in and trying to overturn Plessy versus Ferguson? Do they have that sort of authority? Maybe that happens. Maybe once you get a #1 Billboard hit, you can go ahead and overturn famous Supreme Court documents or cases. LMFAO has decided to go ahead and overturn racial segregation. They're stepping up. Fuck that. All right. Separate but equal? We don't think so. You're separate and you know it. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's the whole show now. LMFAO references. That could have been them? Because it looked, I mean.
It really could have, yeah.
Who lives here?
Two of the chicks that are here have a place right up the street. And
Okay.
they're here, and I see them all the time at the Grill Cafe, too.
With the Party Rock van.
With the Party Rock van with the pictures of the Party Rock on the side.
Just.
It's awesome. I mean, they have a whole line of clothing.
Of course they do. Yeah, I saw it over there at Douchebag Central. It's right over there where they sell it. Oh, my Christ. Forever Douchebag. That's their store. Jesus Christ. All right. So I sat in the car. I watched Angry Negro argue Plessy versus Ferguson with LMFAO or Brown versus Board of Education. Maybe it was that one. I don't know what LMFAO was against. I just know that they're trying to bring us back to pre-Civil War times, and I don't like it. So they were going at it. So Angry Negro was there, and he was like demonstrative, and I said, I'm not getting out of the car until Angry Negro is finished with his diatribe. But what was funny is all the LMFAO just kept smiling, like they were smirking, and like they were actually entertaining him. It was like he was. I don't know. It was strange. So why did I even bring that up? Who cares? Because that when I pulled up. And I sat in my car, and then they all kind of like looked at me like, "Are you gonna get out of the car?" And I'm like, "No, I'm not gonna get beaten up by LMFAO and Angry Negro, or by LMFAO at the behest of Angry Negro, as he conducted them with his hands symphonically." All right. So I can't get beaten down by those idiots. That'd be awful, right? Even if there's 5 of them, they still say that LMFAO kicked your ass. That's got to be horrendous. As they shouted out about Supreme Court things they wanted to overturn. You're in LA, bitch. And we feel that illegal search and seizure should be overturned. And you know it. I'm combining all their songs that I know, 2 of them. All right. So then I come upstairs here, and it turns out, unfortunately, that Lily's machine is fucked. She's like, she's got ice on it. Like, let me ask you something, folks. Is that a good sign for your laptop? I don't know if maybe that's what's led to it to become so dysfunctional. Is that she puts an ice pack on it like in a 1940s movie when a guy has a headache? That literally, I walked in, it has an ice pack, like one of those. You fill it with ice and you screw the top on, you put it on your head, like, oh me. Her laptop could star in a 1970s Alka-Seltzer commercial. That's what it fucking looked like. When I walked in, I almost went, "Hey, how's your laptop?" But then I looked, and I saw it was closed with an ice pack on it and a thermometer jammed in where the airport card goes. I said, that's not what you're supposed to be doing, correct? She's like, "I took it to the Apple store. They said it's sick." Aw. That's taking it a little too far, folks. We all love our Apple products, but they're not people. You need to cure them in a different way. But sure enough, ice pack, that fucking jammed. And I said, "Well, what's going on? What the fuck?" She's like, "I went to Apple today. This is totally true. There's ice on the machine, thermometer jammed in it. It's all fucked up." And she goes, "So I went to Apple today. They said my machine is fine." And then part of me is looking at it, I'm going to go, "It doesn't look fine. It looks a little worn down. It looks, And it's funny, before I got here, I pictured her laptop like licking its palms to make itself clammy in the hands. So when Mr. and Mrs. Bueller checked on it, it could stay home from school. Like, that's her laptop right now, which is so crazy because I actually saw a brothers, sisters, friends, cousins of mine actually saw her laptop at 31 Flavors faint last night. That's off the top of my head. It's probably not even close. It's probably not even close. Neighborhood? I might be in the neighborhood. I'm in the neighborhood like LMFAO is in the neighborhood. Which means that joke is about to engage Angry Negro. But first he's going to jump into a phone booth, and tear out of his elegant sweater and chinos, and hop out in his Angry Negro costume, which I think we all know includes a hoodie. That's, you have to have it, folks. It's standard issue. I have a hoodie. I wear a hoodie every single night. All right. I am. I can't get into that. I can't get into that. All right, so listen to me. All right, I'm going to get into it for just 1 second. Okay, listen to me. You can't shoot people. Okay? Okay? That's it. That's the bottom line. You can't fucking shoot people. I don't give a fuck if he has a picture on his Facebook that makes him look mean once. I don't give a fuck that once he had a screwdriver and he got suspended from school. I don't give a shit that he smoked dope once in his life. You know what? He's 17. And you other people on the other side, they shot a baby. They shot a child. He was 6'3". He's a 6'3", 17-year-old in a hoodie, okay? He's not a baby. He's not in swaddling clothes. Granted, he sure was wrapped up in that hoodie. Looked like it was swaddling clothes. Unfortunately, there was about 4 foot of legs underneath the swaddling clothes. So I don't need to hear that rhetoric that he was a baby and, oh, what happened? But also at the same fucking time, you don't get to shoot a guy because he's tall. Fuck that. And then Geraldo Rivera comes out and says, "Hey, don't wear hoodies if you're black or whatever." I got news for you. If you're black, you're born wearing a hoodie, if you know what I mean. They don't need the hoodie to identify you. If you're black, you're born wearing it. The only hoodie they need to want to shoot you in the fucking street if they feel that way. Scottish pirate dog is on the attack. I hope I don't have to blow him. All right, so you don't get to shoot people. You don't. Well, Trayvon Martin swung on him because he approached him with a gun. He had a gun. If you're walking down the street eating Skittles, and a guy walks up and says, "Hey, who the fuck are you and why are you here?" You look, and you don't get to punch that guy. Okay, I understand all that, but if a guy punches you, you don't get to shoot him. You don't. Florida or not fucking Florida. Fucked up laws or crazy bullshit you got down there, you don't get to shoot a guy and get away with it. You just don't. This isn't Deadwood. Al fucking Swearigan isn't going to call you a cocksucker and let you go on your way if you shoot a guy dead in the street. There's consequences in this country. There used to be. Motherfucker. And also, all these people like, oh, well, Trayvon hit him and was pounding his head into the pavement. You know when that doesn't happen? You know where there's no pavement? In your car. So maybe when the cops tell you to stay in your fucking car, you stay in your fucking car. The only reason that guy gets out of the car is because he has a gun. Honestly. The only reason that motherfucker got out of the car to engage that kid is because he had a gun and he felt, oh, well, I've got a gun so I can handle it. You don't get to shoot people in this country. You don't. I don't give a fuck if they beat your ass. If they beat your ass, stand up, dust yourself off, and go home and go, man, I got my ass kicked. That's what used to happen. All right. I can't, you can't shoot people. You can't do it. And if you're in the car and you call the cops and you're like, hey, there's a dude in my neighborhood, they're like, well, stay in your car. Then stay in your fucking car. Stand down, man. What the fuck? It's not your job. Your neighborhood watch, not neighborhood shoot. What the fuck is your problem? Good, you watched him. You watched him walk through and drink his iced tea and let him get the fuck, that's it. God damn it. I mean, fuck, I get nervous in the mall when I'm walking back to my car and a guy's doing the slow crawl behind me in his car trying to get my parking spot. How do you think this kid felt? Walking around drinking his iced tea and this guy's behind him, like driving slow, looking at him. And look, I don't care if he's driving or he's not driving. Yes, I might have the facts wrong. Who the fuck cares at this point? All right? Because honestly, in the larger picture, this doesn't affect me at all. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about this guy or the kid. I don't know anything about him at all. But it gets to a larger point of you can't do shit in this country. Because if this guy gets away with shooting people, then eventually everybody's going to go, oh, I could just fucking shoot people. And guess what? I'm going to get shot. Because I'm the guy who could get shot. All right, folks? You know who gets shot in this country? Young black teenagers and me. That's who gets shot. Mouthy, fat, 40-year-old white guys. And usually, you know what's funny is you know who's shooting the young black teenagers? Mouthy, fat, 40-year-old white guys. Not this time. I'm on the other end of the stick, goddammit. I'm on the other end of a bullet. Motherfucker. I don't get it. I don't get it. And look, I know it's not that simple, all right? I know it's not black or white. Oh, hold on a second. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, it is. It's black and white, straight up. But regardless, yes, I don't know what happened. You don't know what happened. That's the thing is, everybody, you don't know what happened. You don't know. Yes, I know. None of us know what happened. All right. There's two people who know what happened, and unfortunately, one of them's on a fucking slab in a hoodie. All right. That's fine. But nobody else knows what happened. But I'm gonna err on the side of the unarmed guy who was shot. Is that okay? I'm pro kid who was gunned down in cold blood. Is that all right with you? In the meantime, for the sake of argument, if I just heard, again, what I've heard so far, it's vague, and there's witnesses and girlfriends and parents and all sorts of people are mucking up the works. But if you strip all of that away, the bottom line is I'm going to side with the unarmed kid who took a bullet and died. I don't think I'm on the wrong side at that point. If you want to go ahead and side with the angry loner who was sitting in his car with a gun, that's fine. If you want to be in Camp Hinckley, go right ahead. It's you and George and a poster of Hinckley and Jodie Foster and enjoy yourselves. I'm going to go ahead and side with Team Hoodie.
You're listening to The 40-Year-Old Boy and later Ass or Cave. 20 questions, tight quarters.
Okay, are you in there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, first question. What does it smell like?
It's kind of musky.
Okay, is there a bat in there?
No, there's a puddle.
Okay. And how long did it take you to get in?
3 minutes.
Did your cock fit in there?
About halfway.
No help. I'm just gonna fire a guess. I'm gonna go with ass.
Right.
I knew it.
No, wait a second.
Two brave souls go where angels fear to tread. Ass or cave on the Mike Schmidt Podcasting Network.
Do you mean flying bat or baseball bat?
Folks, we're gonna ram it out right now. That's what I just been told. We had a break here. We had to take a pause while the sick computer got some Robitussin poured down its gullet. So it could record the show and function through the rest of it because God knows I don't want it to crap out on me, folks. But then Lily just said, we're going to ram it out. You ready to ram this out? And then she hit record. So, folks, we're ramming it out. And we're right now, I don't know what mark in the show, the 30-minute mark. I have no idea. I don't want to look. I don't want to know. And again, as I've mentioned to you, this computer does not reflect the numbers 3, 7, or 1. So I don't know where we're at. I have no clue. But just know that I'm recording, and we'll see what happens. But I do know that I need to know from you folks, do you want to be a stripper? Or do you want to be a burlesque dancer? Duck or skunk, pick a side. All right, so, folks. So last week, I was on the road. I was traveling. I was doing all sorts of traveling, folks. I'm a traveling man. I make a lot of stops, but I didn't make a lot of stops this time, just one. I went to Washington, D.C. By the way, I was just making fun of, I was talking to Lily, and I was making fun of something, she had something from the 50s that was going to be in her show, and I made fun of it relentlessly, and I just made a Ricky Nelson Travelin' Man reference. I can't help what comes out of my fucking head, folks. I can't. Sometimes it's based in now. Maybe now I bust out a Drake song. Maybe I go with the motto from Drake. Maybe I drop that on you folks. A song that I just so recently discovered. Thank you. And it's a great song, The Motto by Drake featuring Lil Wayne. It's a good song. That's how a white guy has to say it. Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne. I'll tell you, I hope he doesn't like iced tea. Holy shit. That guy stops for Skittles. He's getting gunned the fuck down by anybody. That's a dude he looks like he would be in a lot of, he looks like a bullet magnet, Lil Wayne. He could take some some good dressing tips from Angry Negro. Get a nice sweater, get some chinos, and shave your head and go Harry Allen. Go gaunt Harry Allen on everybody. All right, Harry Allen, media assassin for PE. That's right. Clear the way for the S1Ws, folks. All right. That's right. I dropped some PE knowledge on everybody. By the time I get to Arizona, I drop that on you folks. From Apocalypse 91, The Enemy Strikes Black. Fucking Public Enemy is awesome. All right, so it's so funny. Like, you always think about what everybody's like, what album would you bring to a desert island, or what 10 albums or whatever? And it's like, I love Pearl Jam, I love Guns N' Roses, Van Halen, and I love Public Enemy. But like, if I brought It Takes a Nation of Millions to Hold Us Back, and Apocalypse 91 and Fear of a Black Planet, and then the debut album, what the fuck was the name of the debut album? Well, Nation of Millions is the second album. Yo, Bum Rush the Show. That's the debut album. But like, their music is so fucking, it gets me so ganked and angry that first of all, there wouldn't be a safe fish on the desert island. Like, I would just be so mad listening to PE, and I'd be running around killing shit all over the place. Like, that's all. There'd be nothing left. The volleyball would be dead in seconds. Poor Wilson. Because I would just throw on fucking, by the time I get to Arizona, I'd be mad at fucking racist Wilson, that racist volleyball. Just because you were born white doesn't give you privilege, Wilson. Stab. All right. I'm very angry at this imaginary volleyball when I get washed up. Why a volleyball? Why would I be washed up with a volleyball? I'm not traveling with a volleyball these days. Folks, I just went to Washington, D.C. They took my volleyball at the gate. Wouldn't even let me bring it on. Don't they understand I need it for companionship if we go down in the drink? If we go down in the Potomac and I have to survive on my own in some desert island there in the middle of the Atlantic? I need a volleyball to fucking talk to. God damn it, let me bring him on. He doesn't fit in my carry-on. And even if I just have him under my arm right there, boom. I painted a face on him, bring him in some juice. All right, so. How did I spin off into that nonsense? What was I talking about? We were talking about something else. Public Enemy. All right, so. God, I love Public Enemy. All right, so. Lil Wayne, exactly. But I was talking about, how did I get into him? There were songs.
Getting shot down Listening to Blake.
I don't know. Not Blake, Drake.
Drake.
Good Lord. Because I referenced stupid.
Yes.
I referenced some song. I referenced Ricky Nelson because I'm a traveling man. Made a lot of stops. Jesus Christ. Wow. I'm glad we just sat down and peeled that onion, aren't you? Same effect. We're all in tears. Jesus Christ. Don't ever peel my verbal onion, folks. You will cry and cry. So for the past week, folks, I went out of town. Here's what I've spent most of the past week doing. I've traveled to DC and did things, and I've sat at my computer and I watched Alan Cumming. That's all I've done for the past week. I'm fascinated by it. I sent it to Lily because Lily loves Alan Cumming. You guys know who Alan Cumming is, right? He's an actor and a singer and a talented guy. He's a Renaissance man, attractive guy. And he has a video. There's a video, you can find it online. And it looks like it's in a piano bar somewhere. I don't think it's a show of his. I don't think it's his show. I think maybe he was at a piano bar and then he went up to sing some songs. And he sings Adele, Someone Like You, and then he hits it with Edge of Glory by Lady Gaga. Like he mashes them up, but not in a affronting way, like not an offensive, like in your face type of. It just happens where he sings them together and they're beautiful, just him and a piano. And then here's my favorite part of the whole thing. All right, so he's singing, and I showed it to Karen. I made Karen watch it, and it's not filmed like a 3-camera shoot. It just so happens someone was there with like a camera phone and filmed it. But the sound on it is great, and but the problem is with the video, because it wasn't meant to be filmed, there's fucking hipster douchebags in the foreground who won't get out of the fucking way. And there's this one dude who's got like, he looks like, is it John Calanter? Who's that fucking guy? There's a guy who's a famous metal producer. He was in all the Aerosmith videos. He's in the Soundgarden videos and stuff like that. John Kolodner. He's got like this crazy beard and fucking weird hair. Well, there's a hipster in this video who looks like that guy. He's like, just wearing like shorts and a bandana. Stupid idiot. Get out of the way. I'm watching Alan Cumming. And then a woman walks up, and this is beautiful. What he's singing is beautiful. And this woman walks up, and she starts talking to the hipster, like right and they're just whispering to one another. It's like, what are you talking? Okay, unless you're saying, how fucking cool is this? What could you possibly be talking about? Psst, I like ruining things. That's the only thing that you could possibly be saying. Psst, I enjoy ruining things for everybody. Stop! Fucking, you're in a room and Alan Cumming is mashing up Adele and fucking Lady Gaga. Let it happen. Let it happen. Sit down and let it happen. Marinate in it. Poke some holes in your chest and let it get inside you and make you a feeling person. So he's there and he's singing Someone Like You by Adele, and then he's going into Edge of Glory, and he's letting it happen, and it's great, and he's awesome, and you can barely see him. And it's the kind of thing where I immediately got a crush on him, just from watching him do it, because it was so good, and also because he's kind of he's good looking anyway. It's like I had the same thing happen with, look, I have many guy crushes. I'm sure I've talked about them on here. Like I had a guy crush on Ewan McGregor from Velvet Goldmine in that movie, and also Eddie Izzard in that movie, and then in Ocean's 13 when he comes in and he's with Brad Pitt and George Clooney. Holy fuck! Look. He's in a room with Brad Pitt and George Clooney, and for 5 minutes, he's still the hottest guy in the room because of the character. And almost like, when the way they wrote the dialogue and stuff for him, because they deferred to him in that scene and looked up to him, and he kind of ran the whole thing, but he was effortless in it. And holy God, take me there. Honestly, I don't care. I would have shown up on set and just literally jumped on top of a pinball machine and said, "Go ahead." Fuck, if he's a pirate, he's in for a big future. I guess we'll find out. So yeah, Ewan McGregor in Velvet Goldmine and Eddie Izzard in a couple of movies, and but that's how I felt watching Alan Cumming. You just get that weird kind of crush thing where you're like, oh my God, how awesome is this? And so he's singing Adele and he's singing Lady Gaga, and then near the end of it, as he's it's happening and there's just him and piano, but he's hitting notes, and then out of nowhere he shoves in Katy Perry. He sings Firework, and he just sings like one passage from Firework. The whole thing is Adele and an Edge of Glory being traded back and forth kind of, and then he goes, "Baby, you're a firework," and you have to find this clip, all right? You have to see it, because you'll see the hipster douchebags and they're in the foreground. You'll know what I'm talking about. Psst, I like ruining things. You'll see all of that. And you'll hear Alan Cumming, you'll see the piano, and you'll get a crush as well. You'll be like, oh my God, this is great. But here's my favorite part, is when he goes, he's singing Adele, Edge of Glory, and then Adele, and then he goes, and baby, you're a firework. And in the crowd a guy goes, huh? And I'm like, wait a minute, was I there? I think I was there. This guy makes a noise exactly like I would make because it's so unexpected for him to, because he's been doing Adele and Edge of Glory and everybody loves it, but then he throws in the Katy Perry at the end for just this extra twist, and the whole room kind of gets this vibe. But this guy makes a noise, and it's me. It absolutely is the noise I would have made if something like that happened. And then the guy actually he makes this noise like huh, like he's like so surprised like huh, and then he just starts clapping. He's like woo yeah, and he's like going crazy, and everybody starts to clap at that point because of the fucking the mix 'em up that he's doing. But I loved it because again, when that guy makes that noise, I went, that's me. I'm there. Oh my God, that's me. So you have to watch it just for that reason. And then I'm not kidding you. I watched it. I was in my hotel in DC. I watched it like 15 times in a row. I just kept, I would watch it and then I would just let it play in the background. And then I sent it to Lily because Lily loves Alan Cumming. That's a lot of O's. But she loves him. So then I emailed it. I go, did you see this yet? Because I would have bought it fucking yesterday. And then what did she write back? I like Alan Cumming. He's nice. Or something like that. Because it's like she didn't want to be bothered to type because she couldn't type with one hand after she watched the video, if you know what I'm talking about. All right. So we're typing with your nose? Wow, you had both hands going. All right, why not? That's yeah, I'll take that visual. Why not? So I'm obsessed with that video and I can't stop watching it. But even Karen, when I showed her the video, the first thing she goes, "What are they saying? What are they talking about? Why don't they shut up?" Like she was completely mad at the two hipsters in the foreground. Yes, exactly. That's the way it should go. All right, folks. I was in Washington D.C. last week.
Yay!
Lily's just happy. She's like, "Get it over with." Because Lily, you know what's funny is because this is the final show of year 5, as some of you may or may not know. Or no, I apologize. This is the final show of year 4. And so there's this real last day of school vibe here in Lily's house where like Lily just wants me to get it over with. She's like, do you really have to talk so much? Could you just say that you went to DC for like 5 seconds? Because my computer's sick. Which is, I can't even understand why the computer is faking sick. It's the last day of school. You should be happy to come to the last day of school. It's like you get to joke around with your friends and clean out your locker and all that stuff. But instead, you sit here with an ice pack on your head and a fucking thermometer jammed in. We poured Robitussin in to lubing up the gears, whatever the fuck, or get your diagnostics checked. I don't understand it. Last day of school. Why would you want to be sick? Quit faking, computer. So now Lily's like, she's like, can we get it over with? Can we get finished? Because she, you know, because school's out, man, for summer. School's out forever. No more teachers. No more books. Sure. No more pencils. No more. All right. So anyway, God damn it. So I was in DC. Oh, last day of school. I was there last week. I recorded the show on Tuesday and then flew on Wednesday. I fooled you all. I don't think I made a reference during the show to say it was a Tuesday record. Or maybe I did. I may have made a bunch of references. I just know somebody wrote me on Twitter because I twittered on Wednesday night from DC and they said, oh my God, does this mean it wasn't it was a Tuesday record? And it fooled me into thinking that they had heard the show already and maybe I didn't say it. I'm easily fooled. I'm easily fooled on Twitter, folks. I can get hoodwinked quite often, or hoodie-winked, which is also, by the way, don't hoodie-wink. You will get shot. So I went to DC last week. I flew on Wednesday, super early, and I was happy to find a nonstop flight to DC because there was everything I was looking at was like hopscotch, but there was some nonstops, and I grabbed it. I bought it early, a month previous, so I got a pretty decent deal on the ticket. But then everybody told me, they were like, dude, you need to fly into Reagan Airport. You need to fly into Reagan Airport. And I said, great. That means I'm going to fly into Dulles. So I buy the ticket for Dulles because I think it was like $65 less or something like that. It wasn't a bad deal, you know. But I should have maybe looked at where the airports were because Dulles is 30 miles from where I was going to be, and Reagan was 5 miles. And guess how much a cab ride is from the airport to where I was? $65. Astonishing how those numbers seem to work out. Like the airlines may have gotten into cahoots with the cab people. You know what? Maybe the planes talk to the cabs. Maybe that's what maybe it's like Maximum Overdrive. Maybe next time I just drive a truck with the Green Goblin's face on it straight to town. And then we'll all be trapped in a truck stop. That'll be great. All right, so that story is actually a scarier story than the movie. Stephen King, it's so funny. There's a compilation called Night Shift of his stories, and it's got the boogeyman, and sometimes they come back, and there's some scary fucking stories in there. And it's funny, all of his stories, when you read them, they end with that ironic line, like that one line. It's almost like You know, because people make fun of M. Night Shyamalan because he's just remaking the Twilight Zone into movies all the time now. Well, to the point where you remember the movie not The Happening, the other one, The Village.
The Village, yes.
Where at the end, all right, spoiler alert. At the end, it turns out to be exactly what you thought it was the entire time the movie was playing. Okay? You know what I'm talking about. The other day, I saw a Twilight Zone episode that was exactly that movie, The Village, where stuff was going on, and then you realized, oh, it's actually this and not this. And to the point where I went, he may have actually stolen it. Because I'll tell you what, there's another funny thing. There's in the Outer Limits one morning, unfortunately in Graveyardville, I have a TV that plays stuff from, again, it's black and white. My TV is Florida, all right? Everything's in black and white. And I want to shoot it. That's right there. My TV is Florida. Everything's in black and white, and eventually I'm going to shoot it. So, so the Outer Limits was on, and an episode played with Robert Culp, and it turned out there was this group of government leaders, and they have decided that the world was in such turmoil that they needed a boogeyman to bring the world together. So they were going to invent an alien menace to have all the countries of the world, instead of hating one another, they could unite and come together against this one alien menace. And that way would make a much more peaceful world, as they would all realize, hey, we're not so different. We all care about the same things. And as it's unfolding and I'm watching it, and they're sitting around this table, they're going to take a vote, and they're going to create this alien menace, it dawns on me that that's the plot of Watchmen. Adrian Veidt has decided that he's going to make an alien menace destroy New York City, but then all of the countries will stop their wars because they realize that we have much bigger things to worry about. And I'm paying attention to it sort of out of the corner of my eye, and I'm hearing it. And then in my head, I'm like, oh my God, that's the plot of Watchmen. Watchmen totally stole their plot from the Outer Limits. That's crazy. And then I went and I grabbed the Watchmen book, and I read it again the next night at work. I actually brought it to work and read it at work. And I read all the way through, and I'm reading. And then at a key point in the book, someone is watching The Outer Limits on television, and it's that episode. And I realized that it's like an homage, like they did it on purpose. Like I had never caught it before, and it had been a couple years since I'd read the book. But then when I read the book and and then sure enough, there's The Outer Limits, and it's the exact episode that I had seen the night before. So, the entire thing was an homage. So the Watchmen did not steal it. It was modeled after it and used as an influence on and an honor of it. And they included it within the narrative of the story. So I was no longer mad at Robert Culp. Why would I be mad at him? He was the original source. He's in the original source work. You'd think I'd be mad at Alan Moore for ganking the entire plot line from Robert Culp. No, I'm angry at fucking Robert Culp for volunteering to be turned into an alien in an Outer Limits. It's crazy. Robert Culp's in like 10 Outer Limits. Just like Burgess. He's the Burgess Meredith of the Outer Limits. Burgess Meredith is in like 1,000 Twilight Zones. I mean, Jesus Christ, his glasses get broken, and he's a really strong dude, and then he's obsolete, and he gets sentenced to death. I know a lot about the Twilight Zone, folks. All right. My favorite Twilight Zone episode is when it went to an hour long. You don't care. Why do you care what my favorite Twilight Zone episode is? Everybody at home was like, oh my God, last day of school, let's talk about the Twilight Zone. Because that's what you could do. Last day of school, you didn't have to do your work. There was no schoolwork. You sat in the classroom and you bullshitted. That's what you did. You talked about shit and you talked about what you're going to do for your summer. Well, guess what, folks? I'm gonna go ahead and watch The Outer Limits all summer. That's what I'm going to do. And tell you about my favorite Twilight Zone episode of all time. It's an hour-long one. They used to have hour-long episodes. And it's these people are stranded on a planet with like 9 suns. And they're an Earth colony, and they went to colonize it, and unfortunately, things went badly because there was 9 suns. So they're all living in a cave where it's 100 degrees instead of 500 degrees, and so they're there, and then but they want to be rescued, but they're trying to, and James Whitmore is he's the leader of their colony, and so he's become almost godlike to them. Like he parcels out the water detail, and he keeps them all organized. It's like a hive, and he keeps them all humming along, and he keeps them filled with faith. He tells them about stories of cool blue waters and Jesus and all that other bullshit. So then they're waiting to be rescued, and they all know they're never going to get rescued. And James Whitmore is like, we're going to get rescued someday. Tommy, he talks to some little kid, and then holy shit, they get rescued. A fucking ship lands to take them away, and Whitmore can't deal with it. He can't deal with the fact that he's going to go back and just be a normal dude. He's in charge of these people, and he likes being the god of these people. So he kind of fights with the crewmen. He's trying, because they're like, hey, here's what we got to do. And he's like, no, this is the way we've always done things. They're like, dude, we're leaving here in like a day and a half to go back to Earth, where they got baseball and fucking hot dogs, all right? You're here in the desert eating goddamn sand. Get in the fucking boat. They did not take a boat. Get in the ship. Whatever the fuck. So Whitmore turns into a dick, and then he tries to convince the people to stay. It's the greatest thing, where he's like, he has to give this speech about how great it is on the 9-sun planet. After telling them all about cool waters and the Brooklyn Dodgers, they want to fucking leave. But no, he tries to convince them, you should stay here and harvest rocks with me and live in a cave, because I'm James Whitmore, and someday soon I'll be in the Truman one-man show. So they're like, no, Whitmore, we're leaving you. And then he's like, so then they go to leave, and then he hides. Like, he totally hides in the cave, and they give him a speech, like, hey, you're going to regret it someday. You want to come back to Earth with cool waters and books and Jesus. Remember, you talked all about that. And he, like, yells at them from the rafters or wherever the fuck he's hidden. And so they get on the ship. They go, you got, like, 30 seconds. And he's like, whatever. So they leave. And the ship takes off, and then he comes out, and he goes into the Jesus, why am I describing a Twilight Zone episode? No, it isn't. It's not awesome at all. He walks out, there's nobody there, and all of a sudden, literally within seconds of them flying away, he goes, oh man, I fucking made a huge mistake. Yeah. And then he runs outside where there's 9 suns just in time to see the ship disappear. And he realizes now he's still a god on that planet, but he's only a god of himself. And then Rod Serling bursts in and puts a cigarette out in his eye. Weird ending. Very weird ending to that one. Serling breaks the fourth wall. And then Whitmore and he literally put a cigarette in his eye. It wasn't even like a joke. Cameraman had to run in and tackle him. Very odd ending to that episode. Whitmore took one in the eye from Serling, a cigarette, and he's a method actor, so he let him do it because he didn't think there's no way Serling's putting a cigarette out in my eye, right? Bullshit. Serling shows up, gives his little yada-da-da, stabs his cigarette right into Whitmore's eye, who goes down like he's been fucking stabbed in the eye with a cigarette. And then out of nowhere, the crew comes and tackles Serling. It's brutal. All right. Very odd ending to that one, but it's still my favorite. Wikipedia, you'll find it. It's under very odd ending. I think that's actually the name of it. A very odd ending. That's the name of that particular episode with James Whitmore. All right. So, the fuck was I talking about? Folks, I went to Washington, D.C. last week. And I had a nonstop flight, as I've mentioned, folks. I'm trying to buy. I have to buy a nonstop to Cleveland. I have to buy a flight to Cleveland because I'm coming to Cleveland, as you all know. And there's only one airline that flies nonstop to Cleveland, and it's just a pterodactyl with a chair on it. All right, so it's from a Twilight Zone episode. So actually, there is one plane that flies to Cleveland nonstop, but their in-flight menu is very weird. It says to serve man. So, and then. And all the sky waitresses, pig faces. All right, but beautiful, sort of attractive. All right, there's one who's really good looking, but she doesn't think she is. So, Jesus Christ, yeah, an idiot, just an idiot. So, folks, I'm going to DC, and I get my nonstop flight. I show up at the airport on Wednesday to fly. And usually, look, we're all used to me showing my balls to everybody at the airport and all that nonsense. Did not happen this time. There was not a problem at the. Well, all right. I had a mini showdown with TSA. There was that, but they didn't make me take my belt off. And I was like, and dudes, I checked in. All right, because I checked in the previous night. Then I came up and I dropped my bag off. And they're like, go through security. And it was a 7 a.m. or 7:30 flight. So I'm there at like 5:30, 5:15. And there's like 6 people going through security. It's awesome. And they got 2 lines open because it's a big fucking city and they understand how to run an airport. So. I get in line, I show them my stuff, and I walk through, and I have to grab 2 bins because in one of the bins goes my laptop, and in the other bin goes wallet, cell phone, sweatshirt, shoes, and whatever the fuck else is in my pockets. And then you slide everything up because you have to have 2 bins because you can't put your hoodie in with your laptop because you don't want your laptop to get shot. So, so everything goes into the little tunnel. And I walk up, and I didn't take my belt off because I don't take my belt off unless I'm told, as I've mentioned. But I'm fully prepared to, I'm wearing my Spider-Man pants. I'm waiting to fucking flop in the breeze for everybody to check out. And but then I walk up, and again, because it's a big city airport and they realize there's no threat, nobody asks me to take my fucking belt off. Nobody says anything, so I zip through. It's fine. And then I go to the edge, and I was going to say the end and the edge. I go to the end there to grab all my stuff, and I like to grab everything kind of in my arms and then go sit down and get shoveled. Because I'm disheveled going through the line, I like to reshovel myself over at a bench. I can't reshovel standing by the fucking security line because inevitably there's people behind me and they want to climb in and get their bullshit, and then it turns into a big shoveling festival. And I don't want to shovel with anybody else. I like to shovel on my own. I dishevel alone and I shovel on my own. So sure enough, I go to scoop all my stuff up, and I grab my laptop, I throw it back in its case, I grab my hoodie, I grab my shoes, and I put my wallet in my pocket, and I grab everything in my arms, and so my arms are full of shoes, sweatshirt, and laptop, and all this stuff, and I pick it up, and I leave the bins on the rolly thing. And there's 5 TSA people there. I'm not even joking. This is not a joke. There's 5 of them talking. 3 of them are having like their own discussion, and 2 of the others are having their own discussion, and they're not looking at anybody or paying any attention. That's one of the reasons why they didn't. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't feel safe that they didn't ask for my belt, because these motherfuckers don't care who gets on the plane. And so I grab all my stuff, and I've got it. My arms are full, and I gonna go to walk away, and one of the TSA guy looks up from his conversation, and he goes, "Could you pick the bins up and put them on the end?" And I looked up and I said, "My hands are full," and he goes, "Pick them up." So now I'm in Shane. And they've thrown the gun at my feet, and they're telling me that I have to pick it up so they can shoot me, basically. There's 5 of them standing there. Why are you making me stack the bins? My arms are full. You can see that my arms are full. And so he goes, "Pick them up." And I looked at him and I said, "You guys aren't busy. Could you stack them? My arms are full." Because I apparently need to argue about everything. I could have just stacked them. I could have done anything. I could have just, and why wouldn't I? Because I thought about it later, and I'm like, am I an asshole? Like, should I have just stacked them? But it just seems so odd that there was 5 of them there talking, and they looked up just from their conversation. It was like, remember when Tim Roth in Reservoir Dogs walks into the bathroom in that fantasy story, and the cops are there with the drug sniffing dog, and they all look up at him? That's what TSA did because especially when I said no, when I was like, well, my arms are full, and then they all looked at me, and the guy goes, "Pick them up," and I said, well, why can't you guys stack them? My arms are full. Like I hadn't wanted to engage them. And they kind of squinted, like I guess they aren't used to getting talked to that way. And the woman behind me then stacked my bins, and she put them up on the thing. So I'll never know if there was going to be a confrontation, or if I was going to get tackled or whatever the fuck. But the woman behind me just wanted to hurry up, I suppose. So she just stacked them up and put them on the thing. She didn't work for TSA. She was just a woman security, or a woman passenger. And and then the guys they just gave me like the fisheye. They're just staring at me. So I guess I was bucking for a pat down or whatever the fuck. Or then, I always bitch because they notice me and they ask for my belt. Well, this time they didn't fucking notice me at all. And I went, "Hey, look at me." Basically, I got to learn about traveling, man. I got to fucking, it's just, the 5 of them are sitting there and I'm like, "No, let's all stay." And they're like, "Hey, get on the boat." Whitmore. All right. So, stupid. It's just stupid. That made no sense. It was just that's for me. But again, I thought about it later and I was like, am I an asshole here? And also, just to keep the peace, should I have just stacked the bins? But it just seems so ludicrous that the 5 of them are there talking and they can't stack the bins. I mean, that's one of the reasons why shit always gets bogged down at the fucking airport, is because these guys are talking or doing whatever the fuck they're doing and nobody's paying attention and not moving as quickly as they should. Fuck, you don't care. So I go through, I get shoveled, and I head up to the gate. Grab some tacos at Baja Fresh, thank God. It was like, it's 6 in the morning. They're serving chicken. Like, they had like real food out. They had breakfast. Well, I mean, because I've been up all night. So, I mean, it's not breakfast to me. It's like I've been up all night long. So for me, it's just fucking food. You could get breakfast if you wanted, but I got a couple of chicken tacos, went and sat down and wolfed those, got ready to get on the plane. And then I was in a giant fucking plane this time. I didn't realize until I got on, but once they started calling, look, I was in zone number 6, so that'll tell you, that's a big fucking plane. So do me a favor, folks. If you're going to fly, or even if you're not going to fly right now, just put this in your head. If you're in, wait for your zone to get called. All right, just wait for your fucking zone to get called. Don't lurk around the fucking gate because you have a giant carry-on bag and you're hoping you can be able to shove it in there and not check it. And I understand that this is the fault of the airlines, because when they started charging $25 for bags, they put this sense of urgency on us to stampede into the fucking plane and get every single inch that we possibly can, so we don't have to pay the $25 fucking dollars. It's terrible. It's their fault, and it leads to dissension among the passengers. But I don't know if it leads to that, really. It leads to a bunch of selfish assholes who want to get in there and jam their shit up on top. But I still yell at you, people, as human beings. Wait for your zone to be called. Don't hover. Don't lurk. But sure enough, people are hovering and lurking and waiting on the plane. And I was in zone 6. Finally, they call me. And of course, people go running up, because if you're in zone 6, that means the first 5 zones have already claimed as much baggage space in the end. You got to get in there because you don't want to pay the $25. It's a fucking zoo. And I had 2 bags myself, you know what I mean? But not carry-on, like, rolly bags. I had a duffel bag and a laptop, as I've mentioned. I get on the plane, and it's that thing where there's 2 seats on the far, on the side, and then there's 6 seats in the middle, and then 2 seats on the other side. It's a giant plane. So we get in, I sit down. Of course, I'm in 37F, all the way down at the end, up against the window. And I should tell you, I don't like a bigger plane because it's not as womb-like. So there's no leg room, but there's room on the side. So when you go to lean, you don't get to nestle yourself directly into the bosom of the plane. You're actually kind of bent at the hip to try to have some purchase on the wall, and then the window is dug out a little deeper than it should be. So it just throws me askew, folks. I'm askew. I'm like cilantro rice. You don't want me askew. So I'm in the plane. I'm leaning on the thing. I'm moving around. That's again for me. And guy comes and sits next to me, Asian dude. He sits down. He's fine. Here's a weird, funky thing, and I don't know why it surprised me. Asian dudes, when they have their cell phones, if they're Asian, it talks to them in Asia talk. In like character talks. Like it has, you know what I mean? It has characters like Japanese or Chinese characters, and they can text with that too. And because I was watching this guy go to work, and it was hilarious to me. I thought, because I'll tell you this, there's something disconcerting about seeing a guy text out in Chinese characters, because at the end of Predator, when he goes to set off the nuclear bomb, he flips off that thing and he starts pushing symbols, and that's what he's trying to align symbols. And I'm like, is this guy going to blow up the fucking plane? What the hell's happening? I thought he was the Predator for just a second. Just a second. I thought the Chinese guy next to me may have been the Predator. And so I looked at him and I went, "You're one ugly motherfucker," which is one of Arnold's classic lines. He's got a mouthful of Austrian shit. He can't talk. All right, so this guy's texting in Chinese characters, and I'm thinking he's the Predator. He's going to blow up the plane for just a second, folks. But then I get past that, and I thank myself that he's and he's next to me, and he's not going to be fighting with me about space. So I go to sleep, and I put on, I pull up my hoodie. Oh, actually, I apologize. I look around for George Zimmerman. Don't see him. So I put on my headset and I pull up my hoodie and I go to sleep. And I crashed out because I hadn't slept the whole time, and I got a belly full of fucking Baja fresh chicken, so I'm ready to crash out. So I let this guy text in Asian, and I fucking throw up my hood, and I'm gone. I try to milk every ounce of battery life that I can out of I don't ever want it to die in midair, because I don't know what I will do with myself if I have no music. So I wait. Again, I have a theory. I wait until the plane is actually rolling. And by the way, that's not really a theory. I think I just said that's a theory. No, it's not a theory. It's a process. I choose. It's a choice. It's a choice I've made. There's no theory. Who has a theory about battery life on a plane? I can have a theory about battery life, but that doesn't conserve battery life. God damn it, it's not a theory. It's a fact. It's a goddamn fact. I wait till the plane is rolling and I turn my iPod on. Quit flowering it up with ridiculous language you don't need, for fuck's sake. Plane starts rolling, we back up, I throw it on, boom. And then I make my joke in my head about how funny it would be if we drove to DC, haha, and then I go to sleep. So I crash out, and we're flying, and there was some weather in LA. It was like kind of rainy, but not really. It was just windy. But as we're flying, I'm asleep. I don't even know. But I wake up in the middle of my flight to the bing bong where they turn the seatbelt sign on, and we're shaking pretty good. There's some turbulence happening, and that's fine. I still stay asleep, and I kind of ride it out, and you just get rocked all over the place. But then, as I'm sleeping and kind of in and out of sleep, I realize I'm being tossed in and out of sleep because the turbulence is so bad. Like it's constant too. It won't. It's just being, and it's starting to really kind of shake a lot. Where I'm kind of bouncing in my seat, not just like kind of moving and swaying. I'm actually shaking, and I should tell you this, folks. This is going to sound weird, and I don't mean it to sound like a tough guy thing or like I'm better than you in any way, or maybe I do. I'm not afraid to die on a plane. I know that sounds ridiculous. I mean, it just doesn't enter my mind. It's not. I never consider it. I just figure that the plane is going to go from here to there, and it might get shaky or whatever. I don't get afraid of dying when the turbulence starts. Or if I told you I've had one really good scare where the plane lost altitude quick. And that was that one made me go, oh, in my head I was just like, oh, okay, you know what I mean? Like that was the one that really made me kind of blanch. But this time, we're shaking real good and we're losing altitude, like these start stops and these stutter jumps and stuff. And I open my eyes when I wake up, and the margarine cups never came from the ceiling, so we weren't in fucking trouble. But still, people are losing their shit a little bit, where they're kind of like white knuckling and gripping the handrest, but I'm not afraid of dying. I know that sounds dumb, but in my head I actually pictured it because I opened the shade and I looked outside to see how high we were, and you realize how high you are, and you realize the shaking. And I had this imagery, and this sounds so ridiculous. I had this imagery of feeling really small at that moment because I looked around at the expanse of the world and what was happening, and we were just shaking in the sky. And I thought, you know what? All it takes is one weird gust to send the nose of the plane down, and then they're in a tailspin they can't get out of. It's almost like getting swatted out of the air like a fucking mosquito. Like you're just, because you're so small. You think, because you're on a plane and there's a bunch of people and you're all this stuff, but if you really think about it, you're just on this fucking tiny ass death tube miles above the earth, and you look down and you're just like, and then they give you that speech always in the beginning, because I always laugh when they have the speech, like, this speech could save your life. Nope. Absolutely not. Not even close. Look out the window and tell me again this speech is going to save my life. I got news for you. Everybody in here is like talking to Jesus or whatever. Ask him how he feels about my life getting saved if I plummet to the earth. Jesus, not happening. So I'm looking, because I mean, if we crash, we die. That's what happens. But I've never made that leap before where I've worried about it. And I wasn't worried now on the plane. Because it's kind of fun. Like turbulence is fun because you're kind of riding it out, and it's like a big roller coaster, except, you're waiting for this roller coaster to land 4 hours later in DC with you intact. It's like a 4-hour roller coaster, which is not fun for anybody. Look, can we be honest? If the plane was doing loop-to-loops and all that bullshit on the way to DC, then we might have an issue. But just the shaking back and forth and the turbulence, I can handle. But other people cannot. So people are starting to moan and get a little kind of like, you can hear people freaking out, and it's shaking and shaking, and I'm in and out of sleep. I go back to sleep, and I wake up, and it's really heavy turbulence, and then I go back to sleep, and again, I don't know how much time is passing, but then I wake up again, and the turbulence is really bad. Like we're like if I talk, it'd be like you'd hear that kind of weird voice, and then we lose altitude real quick, just like a quick, like a quick drop. And again, no margarine cups, but still enough to where you went, what the fuck? Like my ass came out of the seat. And I, to myself, even in my head, I went, I swear to God, this sounds so stupid, but in my head, I went, woo! Like, it was like, yeah, that's right. Business is about to pick up on this plane. And then part of me actually thought about going, woo! Like on the plane, but I thought it would just be an asshole move, but I wanted to do it so fucking bad. And I swear to God, I decided at that moment, I go, at the end of this flight, I decided I will never keep myself from doing that ever again. If it happens again where there's crazy turbulence and I'm just going to go, woo! Ha ha! Yeah! I just want people to look at me like, what the fuck? Why are we? Because that could fix people. Like, wouldn't that could make people just go, oh, it's not so bad. Look at that guy having a gay time over in the corner. He's all excited. Woohoo! Yeah! He's just riding out like Slim Pickens riding a fucking plane to the earth. Just fucking hat in the hand and waving it around. Yeah! Let's strange love this bitch. But I have to think otherwise people would be very selfish and weird and probably not think that I was fun for doing that. I don't think they would be on my side. But I don't give a fuck because next time it happens, I'm doing it. I don't fucking care. I'm just, woohoo! Yeah! What? But I thought about doing an outburst on this plane. Like in my head, I did the woo, but I was like, should I do it? And I'm like, I don't know if I should do it. But I didn't have time to do it because as I was pondering whether or not to do my outburst on the plane and like get everybody on my side and everybody go, yeah, we're having a great time. In the middle, I was in 37F. So someone about, I would say about 28G. I don't fucking know. No, EFG. No, that's on the wing. That's somebody on the wing. I guarantee you, nobody on the wing was involved. It was somebody in E. No, E is right next to me. How the fuck was I in F if there's all those seats in the middle? What are those? Because is it just A, B, C, D, E, and then that just seems weird. Whatever the fuck. It was a giant plane. So somebody directly in the middle and about 10 rows up. In the middle of all this, as I'm pondering whether or not I'm going to yell and go and ride this out and slim pickings everybody and have everybody rally to my side and go, how what a cool guy he is. I didn't have time because all I saw was this person throw their hands in the air. It was a woman. And she goes, please God, save my son. Just busted that out on the plane for everybody to hear. I got to tell you, that's infinitely more depressing than, woo, ha ha, yeah. That's not going to rally anybody to your side. If there's crazy turbulence and fat guy in the corner goes, woo, ha ha, yeah. Maybe you rally to, you're like, yes, this is going to be great. And a fat hoodie shall lead them. But if you throw your hands into the air and go, please God, save my son, you're not inspiring confidence in anybody on the fucking plane. Think about what you're asking for, Debo, because now, first of all, you just shit in all of our mouths. That's what you just did. You just shit in everybody's mouth on the plane. You just basically said, hey, I hope all of you die except for my precious boy. That's what you just said. And if you think about it for just a second, extrapolate that thought. Just think for just a second, if we do get swatted out of the sky like a fucking June bug and we plunge to terra firma and your precious little tot survives this entire crash, he still gets to watch all of us die. We cartwheel and he's covered in our blood and our viscera. He's sitting in the seat. He watches all of us burn to death, quite frankly, because let's face it, there's a lot of fuel in this plane. We go down and burn to death. Somehow, there's a protective bubble from your sky wizard who protected your son, who made sure everything was fine. The kindly old beard who lives in the clouds made sure your son got through. Okay, that's good. I'm glad he listened to you and he saved him, but you just shit in all of our fucking faces, and now your kid has to deal with the trauma of watching you reach out to him as you burn to death. Do you really want him to continue in this life? Do you think he wants to continue in this life? He just watched fucking 300 people burn to death before his very eyes while he was preserved in a fucking Lord bubble. Why? That's a lot of pressure to dump on that kid. That kid can't go become a mechanic. He's got to realize that there's something he needs to do with his life to prove that he was worthy the deaths of 300 fucking people. Don't put that kind of pressure on your kids. Let him die with the rest of us.
Yes.
Don't root for all of us to be saved. By all means, that would be way too much of an inconvenience. Just root for him. Fuck that. He dies with all of us. I got news for you. If we go down, I'm jumping on top of him while I'm on fire just to make sure he dies because if you fucking reach out to God for him. No, nobody makes it through. No free rides. Please, God, save my son. Really? Just seemed like an odd thing. I mean, look, he's there and that's fine. And also, and funny, I can't see them. All I see is like the back of her head and her hands go in the air. And so he might not even be on the plane. Like the son might not even be on the plane. I don't know what she's rooting for. It pissed me off. Seriously. I mean, just save all of us at that point. Fuck. If you think you've got that much of a fucking direct line to the guy who, to Jesus, go ahead. Get him involved get him on all of our sides.
Oh my God.
All right. So that happened. Turbulence abounded and we were still flying. And then, plane lands. Everything was fine. We didn't crash, folks. I think the son was safe. I have no idea. It would serve him right, though, if we got through the turbulence and then he choked on a peanut and died. She didn't specify what to save him from. She said save him. Well, she did say save him. She didn't say from turbulence. All right. So we landed and I did not rent a car in D.C. on the advice of all of you who told me don't do it. Also, Darian, this guy Darian who ran tech for me at the D.C. Art Center. He was very helpful, and he told me, hey, you don't want a car. He told me about the area, and so I said, fuck it. And it's so funny, I still panicked. The night before, I was still thinking of renting a car. I talked to Karen about it. And I just, I looked, and they wanted like $45 a day for the car. And then, of course, you got to pay for the insurance. And then I called up, I stayed in the Marriott, the Crown, what's it called?
Marriott Crown Royal?
No. The Courtyard. I stayed in a Courtyard by Marriott. And I called them, and it was $44 a night to park for 3 nights. And I just went, and I still panicked. I was still like, well, still I should get it. Because it's a $65 cab ride. And I figured, well, it's $65 either way, from the airport to the hotel, from the hotel to the airport. So that's $130. So that covers the parking fee. So then all I'd be paying for is the car. But then I'm like, well, wait a minute. You got to pay for the insurance and the gas and then $45 a day. I said, you know what? Take a chance. Trust Darian. Trust the unnamed masses in Washington, D.C. Don't rent a car. So I didn't. So I was trying to figure out how to get from the airport. I figured I'd take a cab at $65. But when I got to the airport, there was a shuttle. They had a super shuttle like we have here in L.A., the blue vans. And I went over, I asked how much. She said $30, but you got a carpool with, however many other people. I said, well, how many people are waiting? She goes, well, right now we've got like 8, but they're not all, we have to put them in different vans. And I said, all right, well, I'll do this. So I signed up for the super shuttle. She goes, sit down, we'll call your number. And there was a fleet of blue vans. And it turned out they had like 8 vans, but with 8 people. So they started to group people up, and they didn't, because they didn't want to send all of the vans out with one guy in it. So they told me I was in van 510. It only took like 20 minutes. They called my number. I went outside. There was van 510, and I go around the back, and the doors are all open. All the side doors, the front doors, and in the back. There's nobody in the van. And I walk around the back, and there's where luggage goes. So I put my luggage in the back. And a girl comes around the corner, and she was cute. She was like really hot little brunette. Had a Karen Carpenter thing happening, but with a couple of sandwiches in her, like she'd fleshed out enough. But she's kind of wholesome and fresh, like a Karen. What's her name? Karen Allen from Raiders. Oh yeah. Yeah, she was real pretty, and she came around the corner, and I looked at her, and she had a hot pink bag, like a roller bag. And she had black leggings on. Again, cute. And she was British. And I found out for 2 reasons. Because when she talked to me, I heard the accent. And also, she had to open her mouth and show me her teeth. And her teeth were decidedly British. I don't know if bangers and mash is a breakfast dish or what happens to your mouths as you grow up. It looked like Evel Knievel he was trapped in her mouth and he drove out of her teeth to leap the Snake River Canyon. It looked like someone had been trapped inside of a white picket fence and kicked their way out of it. Her mouth looked like an earthquake in a graveyard. Just every stone was askew and facing a different way. Just a mouthful of trouble. And she walks around, but again, super cute, until she had to, peel back her lips and expose the horror that was the inside of her mouth. And she had her roller bag, and she actually rolled it to me, and it hit me in the leg. And she's like, all right then, you can just put that in there. And by the way, she was not a chimney sweep. I can't do accents. It was a much more of a pleasant lilt than that. All right, governor, put my bag in the van. I mean, it was nothing like that. Where's the lift? I mean, it was not that awful. All right, she had a nice voice. She looked, and again, very attractive, cute, dressed well. Even her roller bag was cute, except for then again, like I said, that mouth that looked like she had somehow bitten into a hand grenade. Bang. It was like she looked like she was in a Tom and Jerry cartoon, and she was eating like cherry tomatoes, and then there was a cherry bomb in there, and she went, and it blew up her mouth, and then her mouse laughed. So she rolled the bag to me, and she's like, all right, well, just put that in there. And she smiled, and I was just like, okay. And she goes, is this van 510? And I'm like, yes. And so I picked up her bag and I put it in the thing, which I would have done anyway because I'm a nice guy. But she didn't have to roll it to me and have it smash into my leg. It didn't smash. It just bumped me. But it was very, not dismissive, but it was very, you work here, right? Because, which I guess she thought. So then I put the thing in the van and I realized that she really thought that because then she handed me $5. So I picked up the bag and I put it in the van and I looked at her and she's like, all right, then thank you. And she hands me $5. And I go, you don't have to. And she goes, no, please. It's all right. It's all right. And she goes around and gets in the van. And I, not unlike Underdog, then bit the $5 and put it in my pocket. And I waited out on the street for the guy who was driving the van. He showed up finally, and he's like, all right, let's go. We're heading to D.C., van 510. He goes around the back, and he closes the doors, and he climbs into the driver's seat, and then I climb into the van, and I sit right next to fucking Bad Teeth. I sit right next to fucking English, and I look at her. She looks at me, and she goes, you're not the driver? And I said, nope. And I put my earbuds in, and I kept the $5. Because she couldn't say anything to me at that point because I got the fucking earbuds in and she's looking at me like pondering what the fuck is going on, and she's looking at the driver and me and trying to make sense of it, and I just climbed into my iPod and disappeared. Fuck that. Thanks for the tip, ma'am. Wink. Chim chim chiroo. Click of my heels. And we took the 30-mile ride into the city together as I had my fucking earbuds on and she, confused, put her earbuds in and just didn't know what to make of the situation. So the guy find out he's like, where are you guys going? And I, Courtyard by Marriott, whatever. So we're driving, and I'm just listening to music and I'm stealing glances of her because, again, she's very cute. And she had leggings on, hot, nice legs. And then we went to the Courtyard by Marriott. I was the first guy dropped off. And I got out, and the guy went around the back, and he grabbed my bag, and I tipped him my money, and then I looked in, and she looked at me, and I gave her $5 back when I got to the hotel.
Damn it.
I had to. Come on, what am I going to do? Keep the thing? It was funnier to keep it and make her just make the weird face, like, what the fuck? That's funny. You keep it. Then you keep it after that, you're just a cock. But yeah, so I leaned in, and she looked at me, and I made eye contact, and I handed her $5, and she laughed. And it was funny because part of me even expected her to go, no, it's okay, like, because she'd be mad. But she got it kind of and laughed. She's like, oh, and she like rolled her eyes and took the money. So thank God. And I went in and checked into the fucking hotel. I should have tipped the guy her $5. That's what I should have done for getting my bag. I should have handed him, there you go, $5. It's from both of us. Just walk in. But it was worth it just for the look on her face when she's like, you're not the driver. Nope. Ding, ding. Stranglehold. Me and Ted Nugent just stole your cash. Because sometimes you want to get high. Sometimes you got to start low. All right. Some people say you got to die someday. Folks, I got news. You never got to go. All right. So I get to the Courtyard. I go check in. And they put me in room 620, which is amazing. It's always been my lucky number. No, it isn't. That's a point you don't need to know. Nobody needs to know I was in 620. Nobody. Unless I had to climb 6 flights of stairs. Then you would get it. But there's an elevator. There's a lift. Have I mentioned there's a lift? Yeah. What are you doing there? Hold on a second. Look, just grabbed a double handful and went off. All right. That's nice. I like that. Keep doing it. What are you telling me to stop for? I'm trying to talk to people and you went and grabbed a double handful and lifted them up for some reason. I was like, all right. Yeah, I'm in. Do that. Sure. Even I think your computer's feeling much better. He's like, oh, yeah, business. Picking up. Oh, is that? And unfortunately, something just leaked out of it. I don't think that's Robitussin. His diagnostics are fine. So, Wednesday night, I had nothing to do, man. I got nothing to do in that town. And it's funny, there was a guy, Eric. This guy, Eric, I probably could have contacted Eric and done something with him. Eric is a guy who came to see me in Vegas a million years ago when I was doing real stand-up, like a real human being. Actually, I was emceeing in Vegas at the Riv. And this guy, Eric, who lived in Vegas at the time, from Detroit, came out to see me. And he was so nice because I finished my show and he's like, this is weird. Like, can I talk to you or whatever in between shows? I don't want to be that guy to bother you. And I'm like, no. And so we took a walk. We actually went down to the food court, and I got a sandwich, and he was real nice. We ate in between my shows. And out of the blue, he contacted me when I was going to D.C., and he's like, hey, remember I said there was a guy who worked at the Department of Defense? Yeah, I could not have been more wrong. Literally, go listen to that podcast, and that podcast was done in the first moments of 9/11. Like, remember when they were like, a truck bomb just blew up at the Pentagon, and another plane has crashed into, the Florida Keys, whatever the fuck. They had a bunch of different weird reports. Well, I could not have been more wrong about Eric. He does not work at the Department of Defense. He worked at the Capitol, and he was offering to take me on a behind-the-scenes tour of the Capitol. And then after he contacted me with that, I didn't do that because I wound up having something with the Capitol anyway, which I'll get to in a second. So Wednesday, I could have done something with Eric, but I did not. Wednesday, like I did when I was in Atlanta, Wednesday I decided I was going to go to dinner at a nice restaurant, and I was going to go by myself because I hadn't really talked to anybody yet. So I was like, you know what? I'll start a tradition with myself, and I'll go and I'll live tweet a meal from a nice place. And I had already planned, when I go to town, I'm going to go to one nice restaurant. I mean, I have to. So I already knew that Thursday I had been claimed for dinner, which I'll get to in a minute. And Friday I don't eat because it's the show. And then Saturday I was leaving. So Wednesday was the night where I had to go to a place that I wanted because I had no say in Thursday night. So I'm like, all right. I looked around and there's a chef named Chef Jose Aldo. Jose Aldo is a UFC fighter. Jose Aldo is the featherweight champion of the world. Hold on a second. He did not cook me dinner, folks. Let me walk that back. Chef Jose Aldo did not cook me dinner. He did not do a flying kick off the fence into my face. He's the featherweight champion of the world. All right, so when I actually went and visited Chef Jose Andres. Chef Jose Aldo popped into my head there. Yeah, I don't know. All right. I had a huge bowl of left hook soup. So I went and saw Chef Jose Andres. He's a famous chef. He's in D.C. He used to he cooked at El Bulli in Spain, which is like it's closed now, but it was the world's most famous restaurant. But now they've converted it into like a gastronomic laboratory. Like it's that kind of genius stuff. Like they would like mozzarella balloons filled with smoky Gouda air, like all that crazy shit. Anthony Bourdain did a show from El Bulli, and then he actually went back when it was closing, and he went there the final weekend with Chef Jose Andres, because Jose Andres used to work there, and then he went back to see the chef and then experience the food. And Chef Jose Andres is this crazy, really enthusiastic, amazing chef, and he's so happy to be cooking and eating and experiencing life. He's that guy. He's a guy you want to be. So I'm like, well, I got to eat at his restaurant. So he's got a famous restaurant called Jaleo in Jaleo is the bantamweight championship of the world. No, Jaleo's a restaurant. It's like a tapas restaurant. And so he's in D.C. He's headquartered there. He's got like many different restaurants, some in Vegas. But Jaleo was closed while I was in town. So Chef Jose Andres had the American Eats Tavern, which is a pop-up restaurant. It's a converted space. It was only there for a couple of months, and then they extended it to July 4th. So I'm like, well, fuck, I'll eat there. That'll be awesome. So I checked into a reservation. I was able to get one for that night. And I went to dinner. I grabbed a cab to go to dinner. Cab to dinner was like $6 where I was going. So I hop in the cab, and the guy's like, hello, where are you going? I said, I gave him the address. He's like, fine, we're driving. And he makes a left and a right and a left and a right from the courtyard on Marriott. And I look, and I see a familiar building out my window. And I asked first I asked the cab driver. I asked him where he was from, because I asked them all. And he was from Ethiopia. And he was a nice guy, and we were driving. And then I see the White House. It's like a mile from my hotel, like a mile and a half from my hotel. He makes left, right, and all of a sudden there we're turning, and I'm on Pennsylvania Avenue in front of the White House, and there's people out there. I looked and I go, and here's how good of an American I am. I had to look at my Ethiopian cab driver and I go, is that the White House? I know what the White House looks like. I've seen the White House. I saw it get blown up in a movie. I've seen it in thousands of films. I've seen it in newspapers and on the internet. I know what the White House looks like. And yet still, I had to reach out to my Ethiopian cab driver, Darsim, and say, hey, By the way, I can't remember if his name was Darsim. It was like Darsim. I didn't get the pronunciation correct. Because as he was explaining about Ethiopia and his name, the White House came into view. And I needed to immediately stop all action and verify with him, the immigrant, that was the White House. So good for me, good for him. We're all square. I now have chosen to speak to a guy from another country and find out exactly where the most famous building in my country is. He drives me to the American Eats Tavern. I hop out. I roll in, and they had an oyster bar right in the front. Which, you know what? I agree. Lily just made a sad face, like a nasty, ill face. And I'm not a raw oyster guy. I'll eat them at the sushi bar if they'll make them, because I've had like quail egg shooters or oyster shooters with quail egg and ponzu and all that. Those are good. But I don't like Karen likes oysters Rockefeller and all that kind of shit. It's never been for me. They make curry oyster at Katsuya, which is amazing. It's like a cooked, crispity, crunchy, peanut buttery oyster finger. Nobody better laid a finger on my oyster finger. But yeah. Actually, I remember the first time I ever got oyster fingered. Oh my God. Her name was Ruth. Baby Ruth. So so I get to the tavern. There's an oyster bar, which I step aside. I step past, and I check in. I said, "Hey, party for one at 8:15." They said Schmidt. I said yes. Then I had to go upstairs, and I sat down, and they put me by this window, which like it was awesome. The restaurant, it looked like a patriotic building. I know that sounds ridiculous, like an old school, old brick building with like wood everywhere, and it was like eating in someone's chamber. So I go upstairs, I sit down, and I have a view of the street, which like with 2 street lamps, which look kind of neat. And then my server Antonio came over with the menu, and he starts telling me all about the food that they have. And they had a tasting menu available. They had a 5-course, a 7-course, and a 9-course tasting menu. And then they had a la carte stuff. So I start reading all the a la carte things, and I look at the tasting menus, and I in my head I go, well, I'm going with a tasting menu. I got to go, but do I want the 9-course, the 7-course, the 5-course? The problem is I know me, and I know what my head wants. My head is fat. My head wants to order fat guy portions, but my body can't handle fat guy portions. You know what I mean? I have to eat slow, and I have to brief the waiters now. Every time I go out, I feel like the waiter has to sit through this podcast whenever he fucking waits on me, because I got to tell him that I used to weigh 500 pounds, and I had the surgery, and I can't eat much, and I got to eat slow, and da-da-da, and I asked the recommendation, because the way I figure it is, like, if I did that shit at McDonald's, fuck me, all right? They're just going to get a fillet of fish and shut the fuck up. But if I go to a fancy restaurant and it's going to cost me like $80 for dinner, then I don't mind engaging the waiter in some conversation and letting him know what he's in for. And boy, is he in for it. So I talked to Antonio. I go, look, I'm fat, but I'm not as fat as I used to be. I had a surgery. I can't eat a lot, but I got to eat slow. And he's like, all right, well, you know what? I have an aunt who had the same type of surgery, so I kind of know what you're talking about. The food is not big portions. It's like tapas, you know what I mean? But it's still a little bigger than that. He goes, but if you try the tasting menu, it's smaller. And I liked the 7-course tasting menu, but the 7-course tasting menu came with like a cheesecake for dessert, and key lime pie was on the 5. And I said, I'm not a cheesecake guy. Is there to flip the key lime? And he's like, oh yeah. He goes, don't worry about it. I can take care of that stuff. And I go, oh, because I thought he opened the door for me. So I'm like, wait a minute. So are you saying that I can mix and match? He's like, no. Because there was some stuff on the 5 that wasn't on the 7 that I was looking at. And then there was shrimp and grits on the menu, which I just had in Atlanta and I loved. Fucking amazing. So I was like, well, I should get shrimp and grits and substitute that. He's like, you can't substitute anything. I can flip the desserts. And then he stormed off because he was furious. So it was just me and my thoughts. So I was trying to figure out what to do. So I took, what I did was I grabbed my phone, and I, as I did in Atlanta, I said, you know what? I tweeted that, hey, I'm out for dinner at Chef Jose Andres' American Eats Tavern. I'm warning you now, there's going to be pictures and food porn coming up. Have a seat, won't you? And I take a picture of the empty chair at my table, and I twittered it out. And the way it worked in Atlanta was everybody started to tweet me back, and then I started to tweet pictures of the meal and describing it and then engaging people. It's fucking fun. I mean, it's like I'm alone at dinner, but I'm not. I have 1,800 people there with me. Of course, 1,747 of them are robots, but still, robots enjoy pictures of food, right? They pretend to on Twitter. By the way, is anybody else getting that weird Walmart spam from on Twitter? I keep getting spammed with Walmart, but not like nothing about Walmart, but it'll say literally like cock fuck, stink fuck, double fist Walmart gift card. Like it's like and a link. You had me at cock fuck, first of all. But I avoid any of that shit. But so I've got like 10 of those in the past 2 days. So I sit there and I tweet that picture out, and then he comes over. He's like, "What are you going to eat?" And what I decided on was I decided on the 5-course tasting menu, which I was not going to change because I don't like to be a burden or an inconvenience to the chef. And so I said I'm going to have the 5-course tasting menu, but there were 2 things that were a la carte that I really wanted because I had heard him describing the crab cake. They make a crab cake there, and it's Baltimore, D.C. So I'm like, well, I got to have crab cake, but they don't use egg as a binder in their crab cake. They use actual crab roe as the binder. And I was like, well, that sounds amazing because it'll be like the natural salt flavor to it. It's going to be fucking great. So there was a crab cake. You can get 2 or 1. I decided to get one of those. And then they had, do you know what Uncrustables are? They're those frozen peanut butter and jelly sandwiches that you can pull out. Then they're amazing to eat. Like you're just like, these are disgusting. And then you thaw them out and you're like, I could eat 1,000 of these. So that's what it is. So they had Uncrustables, like their own version of Uncrustables, but it was peanut butter, jelly, and foie gras. In like a disc, and it's like closed around the sides. It was almost like a wonton filled with peanut butter, jelly, and foie gras.
Oh my god!
But flat, like it was almost like a pancake, like a potato pancake, but stuffed with peanut butter, jelly, and foie gras. And I knew I was getting that no matter what. Like no matter what the fuck else I ordered, I'm getting that. Peanut butter and foie gras? Are you joking? Are you joking? Of course I'm eating it. So I ordered that. I ordered the crab cake and ordered the 5-course tasting menu. So I basically had a 7-course tasting menu, but whatever. So he goes off. He's like, all right, great choices. And then he brings me the foie gras, and I took a picture of it. I bit it. It was amazing. And they brought me. It was like a little kid. They said, go. They go, okay, here's your PB&J foie gras with homemade potato chips and ice cold milk. And they did. They made a homemade. It was a bag and it said potato chips. It was homemade with pepper on them, and then an ice cold milk with a straw in a little. Those little milk cans. It was in a little tiny milk can. I'm like, awesome. So I took a picture of that. I twittered it out. I said, this is the greatest box lunch in history. And I ate that. I'm twittering. I'm eating. They bring me the crab cake. It was amazing. I twittered. I ate. And Antonio was very nice. And I told him to go slow because they started to bring like food all at once. And he decided to slow it up. And they bring the first course of the tasting menu, which was, let's see, there was, trying to sort it out in my head because I had the crab cake. I should tell you this, when I ate the crab cake. I'm an idiot. I ate the foie gras, peanut butter, and jelly. And when I actually twittered, 8-year-old me is horrified, but 44-year-old me is telling 8-year-old me to shut the fuck up. And I had a picture of the peanut butter and jelly and foie gras. And then I ate the crab cake, and I twittered, I said, holy hell, this crab cake tastes like I blew Aquaman. Use what you know about me to decide whether or not that's a good or bad thing. So I twittered that, and I'm telling you this for a reason. I'll get to it. So then the first course of the tasting menu is hush puppies, homemade cornmeal hush puppies with a bourbon sorghum vanilla butter. So I eat that, and I said, these are amazing. Not as good as a millionaire pussy apple, but certainly great. So I twittered that, and I ate it. And so I tweet all of those things out, right? And I'm eating them, and I'm taking pictures, and I'm also engaging people. I'm answering them as they ask me questions. And as I'm eating, a guy comes up to the table in a suit. And he walks up and he goes, Mr. Schmidt? And I said, yes. Which they have my name in a reservation. I don't know why I was so freaked out, but still. And he goes, hey, I'm Brian. How are you? I said, hey, Brian. And I shake his hand. He goes, I'm the general manager of the restaurant. I said, great. He goes, I wanted to come by because Chef Jose wanted me to tell you that he's following your tweets.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
And he wanted to thank you for all the nice things that you're saying about the food. Now, I had already said that the crab cake tasted like I blew Aquaman. I said millionaire pussy apple. And I said 44-year-old me is telling 8-year-old me to shut the fuck up. And I was astonished. And he's like, yeah, he goes, he just wanted to make sure that you knew that he was aware that you were enjoying yourself. And he wanted to thank you for coming in. I said, are you serious? He goes, yeah, he's following your tweets. And he called us. He called us here at the restaurant. He's not in town. And he wanted to tell you that he regrets the fact that he's not here. Because if he were, he would have been happy to join you in your empty seat.
Oh my god.
So he was following from the jump. He knew all of it. And I was stunned. It was, again, the TV came to life. It was so fucking weird. Because you don't think about it. Again, Twitter, I'm talking to you guys or whoever's talking to me. You don't realize, because again, his name, I used his name in the name of the restaurant. So you don't realize that kind of goes into a stream too, where everybody can see fucking everything. It's like Twitter's like walking through a house and turning on light bulbs in different rooms. And people in those rooms are like, oh yeah, you're being illuminated. And so he became illuminated by me talking about how I blew Aquaman in his restaurant. And I said, that's amazing. He goes, here, he wanted me to give you this, and he has a card. Brian had his card. He goes, I'm the general manager here, and we have other restaurants in town. How long are you in town? I said, I'm only here till Saturday. He goes, well, if you want a dinner anywhere else, anywhere in town, we're pretty connected with everyone. You let me know, and I'll get you a reservation, get you in the door wherever you want to eat. It's fine with me. We'll take care of it. Just make sure you call me Brian. I'm the general manager here, and there's my number and my cell.
Awesome.
And I said, Brian, so nice to meet you. Thank you so much. Tell Chef thanks. And he walked off. And I still got a whole meal to eat, for fuck's sake. So that was weird. And so I started eating. The next was shrimp and grapefruit salad they brought. Because the whole point of American Eats Tavern was they were taking older dishes that were prepared in like the 1900s or the early, the 1920s, and then spinning them and making them for now. So that's why I had, like I said, a shrimp and grapefruit salad, which was these huge fucking fresh shrimp with grapefruit mandolins. Is that what they're called? What do they call when they take a little slice of I think it's a mandolin. Yeah? No, fuck. No, I'm mad. I don't know. When they take it's not a julienne. They section it, but it's something fancy. You know what I mean? It's a mandolin, I think. Someone's going to fucking correct me, I know. So the shrimp and grapefruit salad. Chef will, why not? So I twittered the shrimp and grapefruit salad, which was amazing, and I ate that. And then and I was starting to get full, and they were pacing me out, which was fine. And it's funny, they had a basket of homemade biscuits with homemade blackberry jam that I really wanted to get, but I'm like, I can't eat that. I can't. I wanted to. And then they brought my fourth course was no, let's see, is that the first was the hush puppies, and then was the shrimp and grapefruit salad. Okay, and then the third course was all right, this is why I didn't want to get the 5-course tasting menu. This is what I wanted to swap out. It was called vermicelli prepared like pudding. That's actually what it's called. Exactly. That's the face I made because I told Antonio, dude, pudding sounds disgusting. I don't want like a weird pile of custard on my plate. And he goes, no, it's basically the best macaroni and cheese you'll ever have in your life. I said, yeah, but why is it called pudding? I don't want it to be creamy. I said, I don't like cheese, like a freestanding cheese. I don't like a liquid, like a horrible cheese. And he's like, trust me, I'm telling you. He goes, let me bring it to you. If you don't like it, I'll get you something else. But I'm telling you, it's the best thing on the tasting menu and my favorite thing on the menu. Whenever anybody asks me what to eat here, it's the first thing out of my mouth. I said, okay, I'll trust you. So they bring me vermicelli prepared like pudding. And it's vermicelli noodles, but in a round, like in a disc. And so I chop it, and the top is crispy, like crunchy crispy, but underneath is creamy macaroni and cheese, but it's not orange cheese. You know what I mean? It's like almost like you know how Swiss has that kind of like taste to it, like real heavy, but it's like a Stilton or a Gruyere. I don't even know, but I ate it, and it was like bitter. You know what I mean? That bitter taste. God damn, it was fantastic. You know, because you went to the cheese house with us in Pasadena, and you ate like all of the cheeses. Yeah, you did. You would have loved this stuff. It was fucking amazing, dude. It was just this disc of fucking crunchy on the top. The cheese was crunchy on the top, and on the bottom they had cooked it with a torch. Oh my God, it was fucking fantastic. It was fantastic. It was so goddamn good. Yeah, it was great. And what I twittered for that was, I said, this is macaroni and cheese with a monocle. Because I'm an idiot. And I said, I'm too poor to eat this. And I still twittered it out. And then, so that's the third course. Fourth course was barbecue beef short ribs with Hoppin' John beans and rice prepared in a cast iron skillet. That's how the Hoppin' John was. So what they did is they brought the food, and they had a huge bowl with the barbecue beef short ribs in the center of it, and a sizzling iron skillet with the Hoppin' John, and then they just dump it in with the barbecue beef. And I ate that, and it was just, goddamn, it was fantastic. And that tasted like the Old West. It had like some cumin in the barbecue sauce, and the Hoppin' John was like out of the skillet. It was just so, goddamn, it was amazing. Took a picture of that, twittered it. And my fifth course was key lime pie, which I declined because I could not eat it. There was no way. I told him, I go, dude, I can't have dessert. I'll never finish it. You know what I mean? And he's like, all right, cool. And he goes, I'll bring you a check. So they brought my check, and I paid it. And I was talking to Antonio. I was twittering with more people, whatever. And another guy comes up to the table. Guy with a suit on. Different guy. I go, he goes, Mr. Schmidt? I go, hey, hi. He goes, I'm Jim. I go, hey, Jim. He says, I know you've already paid your check, but Chef Jose would like to buy you dinner. I said, what? He goes, yes. He called the restaurant. He's been following you on Twitter, and Chef Jose he just loves the fact that you enjoyed yourself here so much tonight. So we're gonna reopen your check and charge it back to your card, and we're gonna pay for your dinner.
Oh my god!
And I said, I go, that's crazy. And he goes, what? And I go, I just, it's just so weird. I didn't expect that at all. I mean, I'm just Twittering. This is what I do. It's I go out and I talk to people, and it just that's just amazing that he would do that. I can't believe it. And he goes, well, yeah, he called us. He's called us several times. He's been following you on Twitter, and he saw earlier. And I said, yeah, no, Brian came over earlier. He goes, okay, good. Yeah, it's funny because everybody's kind of in the restaurant is kind of a buzz because he's called a couple of times to specifically talk about you and what you're doing. I said, that's ridiculous. And he goes, so yeah, we're going to reopen the check. And I go, you know, that's not necessary. He goes, what do you mean? And I go, I said, I'm honored to pay for Chef's food. I go, that's why I came here. I wanted to eat food he prepared. I'm honored to pay for it. Seriously, that's ridiculous. And he goes, okay. And I said, what? And he goes, well, that's wonderful for you to say that. I'll tell Chef that you were honored to pay for his food. That's terrific. So I'm still at $108. He was going to do it. He was going to open it up. He took the thing. He's got the fucking waiter over there poised and ready with one finger over one button to push, read dig on everything. And fuck me if he just goes, okay, great, I'll tell Chef. Let me tell Chef. So I still had to pay. And he goes, thanks. He walks away. And so I'm sitting there like, really, that just fucking happened. I could have saved all this money. It was amazing. And I didn't go there for that reason. But it was so cool. But I had to make it a point that, look, I did go there on purpose and I was honored to pay for his food. But fucking, you want to buy me dinner? Good. So the guy walks, he then comes back, Jim does, with a piece of paper, and he goes, do me a favor. He goes, Chef wants your name, your address, your phone number, your email address, because he's in Los Angeles quite a bit. He goes, so either he can, he has friends out there with restaurants, and either he can hook it up where you will go and visit them, or if you're in Vegas, maybe you can eat at Chef Jose's restaurants, or maybe he will even take you to dinner when he's in Los Angeles.
Jesus, that's awesome.
And I said, okay, and I gave him all my information, wrote it all out, and handed it to him, and he's like, great, I'll definitely get this to Chef Jose. And it was stunning, and then I walked downstairs, and all the bartenders and waiters are just like, wow, hey, yeah, Chef called about you. Like, they were really, see you later, Mr. Schmidt. Goodbye, Mr. Schmidt. Like, when I talked about it on stage in Washington, it was like in The Graduate when fucking Benjamin kept going to the hotel, and they kept calling him Mr. Gladstone, like all the time. Hello, Mr. Gladstone. How are you, Mr. Gladstone? That's what it was like. I go walking out. There's Antonio. He's like, all right, Mr. Schmidt. And another waiter goes, hey, Mr. Schmidt. The fucking chick at the the maitre d' thing. Oh, Mr. Schmidt, thank you for coming in. Chef waves a spatula. Hey, Mr. Schmidt. You know what I mean? I walk out. British girl with a huge exploded mouth. Oh, hey, Mr. Schmidt. They're all there doing accents. So and I shake everybody's hand and I walk out. It was just crazy. It was great food. I paid for it. But amazing that he would be even in tune to what the fuck I was doing. It's so weird that he's following it. But again, it shows you who he is. He's very ebullient, and he cares a lot about how people perceive his restaurants. He was on 60 Minutes, for fuck's sake. They did a whole segment because he's trying. He employs all these homeless people and all this stuff to feed DC, and he has a food bank, and he's just an amazing guy. So it was so great. Couldn't cough up $108 for me though, but still he thought about it. Maybe he shows up out here. Who knows? I have no idea. That's never going to fucking happen, right? They immediately threw my address away, right? They had to. And then I thought about it as I'm walking up the street. Again, because you don't think. I gave them my email address, my cell phone number, my home phone number, my address, my name, and my credit card number. They ran my credit cards. They have all that. Maybe Chef Jose Andres keeps opening restaurants because he's stealing identities from people. He plies them with Hoppin' John and compliments. And then like a Spanish thief in the night, he steals their identities. Got my eye on you, Andres. I would have had more success with Chef Jose Aldo, quite frankly. He just wants to beat my ass. He doesn't want to steal my identity and ruin my life. I think I'd rather take an ass kicking from the chef featherweight champion of the world than have my identity stolen by an ebullient chef who used to work at El Bulli. So I walk out. I walk up the street to go catch a cab, and there was a CVS, and I ducked in there to try to find Propel. No Propel. Furious. They had water, regular water. The fuck do you think you are? Caught a cab and then just went home. Went back to the hotel because I had to be up all night anyway, doing the fucking all the nonsense in the Facebook and everything and updating people. And I had a big day ahead of me on Thursday. The Kickstarter drive funding pledge. That's what brought me out to DC. It was one of the 4 cities. This was the second Kickstarter city, but it was the first Kickstarter city where someone who actually paid for the privilege of hanging out with me was going to be. Atlanta was devoid of anyone who wanted to hang out with me. But it turned out that DC not only had 1, but it had 2 people who had paid at the tier of getting to hang out with me and going out to dinner. So our friend Francis, who donated money, yes, Francis, and then our friend Joel Fowler, Francis Waddell and Joel Fowler, they each donated $300 to bring me to town. So I was excited. I tried to arrange it as best I could because Joel, initially I made fun of him because he's just like, oh, I'll just see you on Saturday. And then I made fun of him on the show about how he didn't care. And then he wrote me, he's like, fuck that, I care. Thursday night, fine. We're going to a basketball game. We're going to dinner, done. And I had already made plans with Francis for Thursday night, so I had to call her and go, because Joel was first with the bids. So I had to go in order. And so, but Francis was very nice. She accommodated me. So she and I hung out all day Thursday. She was going to be in the hotel and pick me up, and then we were going to take a cab and just start looking at, it was going to be school day. Start looking at famous stuff. So sure enough, we got in a cab. Frances was very nice. She met me downstairs, and she's awake and talking, and I'm just kind of like, and she gave me, oh, dude, I made her go up to my room because I had to grab something out of my room. Yeah, I know exactly. It's so awful. Hey, why don't you come to my room immediately? Because she gave me gifts and I wanted to put them upstairs. So she gave me a bag. She handed me this bag of, she goes, here you go. And I open it and it's candy, all watermelon flavored candy. Because I've mentioned I hate watermelon, but I love watermelon flavored stuff. It was like watermelon Pop Rocks, watermelon Jolly Ranchers, watermelon gum, watermelon Jelly Bellies. She had gone through the Jelly Bellies and sorted them out and given me just the watermelon ones, which sounds good, I guess, but also she touched all of them probably, right? She couldn't have done that with the tweezers, right?
Oh, you buy them at the Jelly Belly store by flavor.
Oh. All right, I just picture her with a fucking, like a visor on and a scale as she's like all the fucking, the guys making crack in New Jack City who are locked in the fucking, in the Carter. She's fully naked with just like a mask on, and she's pulling jelly beans and sorting them with the fucking tweezers. All right, she's wearing gloves. All right, I feel better about it then. So I went to drop those upstairs, and then she goes, because she's like a punk rock person, and I talked about her on here, and I imitated the Dead Kennedys when I was talking about her. She goes, so I brought you this, and it's a manila envelope, and I opened it up, and I pulled it out, and again, I get the coolest stuff from people. It is a black and white photo that she took 20 years ago on the monument, on the mall in D.C., Washington Monument prominently in the background. In the foreground, Jello Biafra.
Oh my God.
With his shirt off and a camera crew. He's going to be recording stuff there on the mall in Washington. Young Jello with the upside down cross shaved into his chest hair. And in the background is the Washington Monument. And she took the photo from then. And I don't know what to say about that. That's too nice a thing. Like, that's a personal thing, and it tied in with the show, and it was weird that I was imitating Jello while I was singing about her. So stupid. And so my stupidity became something great. And I said, well, you got to sign that for me. She goes, well, I don't want to sign it. It's a black and white picture. I go, well, sign it on the back. And I have to sign stuff for people all the time. They want me to sign ticket stubs or some Never Not Funny stuff even. And then T-shirts, which, by the way, I'm awful with the paint. I tried to sign one for Liana. I'll tell you later. But and people want me to sign things for them, which is nice. And I have to sign thank you notes when I send packages. And I never know what to write. I mean, it's like when I answer an email and I write 9 paragraphs. I could write a million things, and I don't want to be cute. And I just want to make sure people know that I appreciate it. So I'll just write thanks so much. It's just taking the burden off of me of having to think of a clever bullshit thing. But it was driven home to me in sharp relief how fucking lame that is, because our friend David Cook from the Jaegerbaum cast, he has bought a couple of T-shirts and he donated to Kickstarter. So he has my thank you notes on his fridge. He showed me, he took a picture and put it on Facebook, and they both just say, David, thanks so much, Mike Schmidt. I'm like, God damn it, how uncreative am I? I vomit all my creativity all over you people once a week. I got nothing left for fucking signing bullshit. So I say, look, you got to sign that for me. And so she flips the Biafra picture over, and she just wrote, "To the best Mike there is, Francis." How do you top that? I'm just like, I want to steal that and write that to everybody now, like on their page. But now, how unimaginative would that be, for fuck's sake? To the best Mike there is. Oh my God. I was like sad. I didn't want to leave the room. I wanted to just stare at that picture. So we left. And I know, it was amazing, right? So we leave and we go downstairs and I grab him the cab and I'm like, "Lincoln Memorial, please." So weird to say that, but sure enough. We hop in and we drive and I see it in the distance. And Frances is pointing stuff out as we're driving because Frances, her dad was in the Secret Service. And her mom was Vice President of the United States. She wasn't. That made me laugh. I don't know why I thought of it. But her dad was in the Secret Service. So she knows D.C. Like, she grew up around there and all this stuff. And then she lived there when she left home, and she lived with these hookers. She told me about all these trannies. She's telling me this story about, like, I met trannies, and I was asking them about, she was asking advice. They were asking advice from her on her clothes and her hair, how to get her hair color. And she was asking them for advice on how to put on makeup, like, And I'm like, well, good for you. That's a great story. I see trannies, and we have a far different negotiation. I want to know how they could put their makeup somewhere. All right, so we're driving, and she's pointing out things. She's like, "This is this building. This is the APA," and she knew where everything was. And then we see. She goes, "That's the World War II memorial." And I look over, and it's like an arc. I mean, it's so small. And I made fun of it. I'm like, "Man, the Greatest Generation." I said, "Who built that? This generation?" It's such like a lame tribute. And she goes, "Well, no, look." And so I turn my head, and it's an expansive thing that covers the whole field. But I mean, I'm just, my world is just, I'm so myopic, it's just through my window. That's it? Well, no, lean to the left and look. It's all over the fucking place. I was like, that's a terrible tribute to the Greatest Generation. So we go to the Lincoln Memorial, and we get out, and we walk up the steps, and we're looking around. It was amazing. And, there's all there's Lincoln's words on the wall, and it's just, you see those things. It's like when I was at the Statue of Liberty, okay, and you're learning and you're reading and you forget about things, and it's so easy because we're so jaded and we're so full of hate and rage, and we're so polarized, and you got libs and this and Dems and conservatives and whatever the fuck and Republicans. It's not supposed to be like that. It always will, and I know it always will, but still, it's very, very hard not to fall under the spell of the romanticism of democracy when you're at the Lincoln Memorial and you're reading speeches on the wall that are so powerful, that healed the country and at a time when it really needed it. And that you also feel small. You were like, "Oh my God, this is a great man." No wonder there's a fucking, no wonder we're in a giant room with a huge statue of him, because look at this stuff written on the wall. He said this stuff, for fuck's sake. I mean, you wouldn't just do that for anybody else, for Christ's sake. I mean, a great man. Unbelievable, amazing. And you walk outside, and then there's the reflecting pool, and then the monument. There's that famous photo op. So we actually took that picture. Like, Francis took some photos. Maybe I'll put them on Facebook. Maybe I won't. Who knows? I don't look so great. It's early in the morning. I have plenty of pictures of food I could put up if you want. Oh, a shrimp and grapefruit salad. It was fantastic. So I stood out there, and the reflecting pool, I will tell you, it was under repairs. It was covered up with like plywood. It was the plywood pool. But the pictures, I don't care. It's still that long view with the monument in the background. And we took those pictures and we walked. Then we walked down and we saw the Vietnam War Memorial. Again, folks, I never saw these things when I was a kid, and I was supposed to, but maybe even as a kid, I wouldn't have appreciated them the way I did. The Vietnam War Memorial, you look at it, and it is a gut punch. It is fucking 600 steps of agony if you really put yourself in the position to understand what it means. And when I was when I was in New York, and I didn't get to see the 9/11 monument, I saw it from a distance, but I didn't get to walk through and see the names. And I can't imagine it being any more powerful. Certainly it's more fresh in our minds, but it can't be any more powerful than the Vietnam War Memorial. As I walked through and I looked, and you just realize the people who have died in vain in this country for the most ridiculous reasons, and those men did not think that they were dying in vain. They went to do what they were supposed to do. It's unfortunate that events have unfolded after the fact that have pointed out really the futility of what went on in Vietnam. And don't fucking write me, okay? I'm an idiot. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. All I know is I saw a seemingly never-ending wall of names of people who died. And that was enough to make me think, you know what? There's mistakes being made. That's all. I'm not casting aspersions on America. Don't fucking write me. And certainly don't shoot me if you see me in my hoodie at the airport. So that's, maybe that's the only reason I wear my hoodie to the airport. I feel safe because I know they have so much security. Well, with 5 dudes having a chat and telling me to pick up bins, I mean, it's not like they're looking for guns or anything. All right, so. But it's overwhelming and powerful when you see those symbols and the names, and you see the people walking and looking, and there was actually, it's funny, there was a directory. They have a directory not just where you can actually flip pages and look for names by alphabetical order. And I walked to it and I started to flip through it, and a man came up behind me, and I just stepped aside. I said, "Please feel free." And he goes, "No, you're ahead of me." And I said, "You may have a reason to be here." I said, "I'm just browsing." And he's like, okay, because honestly, I don't have any family or anybody on that wall. So he flipped through and we walked, and we started walking up the street. We were in she wanted to take me to Einstein's statue, because Einstein's statue, I guess you can actually sit in, because everything else in Washington is don't touch. But Einstein's statue, I guess I could fuck if I wanted to. So she's like, "We'll get a picture of it. It'll be amazing." And I said, "Great." So we go walking. She asked a guard. She's like, "I know it's right around here somewhere." He goes, "It's over there, but it's blocked off now." She goes, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Well, they're doing all these renovations. So sure enough, we get close. Because again, after 9/11, you can't get into the monument. You can't get into anything. And as we get and by the way, the monument, the Washington Monument, also amazing and visible from really anywhere where you are in this area where I was, certainly walking on the mall or anywhere, you would see the monument just looming over the city with that red blinking eye of Saruman on the top, just keeping an eye on everything that was happening to warn you of the orcs that were going to be flooding in eventually. So Gimli and I are over there at the Vietnam War Memorial. We're digging a trench. And we're walking, we go looking for the Einstein statue, and it was all blocked off. And I said, "Well, is there you think we can sneak in? Is there like a thing I could hop the fence or something?" She goes, "Well," Francis is like, "That's kind of what I do. Like, I'm kind of sneaky. So let's go look." I'm like, "All right, Francis is sneaky." So we went up to the thing, and unfortunately it was airtight. Like the fence was deep into the ground, and there was no entrance. I would have had to hop, and there was barbed wire. And fat guy hopping a fence is not a good look. So I decided to pass. And Francis is like, "All right, well, let's walk up here," because our Capitol tour was at like 1:40. And we had left the hotel at around 10:30. So after looking at these memorials and all this stuff, then we get in a cab and we take it and we start looking at other buildings, and we get to the Capitol. And we were early. So she goes, "All right, well, there's a botanical gardens over here, and then there's a Library of Congress over here. We can go run in real quick and look at some fast documents and then duck out." And I said, "Okay." And then we start walking. But the thing is, Frances is... she's a little spitfire, she's a little dynamo. She's ready to walk and go all over the place. I'm a fat dude, man. We're walking uphill, and I'm kind of like, I'm keeping up, but at the same time, I'm starting to sweat, and it's getting a little, because another thing too, the weather in Washington, D.C. was unfucking believable. It was 80 degrees. It was so gorgeous. And so I wore a flannel shirt that I eventually had to just take off, and I'm walking, and I tied it around my waist. No, I didn't. And so, yes, oh, sure, good looking. So we're walking, and then we get to the Library of Congress thing, and we walk inside, and it turns out that this building that we went into didn't have the Declaration of Independence. It didn't have any of that stuff. That was over at the Hall of Records. They had duplicates. So we ducked out of there. We went into a different place. Whatever. Again, it's that thing where you're just hopping into historical doors. You know what I mean? And just, hey, is George Washington in here anywhere? No? See you later. You duck out. Because I'm fascinated with George Washington, as I talked to you about last week. Washington, 6'20", fucking killing for fun. You know him. All right, so I'm fascinated by him, so I want to see him everywhere. So then we went into the Capitol, and we had to go underneath. We looked around at some stuff by the Capitol, and then we had to go in a tunnel to go where the tour was. And then there's statues everywhere. There's a statue of Kamehameha, Hawaii. Every state gets to put a statue of whoever they want in there. And it's true. They can all pick like whoever they want. All right, I'll get to that in a second. So we go into the Capitol. We go into this little museum, and we're looking around at stuff. And it's Francis and I. And so I felt, and Francis, again, people don't know how to act around me. And I don't know how to act around people, so it works out perfectly. Because Francis, she put on lipstick for like a photo that she wanted to take, but she did it kind of on the run. And so it went bananas. I mean, it was like, it was like, it was like she tried to put it on for a nice photo op, but it turned into pretty. And I didn't want to tell her at first, so we're walking around. And she has this, this horrible, lipstick path up her eye. I mean, it's just like, it's all over her head. It looks like she had eaten a Slurpee with no straw. Like, just went face first into a trough full of icy and went off. So it was crazy, this weird pattern. It was almost like she had drawn a swastika and a 5-pointed star of lipstick on her face. That crazy. So I didn't say anything. Well, what am I going to do? I don't know her very well. So we're walking, and then we go into the museum. There's a Capitol Museum. They had a Statue of Freedom. So I was taking pictures of that, and we went into this museum where you're not supposed to take pictures. And of course, I'm taking pictures because I'm stupid. Because they had a cool snake thing, like a snake door knocker, and then they had sandstone. She made fun of me because I touched everything. Like I had to touch all. They had like these bricks, and then whenever they had embossed words, I had to rub my hands over them. Or when they were dug into the marble, I had to rub my hands on them. And she's like, "Oh, Lily would totally make fun of you right now." And we walked in and we're looking at stuff. And then I will tell you this: they had all these different things under glass, and it was pictures of statesmen. But then they had this, and this is look. All right, again, you can't help but be moved by what you're looking at because it's the history of this country. But then I come around the corner and there's a picture of a guy named Everett Dirksen. And he was a senator from Illinois, I suppose. And they had a picture of him, and alongside him, his picture, they had a picture of his golden gilded shaving mug with the name Dirksen in like old world calligraphy on it. And it said, "This is one of the shaving mugs that was kept in the senatorial barber shop one for each senator every year." And then they had a picture of the barbers, and they had and all of them had a mug where you would mix up their fucking shaving foam. And every senator, it was a golden chalice with their name on it. I was like, how fucking vulgar is this? It's like, these are servants of the people, and we're here to vote and make sure that everything is fine. And you have golden gilded chalices with their shaving foam. What the fuck? It just seemed like so out of place and weird, and also out of place and weird to be in the museum of the Capitol. That seems like something the rebels would display after they took over this country. You wonder why we had to put these fat bastards down? Look at these golden chalices they used to shave their faces with. We're eating with plastic forks in the cafeteria. They have golden chalices that contains their shaving backwash, viscera. It was so out of place, so incongruous to everything else that I was looking at. Why would you stick that on there? What's the honor in that? Awful. So we're looking around at everything, and I will tell you this. Then I come upon, you're looking, there's pictures, and there's mosaics, and then there's, compilation photos, and then there's senators, and all these on displays, pens, and everything you can imagine they keep and they put under glass. And then I'm walking, and there's a wall, and because they have all these huge display cases. But as I turn the corner and I'm looking, there was a wall, and it just had a plexiglass window in the wall with a flag, trifolded, triangle. And there's a sign, and it just says that this is the flag that was flying over the Capitol on 9/11. And it's the only time I got goosebumps. I was moved, certainly, and I was amazed by everything that I looked at. And even, like at the Statue of Liberty, you start to give yourself over to the history of the situation, and to look at everything but to see that, and it just reading it chilled me. Because everything else, again, fucking golden shaving mugs and everything, pens, that's all fine. That all has led to where we are now to a certain point. But the 9/11 flag, because that was the one flying over the Capitol on the day. So I'm sure it might even have some of the Pentagon smoke in it. It just really, if you look at it and extrapolate it to a larger thing, it became bigger to me than it actually was. It was certainly symbolized a lot more than just a flag and that day. And then you pulled back, and I didn't even notice that wall, the whole wall. They had pictures of things. They had pictures of AIDS protesters, and they didn't shy away. Like, remember when I said I went to Ellis Island? They didn't shy away from the murder and the rape and the stealing of the luggage and all that other bullshit. By the way, stealing of the luggage definitely belongs on the bottom of that list. Murder, then rape, stealing of luggage. I absolutely said those in the proper order. But then reading these things, they had the picture of the AIDS protesters, and they have a picture of 9/11 of the towers right when the second plane hits. So they have the first plane's on fire and that huge fireball, and it's in color, and it's on the wall, and it explains what it was, and amazing. So we're just taking it all in at that point, and because I didn't expect to see those pictures, I expected just to see, hey, here's a guy in a powdered wig, and certainly they're there. But then to see something in color, it was very vibrant and amazing. And then I turned around, and And there's another picture of 9/11, but like with even more of a fireball. I thought it was 9/11 at first, but it was just a fireball. I turn around and just this huge, expansive fireball, and then I realized, oh, that's Francis's lipstick. All right, so. So I didn't say anything. So we walk through. And I start touching sandstone. I start touching the tiles from wherever. And, they have all those famous things. And then we duck out and there's statues that were taking pictures of Helen Keller and some guy with mutton chops. I took a mutton chop statue guy. I don't even know what he was. It says on the base, but I don't give a fuck. He had awesome mutton chops. So I took a picture of him. And then we're asking around these red coat dudes. And we're like, hey, where do we get in line? And we get in line. We're waiting for the Capitol tour. And she's like, I'm having a good time. I said, so am I. And the thing is, when I finish with her, I have to go meet Joel for the basketball game. So we're in line for the Capitol tour, and we're talking. And then I took a picture of Francis to send to Karen. I Twittered. I'm like, hey, Francis and I are in line at the Capitol. And then, or to text, I should say. And then I said to Francis, I go, hey, this is weird. All right, but I have to tell you this. She's like, what? And I said, your lipstick is bananas. And she's like, oh my God, what? I said, it looks like you put it on a trampoline. I mean, honestly, it's... And so she takes her mirror out and she's looking and furiously. And because I'm incapable of just going, I mean, I could have, but I tried to be nice and make it kind of funny. But she got, so it was like awkward. And she wrote it out great. But I know it made an impression because literally 2 days ago she texted me. Is like, is my lipstick okay? Like awful. Like, I don't know. Hold on. Let me look out the window. Nope. I can see it from here. You need to wipe it off. So she fixes her lipstick before we go into the Capitol because she doesn't want a senator to flee in terror. And we go in and we meet these people and we sit down to watch a movie about the Capitol. And then they show they give you like a 15-minute movie about, democracy and, welcome to freedom. And then they show amber waves of grain and then an eagle, all that 8th grade bullshit type of stuff. Because I don't mean to say it's bullshit. It does affect you. But when you look at what's going on in the world now and how these guys desperately want Obama out of office, people hate Obama and people hate conservatives and abortion and all these fights. And then they're talking about compromise is the soil that is tilled and the seed that is planted is cooperation. Shut the fuck up. None of that is true. Ever. Maybe when you filmed this 1,000 years ago when you had golden gilded chalices that you shaved your faces out of. Not anymore. Now I picture like all the Democrats going in and they're saying these golden chalices are ours and having a huge brawl in the shaving center. The senatorial shaving center. For the love of God, think of the brushes. So fuck me. We watched this movie and I'm like, okay. And I dealt with it. And I should say, by the way, I've only got 2 hours of sleep because I had been up just crazy. So I closed my eyes and listened. We went upstairs and we took the tour of the Capitol and they give you these little headsets and they bring you in and it's fucking amazing. They bring you in and there's all the paintings you've seen, the famous paintings of the Delaware and all that bullshit. And I don't mean all that bullshit. That's just shorthand for fucking amazing. I know you're tired of hearing me say it. But awesome statues of Washington. And I took pictures. I should tell you this. I took all these pictures of Washington, like different statues. And when we went into the Capitol before the tour, Francis and I were looking for like an exit. And this might have happened afterwards. This is after whatever. I'll get to that in a second. So whatever. After the Capitol tour, we walk out and there's a bust of Washington and a bust of Jefferson. And I'm like, I got to get some pictures of Washington. She's like, you have 1 million. I don't care. Any picture of Washington I could get, I did. But then there was a girl for some reason. She was down there they were talking about Jefferson. There's like a tour guide telling them about Jefferson, and she was hot, but she was only like 18 maybe. But she had like, legging pants on and she had like a blouse on that was belted and she had her hands, guys will know what I'm talking about here. Women might. We saw her from the back and she had her hands behind herself on her ass. Like, you know how you just put your hands like where you rest, like if you were to put your hands in your back pockets. She didn't have back pockets. She had them on her ass and she kept rubbing her ass and her thighs with her hands, just like the whole time. And I even said to Fran, dude, I'm a mile away. And I go, well, how do you think the ass rubber feels about it? And Francis is like, what? And I go, check out that girl down there. And it's like literally like $6 million man eye. She's like, how did you see that girl? But then we just sat there and watched as she rubbed her ass in front of Jefferson for hours and hours, like many slaves had done in the past. She was like an 18-year-old Sally Hemings, just furiously rubbing her ass in front of Jefferson, waiting to get worked. And so I go, I got to go down and get a picture of Jefferson. But I really wanted to see the chick's face. So we walked down there to go look, and then their tour group booked right at the last second. I'm like, no, ass rubber, stay. So I took photos of Washington and Jefferson. Then we did the Capitol tour. We went in and we saw that. We saw these statues that are amazing. And then they take you through and they're like, all right, now there's John Boehner's office, which is amazing. And then they, because it's right there, because he's the only one who has an office there. Everybody else goes and has their office space somewhere else. And I couldn't wait to get into the chamber and see the senators talking and all that stuff. So they go, well, now we're going to go to the crypt. And our tour guide was amazing. He was really good. I got to stop saying fucking amazing. God damn it. Find a better word. Swallow a thesaurus for the rest of this fucking show. Thesaurus. So we get down to the crypt, and that's amazing. And when they say the crypt in my head, I'm like, do they have creepy, like is John Quincy Adams buried down there? That's awesome. I'm going to see a skeleton. I didn't know what the fuck it was. And then I think Nicolas Cage is going to burst out of the floor with a map. So they take us down to their statues all over the place. And then he said, hey, man, these statues, every state gets 2 statues. But the only rule is that the government gets to decide what the statue looks like. So yeah, he goes, they choose whoever they want. And I said, well, who chooses? He said, the state. I said, they can choose whoever they want? Because he asked if there were any questions. And I said, yes, of course, because I have a question. And everybody else is quiet. And I said, who chooses? He goes, the state. And I go, well, how can they do that? They can pick anybody they want? He goes, yeah, but the rule is it has to be approved by the government. I go, oh, so they can say no. And he goes, well, no, they can't reject a statue. They can just tell you what it needs to look like as you submit what it looks like. I said, so what if what if Illinois wanted to pick Michael Jordan? He goes, they could. Just the federal government would tell them what the statue had to look like. I was like, that's awesome. That's hilarious. The sad news is that eventually, once, all these idiots get into power, all you young people, we're going to have like a statue of Snooki at the goddamn Capitol for Jersey. There's Bruce Springsteen and Snooki. So we got out of the crypt, and this is pretty amazing. In the center, amazing, fuck! I said it again. In the center of the crypt, there's a spot that is in all 4 area codes of D.C. It's the direct center of the city. This one particular spot is the direct center of the city, and it's all 4 area codes are in the crypt. They're different area codes or whatever, or 2 area codes. Might have been 4. I don't know. I wasn't paying much attention. I was thinking about the Michael Jordan statue I was going to commission for the crypt. So we see all this stuff. We see the crypt, and then we're downstairs, and it's been about 20 minutes. And then he goes, okay, well, this is the conclusion of the tour. Why don't you guys go ahead and give me your headsets, and you can find your way out. There's a main exit there. You can walk around and look at more statues. And I looked at Francis, and I'm like, how come we don't get to go see the senators talk? And he says, oh, no, you need an invite for that. You need an invitation, just like for the White House, because they turned me down. You need to get invited to go in and check out the fucking senators. He goes, you can get one for tomorrow. Oh, fuck that. I don't want one for tomorrow. I got a show tomorrow, for fuck's sake. And I looked at Francis, and I'm like her son, like this said, but you said with the Capitol tour. And the funny thing is, Eric works there. He could have brought me in to see some senators. I should have called him and said, hey, Francis and I are outside. Take me to see a fucking senator yelling at somebody or getting shaved. Even better. Take me to the goddamn shaving chamber. I'll put on some sunglasses so the glinting light off of the golden lips of their chalices doesn't blind me. Even though I should gouge out my eyes just to be in their presence. So sure enough, I looked at Frances. She's like, oh, I'm real sorry. And I'm like, it's okay. We got to fucking get out of here anyway. And so we walk out, we find the exit. And then we were looking for the exit. And then I saw a door. And I said, let's go in that door. And she's like, okay. And we did. We just started walking around the catacombs. Like we walked into these, and it was all meeting rooms and office space and committee rooms for the Capitol. And I went in there and started walking around. Nobody said anything to me. Because you know why? My out was there was all these signs that said exit with an arrow. So I was going to go, oh yeah, I was just following those signs. But I wasn't. I was trying to see a bunch of shit that was going on. I wanted to walk by a senator. Because there was there were House of Representative guys, congressmen in the crypt, like leading some of their constituents on a tour. So I'm like, well, maybe I run into those dudes out at the podium or something. So Frances is like, I can't believe you're doing this, because she's a sneaky chick like me. And she's like, all right, let's go. So we walked around and we started poking our head in committee rooms, and there was nobody in there. And then I saw another room and it said exit. And I said, fuck exit, let's go into this room. So we went into another door. We're walking around and we couldn't, and I was bummed because I wanted to get busted. Actually, I wanted to get rousted by some guy just so I could have something to say, like, hey, oh, I'm sorry, where am I going? But instead we just kept following signs and nobody said a word. And I got to be honest, that's a little disconcerting. That fat me in my fucking flannel shirt can get into the bowels of the Capitol whenever I want. Everybody else is walking around and they're going, hey, is there a Michael Jordan statue somewhere around here? And I'm rifling through looking for goddamn protractors. Where's Chuck Grassley's hat? All right, so I'm walking and we're looking, and then finally I actually I was bored of mischief. That's because we didn't find anything good. Like we just kept going and opening doors and looking in places, and it was just a bunch of empty rooms. And I'm like, God damn it, let's just leave. I was actually bored of mischief, so we split. And she's like, and Frances is so funny. She's like, we can go look at the Declaration of Independence for 5 minutes if you want. Like she was used to it because she's seen everything, so she wants to hit and run all this stuff and check it out. And I'm just like, I'm burnt. I go, let's go eat. Let's eat something, and I got to meet this guy for the basketball game. So we grabbed a cab. We went to go to a place called Firefly. It's a cafe that I looked up online because she had a list of places to eat. And I was like, well, they look good, but let's go to Firefly. So we take this cab. It's like a $13 cab ride. I get out. I pop into Firefly. And I had to be back at the hotel I had to meet him at 6:30 at the game. So it's now about 4:15. We get to Firefly and we walk in and the guy goes, hey, you guys here for happy hour? We're like, no, we want to eat. He goes, oh, cool. We start serving dinner at 5:30. But there are salty snacks available at the bar if you'd like. And I said, your website doesn't say anything about lunch and dinner being separate. It just says you're open 11 to 9. And he's like, yeah, we are separate. So if you go a block up the street, there's a restaurant called The Front Page or something you can eat there. And I'm like, fuck you. I took a cab here for $13. So we go out, we hail another cab. And I go, you know what? Go to, there's a guy from Top Chef named Spike Mendelson. He's got 2 restaurants called Great Grub Eatery and We the Pizza on Pennsylvania Avenue. And I'm like, well, I'll give those a day in court. Why not? So we hop in a fucking traffic on the cab and we're not moving and time's ticking away. And Francis goes, I don't really need to eat. Like, if you need to go back to the room, I understand. Because I'm going to take a shower because I was all fucking swamp ass from walking around. And she's like, I don't mind. I can go take the train and go home. And I said, all right, well, do you mind really? And she goes, no. And I said, good. I told the guy he would take me to the Courtyard by Marriott. So we split. And he takes a left and a right and a left. He's driving, we're moving, and traffic's going. And we get close. He's like, all right, it's going to be up Rhode Island. It's over here. And out of the corner of my eye, I see an S, like a chrome S, and I know what it is. And I go, whoa, is that Shake Shack? He goes, what? And I go, is that Shake Shack? He goes, yeah. I go, Shake Shack, go. Because Shake Shack is a burger joint that I've heard about. It's like the In-N-Out of New York. Because there's Five Guys, which is based in Boston, and then there was In-N-Out here, and then there's Shake Shack in New York. And I've heard so much about it. And I tried to go in New York when I was there, and it was closed on New Year's Day. So the guy fucking whips 9 U-turns, and he drives to Shake Shack. He drops Francis and I off. We hop across the street, and I buy us some food. I got a peanut butter malt. I got a fucking shake cheeseburger with like extra onion on it, and she got some food. And I ordered 1 fry. They gave us 2. It was a big, and I fucking inhaled it because I got to get to the hotel. So I wolfed all this food, and she wolfed her food, and we walked outside to grab a cab. And then she's like, we're only half mile from the hotel. So we walk down Rhode Island and get to the hotel. I bust her balls the whole time we're walking. I'm like, could have been in a cab. Could have been in a cab doing this. And she's like, you're gonna take a shower anyway. And I could have been in a cab because that's what I do. So we walk, and then I say goodbye to her, give her a hug. She's nice. She takes off. I go into the hotel, and I go upstairs, and I immediately throw up all of my Shake Shack because I wolfed it. It was a peanut butter malt and a fucking burger, and I killed it so fast. I couldn't move. It was disgusting. I go, I gotta get rid of it. So I fucking evacuated, and then I was gonna get in the shower, and it was 10 to 6, and I'm like, well, I can hop in and take a quick shower because it's only like a 5-minute cab ride. So 10 to 6, I go, well, you know what? I'm going to just close my eyes until 6 o'clock, and then I'll get in the shower. And I laid down at 10 to 6 on the bed, and I closed my eyes, and then I woke up, and it was 7:15. Game started at 7. I was meeting Joel at 6:30. Joel, who paid $300 to meet me and hang out. I immediately jump up. I look at my phone, 9 messages from Joel and texts because he's waiting for me. Okay, he's not going into the game. He's waiting to meet me. He doesn't know me. I lose my shit. I immediately call him, and I fuck a shower, and I grab my stuff and I walk right out the door, and I go, I'm on my way. And he does that cool thing you do when you're trying to be nice to somebody, and you go, look, you don't have to. It's he didn't want to impose. And I go, fuck that. I go, I want to be there. I'm on my way. And he's like, all right, just call me when you get close. Got in the cab, Verizon Center's 1.9 miles from where I was. We roll. I wave. He's outside waiting for me. I hop out in traffic. I fucking pay the cab dude. I go in. Joel's really awesome. We check in. The Wizards are up by 20. The Wizards are awful. The Wizards are awful too, by the way. And he's a season ticket holder. So he's like, yeah, this is unbelievable. The Wizards are up by 20 points. It's fucking crazy. So we walk in. He goes, do you want any food? I go, no, let's just get to the seats. Let's hang out. So we go find his seats, which are retarded. They are in the corner of the court, and they're like 10. There's 10 rows off the court, and then 4 more rows. We're 14 rows off the court, basically, and we're so close. And like I said, the Wizards are up by 20, and he sits down, and I'm talking to him, and I just had a great time. So then halftime comes, we go to walk the concourse. He's like, do you want to eat? I go, I'll get a Coke, because I haven't slept much, so I'll drink. It's the first Coke I've had in like 8 months. So we walk the concourse, and then there's fucking cheerleaders. Like, all the cheerleaders are out there taking pictures. And he goes, you want to take a picture with the cheerleaders? I go, yeah, I want to take a picture with all the cheerleaders. I go, that'd be funny, right? And he goes, yeah, actually, that is funny. So we went, and there was like 6 of them. And then we tried to, I said, can I just literally, just with all of you, just one? And they're like, and this guy's, and of course they have their mouthpiece guy. Sorry, bud, they're going back to work. Yes, work. I picture them filling out their application. Talents, jumping. Shaking frilly objects. So he takes 4 of them, but 2 of them are over on the side, and they go, we'll take a picture with you. So I walk over, I took a picture, and it was funny, I got cut in front of kids. Excuse me, Junior, I was awful. And I took a picture, and then I, of course, Twittered that, and sent that out to everybody. And then, of course, some people are like, haha, you're fat. Oh, well, great, thanks for that, appreciate it. Whatever, terrible. Whatever, who cares? So then we go and we sit down, we watch the rest of the game, and I kept teasing him. I go, this isn't going to last, right? The Wizards are going to get crushed here. It's going to happen. He's like, shut up, and I'm teasing him. I go, I'm rooting for your Wizards, but at the same time, come on, it's the Pacers. They're a lunch bucket team. They grind on you. And sure enough, the 20-point lead got down to 18, 16, 11, 9, back up by 12, down by 8. Pacers cut it to 6. Go to the fourth quarter, Pacers cut it to 4, and I just kept looking. Every time I'd look at him and I'd go, lunch bucket. And he's like, shut up, man. He fucking elbowed me. And it's going on. And then fucking like Big George Murasan comes out of nowhere, and I wanted a photo with him. He used to play, he was in My Giant with Billy Crystal.
Oh, yes.
Okay, he was a basketball player for the Wizards, or for the Bullets at the time. And he comes walking out, and he's a paid ambassador for the team, and he shakes everybody's hands. And I wanted a picture so fucking bad, but it's like, I didn't want to bother him. He was talking to some Russian chick, and I'm like, I'm not going to fucking impose on My Giant. Because what I want, and it was so funny because I wanted to get the picture and then Twitter it and just go, attention, Billy Crystal, I have your giant. That's all I was going to say. Damn it. But I couldn't get his attention to take a picture, and by the time I did, it was like too late. So then like 6 becomes 4, and then 4 becomes 3, and then the Pacers cut it to 2, and then the Wizards go back up with like a 3-point play and a huge dunk, and Joel's like, yeah, and I'm like, yeah, Wizards, and then they cut it to 1, and he just looks at me and he goes, this is gonna happen, isn't it? And I just go, lunch bucket. Just that kind of team that grinds and grinds and grinds. They're not flashy. It's just a bunch of great dudes playing basketball. Fucking Paul George and Danny Granger, and they're just coming after you. Tyler Hansbrough after you. Lunch bucket. And then the Pacers, Paul George hits a 3. They go up 1 late in the game, and he's just looking. And it was funny. Joel was actually like mad because he's a fan, and he's just sitting there passively with his face like, I can't believe this happened. And I said, this is awful. I feel bad for you. Sorry. And he's like, no, it's no big deal. I don't care so much. And I go, okay, lunch bucket. Because that's the shit I do with my friend Jeff. If I saw Jeff, I would do it to him. So they Wizards get the ball for a final shot. John Wall is their big star, and he's dribbling, and then he has to dribble back out, and he drives, and then he shoots. The horn goes off, and he shoots, and he makes it. Overtime. Crazy. Everybody's going crazy. But it was after the fucking buzzer, no doubt. And sure enough, they showed on the scoreboard after the buzzer. Everybody goes home. Pacers win. Lunch bucket. So we go to leave, and he wanted to bring me out to Thai food. So we go, because it's right by Chinatown, the Verizon Center. We go walking, and he has this restaurant. We go inside, and they were very nice. We go upstairs, and off to the side was a table of Americans. Do you have anything that's like broccoli in it? Do you have And like these poor Asian waitresses are like really heavily Asian. They're legit. All right, they're from Asia. So they're trying to talk, and she's like, broccoli, and she's like, I just want some chicken and broccoli. Do you have anything with I saw broccoli. Anything with chicken and broccoli? And then they're like, no, we don't. And she goes, and the one girl goes, get chicken and asparagus. It's kind of the same thing. I'm like, they're awful people. Why are you here? There's a McDonald's somewhere with your name on it. So we order our food. We get he orders corn fritters, and I order a spicy mango and shrimp salad with cashews, roasted cashews. And then I ordered chive dumplings, which were awful. And then I ordered a deep fried soft shell crab with yellow curry. So good. They bring it to the table, and I can't stop eating the curry. I would have eaten it with a straw. It was that I would have had it literally. If you put it in a malt, I would have fucking eaten it. It was so good. And I'm eating the goddamn crab, and then the corn fritter was good, but then the shrimp mango was spicy and awesome. The mango was cool. It was good food. Took pictures of that. Didn't Twitter it because I'm not alone. I'm with Joel. That seems ridiculous. Hold on, Joel. I need to show my adoring public pictures of a mango. Stupid. So we order the food, and he's talking, and then he actually had he wanted to get in depth and ask me some questions about me, and I'm like, really? All right. So I'm answering questions. Well, he's just about the show and about he was. I hear how he was very nice. What he said was, he goes, I hear you're down on yourself like all the time, and you talk about how you're not happy, and I want to know if that's true, kind of like, I mean, or if that's he had interesting questions. So I answered them to the best of my ability with a mouthful of crab, and. So then we're watching the NCAA tournament, and we're having a good time, a good conversation. He was a nice guy. He used to be a music journalist, and he's got kids now, and he works for the government. He's a nice guy. So they bring the check for dinner, and he pulls out his credit card. And I go, dude, I got this. And I grabbed the check, and he goes, no. He goes, I'm paying. And I said, look, Joel, you gave me money for Kickstarter. And in your reward tier is me buying you dinner. So it's fine. I mean, that's the whole point, is I'm paying for dinner because you actually paid for the privilege of me paying for dinner tonight. So we're cool. And there's a beat, and I take the check, and he goes, well, I did bring you to the basketball game. And and I said, what? He goes, well, at least I did bring you to the basketball game. And I said, how much was the basketball game ticket? And he goes, what? And I go, how much was the ticket? I'll fucking pay you right now.
Oh, no.
And he goes, no, I didn't mean it like that. I go, yeah, you did. I go, so you're saying at least you brought me to the basketball game? Like I should be grateful for that? You're the one who asked me to go to the basketball game, Joel. I didn't ask to go to the basketball game. You bought this reward tier to hang out, and so I'm buying you dinner, and that's what we're doing. I go, I told you I would pay. I'm happy to pay for the basketball ticket if that's what you want, if you need that cash. And he goes, no, I didn't mean it like that. And I go, no, dude, seriously. I go, you told me how much it was per game, but I'm looking at the ticket and it says it's $60 per game. So I'll give you $60 right now if you want $60, or we can hit an ATM, or you want me to write you a check. I don't fucking care. If you want $60, I'm happy to give it to you to pay for the basketball ticket. And he just goes, what? Oh my God, no. I'm just saying that at least I got to give you the basketball game, and because I feel bad that I didn't get to pay for dinner, so I wheeled on him like I fucking. I'm crazy, but I'm not crazy. I am crazy. There's no doubt, but it was like he was saying, well, you know what, dude, I did bring you to the basketball game. You should be grateful for that. And it's like, dude, I don't fucking. I am grateful for that, but you asked me to go there. I didn't ask to go there, so I'll give you your fucking money right now. I wheeled on him. I just did, and his face was like, what the fuck is happening? And I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I don't think. You know what I mean? Because people are awkward around me anyway because they don't know me. They know me, but I don't know them. So, and they're all waiting for some weird thing to happen with me anyway. And so I lost it. Because I thought he was basically rubbing in my face that I wasn't paying for the basketball game. So I offered him the money, and he's like, no. And he goes, no, I'm saying that I wish I could pay for dinner too. Like I'm saying it to me. Well, at least you got to bring him to the basketball game. Like he was reassuring himself out loud. And I'm like, all right. I said, that's fine. I said, but I'm happy to pay if you want me to pay. And he goes, no. So I paid the check, and we left. And we're walking around, and he's like, do you need to go home or whatever? I go, no, I'm here to hang out. That's fine. And we walk, and DC is alive. I will tell you this, man. It is I tell you, I love cities. DC was no exception because it was just alive at all times. It was just vibrant on the street, and we're walking. Came upon a nightclub with 1,000 people outside. We're walking there, and he has me walking up and down the street, and he's like, I don't even know where we're going. I'm just walking through the city. That's fine with me. And we're going left, right, and then I see a Citibank, and I'm like, I need to go to the ATM. And he's like, okay. I said, you sure you don't need that $60? He's like, oh my God. So I get my cash for walking around. It turns out he's taking me to the White House. We were close enough to walk. And so I go, okay. So we're walking. And then we come upon where we're supposed to be. And there's some government building, which looks amazingly like the White House, but isn't. And then he goes up to a cop, and he's like, hey, what's the best way to get to look at the White House? He goes, well, you're not going to see anything because the lights are out. It's too late because it was already like 11:15. He goes, yeah. He goes, you'll be able to see like the lawn, but it's dark. I mean, you won't be able to see anything. And he's like, oh. Okay, so he looks at me and he's like, well, we can go approach to the back and look at the back of the front. And I go, I don't care. This is your show, man, whatever we're doing. I took some pictures of the monument in the dark, which was fucking amazing. And he goes, all right, well, the guy says we should walk up here. So we walked up. We didn't see the White House. We just saw dark. We didn't see anything. I don't think we got far enough to get to the White House. And then Joel's just like, well, let's double back. So we doubled back. And that cop was there. I said, dude, I want you to walk up to him and just go, thanks for nothing. And he's like, what? I said, just walk up to him and just go, thanks for nothing, pal. And then we walked up, and it was quiet, and I'm waiting for him to do it, and we kept walking. He didn't do it. God damn it. How do you not do it? And then I thought I should do it, but I didn't talk to the cops, and I looked like an idiot. So we just walked. And then I sat on a wall. And then we talked a little bit, and then he's like, he checked on the trains, and the trains had stopped running. So he's like, I got to get a cab back to Virginia. I said, okay. So we walked and we looked, and we got to the cabs, and there were just happened to be two cab drivers talking, and one guy said, I'll take you to your hotel, and the other guy, and I said, I need to go to a grocery store too. The guy says, okay, no problem, and then the other guy took Joel to Virginia. So I said goodbye to him, said I'd see him at the show, split, and I went to go get Propel because I had no Propel in my room, and I hadn't spent much time in my room anyway. So we go and we climb in. I climb in the cab, and he goes, oh, I'll take you to a grocery store. And he's Ethiopian, too, by the way. They corner the market on fucking cab drivers in D.C. It's all Ethiopians. And he doesn't, I go, I just need a 24-hour grocery store. He's like, well, like what? I go, Safeway, I don't care, whatever you got. So he drives, and as we're driving, we drive past a strip club. And we drive past like another strip club. I drive past 3 strip clubs trying to find Propel. I could find porn easier than I could find fucking Propel in that fucking town. Because then he takes me to a Whole Foods. And I wanted to go, hey, Ethiopia, Whole Foods is not open at 11:30 at night. What the fuck is your problem? Take me to a 24-hour grocery store. I said, Safeway. Do you know where? He goes, well, yes, there's one over here, but this one's closed. I go, but it doesn't matter if it's closed. So then I stop at a 7-Eleven. And I run into the 7-Eleven. They don't have it. They don't have any Propel. So then we're driving. Then there's like a mini mart. Gas station. I go, let me go run in there, just in case. And I run in, nothing. So 3 stops, no Propel. Finally, he goes, well, let's just go to the grocery store. So go to a 24-hour Safeway. He parks. And he goes, hold on. He goes, wait a minute. And he takes out a stack and he starts looking. He goes, I have a card that if you show it to them, you will save money.
I love it.
I said, what are you talking about? He goes, Safeway, it's a card, and you swipe it and it saves money off of the merchandise. And I wanted to say, what's funny? I did get a Safeway card in San Francisco. Cost me $30. But instead I used his. I let him, he dug it out. I got it. I ran inside and there was Propel. And it was a good deal because there was 2 for $5 on the 6-packs. So I scooped up 3 of those, or 4 of those, I should say. And I ran out. I used, I didn't check his name, but he was another Ethiopian dude. Saved him some cash. And got in the cab and went home. And then, of course, stayed up until 6:30 in the morning, even though I was tired. And went to sleep. And then Friday, I like to get up. Friday's all about the show. So I get up and I just kind of veg out and I think of jokes and figure out, I put together what I did during the days, but I also knew I only had 2 hours at the show, so I couldn't really do a lot of talking about DC. So I was fine with that. I was just wanted to make sure I hit the beats on the one man, and I would talk a little bit about Washington. So I got a wake-up call for 12:30, so I figured I'll get 6 hours of sleep. It's fine. Wake-up call comes at 12:30. I pick it up and I hang it up, and I look at the clock. It's 1. And I go, well, I'll just lay here and think of some jokes. And then it's 2. And then all of a sudden I woke up at 3:30, folks. I wake up at 3:30, and now I've got stuff to do. I actually have to print out the will call list. I have to be at the theater at 6. So I have to print the will call list. I've got to, get ready for the show. I've got to think of some jokes. And I just don't like leaving myself that little of a window. So I go downstairs. I go to print the will call list. And I come back up to get ready for the show. And I go to shave for the show. And I had forgotten my razors at home. My razors and my shaving cream. And I was like, God damn it. Because I'm fancy. I have a Gillette fucking whatever the fuck Glide Ultra. It's got 5 blades. Who knows? So, but I had to shave, man, because I look like a fucking animal, which you'll see if I post any of the photos from the monument. So I call the front desk. I go, do you guys have a gift shop where you sell razors? She goes, yeah, come on down. So I said, all right. I get in the elevator. I go downstairs. Go to the front desk. I go, hi, I'm looking for the gift shop. She goes, oh, did you just call? I go, yeah. She goes, here you go. She opens a drawer and she pulls out like 2 envelopes of and a razor and hands them to me. And she goes, on the house. I said, well, can I buy some here? And she's like, well, no, those are free. That's on us. Take them. I said, okay. And I went upstairs and I'm looking at it and it's, the shaving cream is called Silkience, which I think is a made up word. I'm not sure. And I look at the razor and it's, I'm holding it in my hand. Now, again, I shave with like a Porsche, all right, basically a Mercedes of shaving. The thing they handed me, I apologize, and I feel bad. I had no idea what you poor people had to go through. It's like this weird, it looked like a Pez dispenser. It's like tiny plastic thing with an orange safety cap, and then you take that off, and it has 1 blade. 1 blade? I wouldn't kill myself with this fucking thing, let alone shave with it. And when I looked at it, I got the Silkians. I get into my room and I go to shave and I get my face all fucking lathered up and I put on, well, I lathered up, whatever. I rub Silkians all over it. Let's put it that way. And I'm looking in the mirror and I'm holding that shitty razor. And I flashed back to like every World War II movie. Like I actually thought of the names of the veterans from Vietnam that had died. And I wondered how many of them had died shaving like this. Because Jesus Christ, it was this tiny razor. It was like when you see in the movies and the guy's got a mirror at a skew on a tree and he's shaving as the enemy fires all around him. I would have gotten a better shave out of a fucking coconut, a jagged coconut edge. As I talked to my volleyball that I was able to finally get past customs. I grabbed this razor, and like I said, I have a 5-blade razor, okay? So I can shave all over my face Zorro style, and it's fucking awesome. It's like my face is the Autobahn. And this fucking razor blade is just a Mercedes, and it just drives all over my face, taking out whatever's in its path. It's beautiful. Which is important for a guy like me who never learned how to shave. I told you that. I was taught how to shave it like when I was 22. I barely know how to do it. So the razor has to do all the work. So I take this other razor blade and I run it under the water and I'm looking at it and I'm like, all right, here we go. And I start on the right side of my face. That's where I shave. I shave on the right side of my face and I do the top above my little stupid beard and then I'll do my neck and whatever. So I go and like I said, I got the 5 blades that just glide all over my face. So I take this razor, it's in my right hand, and I go to shave the right side of my face and I look in the mirror and I go to shave down and I have prominent cheekbones. You can't see them because I have a fat head, but they're there. And as I go to shave, this razor, this implement of death, this free ruiner of all things good, I go to shave and it just thunk, it plunges right into my cheekbone, right into my face. To the point where if I would have let it go, it would have stayed in my face. That's how deep it is. Like, I think I actually heard it go thunk. Like, it was like, imagine if you were like harpooning a whale and you heard its thick hide get pierced. Because that's what happened. It was like thunk. And I'm like, oh, and you know, anybody who shaves, when you get bit. It rarely happens with my 5 razor, but I'll get a little tug. But this one, it wasn't even a tug. It was like a massacre. And I looked and I'm holding it against my face and I'm like, oh, that can't be good. And I open my eyes and I actually pulled the blade out of my face and blood just starts pooling up on my eye. And I'm waiting for it to kind of stop and clot. And I don't, all right, this will sound ridiculous. when I cut myself, I don't put that fucking toilet paper on my face because I think it looks stupid. It might help. It might clog the blood. It might fix everything in that moment, but I don't give a fuck. It looks stupid and I don't want it on my head. I'd rather bleed out. So I just let this start bleeding and I'm waiting for it to stop and it won't. It starts running down my face. And then I throw water on it and then it starts bleeding more and it starts running down my face. And then I decide at this point, I go, you know what I need to do? Because what else do you do when you're standing there naked bleeding? I got to get photos of this. So I grabbed my phone and I picked it up and I took like 6 pictures of myself bleeding from the face. And it's what's funny is you can actually see I got a picture of it just like on the top and then as it runs down and then as it pools in my dimple. I get all these pictures. And I put the phone down. I go, well, just finish shaving now, stupid. But I let it bleed. I let it completely bleed all over. And I shaved and I kept rinsing it off with the blood. And this razor, it chewed up my fucking neck. Like in a way, it looked, there was like all the skin was gone. I mean, it was just so terrible. And then it's funny. I looked down in the plastic wrapper that it came in. It said made in China. No shit, made in China. This is the plan, folks. We're going to start shaving our faces with these bullshit Chinese Pez dispensers. And we're going to be so weak from blood loss, they're just going to swamp in here and take over this motherfucking country. Matter of fact, I think the guy on the plane on the way in may have been texting just that very message to his brethren back home in China. He's sending a note via characters texting, the eagle has landed. I'm the eagle, folks. He followed me to D.C. and watched me. They got me. They fucking got me, damn it. He may have even snuck into my luggage and taken out my fucking razors and shaving cream. It's all part of the plan. So I bleed and I shave. And then I keep bleeding and I keep bleeding. And it just keeps happening. And so I actually used a rag and a towel because I won't use toilet paper on my face. I don't want to do that. So I just kept using a rag. And it looked like someone had been murdered in my room. And then finally I took a shower and let it, the fucking hot water run right on it. And I just didn't care. I don't care. Because honestly, no one wants to have a cut on their face because it looks ridiculous. But at the same time, if you're a guy, it looks kind of tough. You're like, yeah, I actually don't mind that. It makes me look tough a little bit. It's like when I was a kid and I put a Band-Aid on the bridge of my nose. I don't know why. Actually, I do know why, because I thought it looked tough when I was a little kid. I'm like, "Rrr." Like I had a fucking bandage on the bridge of my nose. Went to school like that. I'm an idiot. So I just let it bleed until I got ready for the show, and then I held the rag on it, and finally it stopped bleeding. It was all shiny, but it was still and bloody. But then I went to do the show, and I had to talk about it. I wasn't going to talk about it, but I'm like, well, fuck, I know what I got to talk about now. I can't talk about Washington at all. I have to talk about this cut on my face because it was prominent. And then I get to the show, and I take a cab, another Ethiopian. We go to this place called Adams Morgan. That was the section where the theater was. And the theater, I should tell you, man, this section of town was hopping. And I'm glad I didn't drive because it would have been fucking crazy to park. And the theater was just like a storefront theater and you had to walk up some stairs. I get in, it's like an art gallery theater. And they were all very nice. They seemed to be nice anyway. And, I hate walking into a place and I'm just like, hi, I'm the comedian tonight. Oh, okay, go in the back. Like nobody says this is our theater or thank you for coming or thanks for the money you paid to rent the place. He's like, what kind of crowd you got coming? I go, I think I got about 40, maybe 45. The place holds 49. And he's like, oh, okay, great. So I went in the back, and Darian shows up, who was doing my tech. I can't thank him enough. Darian's a guy I don't think he even likes me. Like I got this weird vibe from him. His friend Danny Nagy, who has given to the show before and also donated on Kickstarter big money, he came to see me in Philadelphia and took a bunch of pictures. Well, Darian is Danny's friend, and Danny told him about me and got him to listen to the podcast and then volunteered to tech. Darian showed up, and I offered him a T-shirt. He didn't want it. I told you all about this. All these things I offered him, he doesn't want. I offered to give him money at the end of the night. No, thank you. He wanted nothing to do with me. I texted him to thank him. He has never responded. Darian wants nothing to do with me. So he shows up, though, and he fucking, amazingly, he sets up the microphone. He sets up all the stuff. We go through the beats on the sheet with the music cues. And then I'm in the back of the room and waiting for the show to start. And I get out there, and I should tell you this, 2-hour limit on the show. So I go to check with the box office guy, I give him the will call list. I go, okay, check off names, and they arrive. He says, that's fine. I said, now I got to be out here by 9:30. Is that right? He goes, well, no, I don't think there's a show after you. I said, what? He goes, yeah, I checked the schedule. There's nobody scheduled. Let me check. And he goes in the other room. Now, I should tell you, I had checked with the guy who runs the DC Art Center, and I had told him, I go, look, I do a 3-hour show, and he goes, well, you can only do 2 hours here because there's a show right after you. I said, okay, that's fine. So this guy, Jay, goes in the room, and he comes out, he goes, yeah, there's nobody on the schedule. You're fine. Nobody's after you. And I go, that is a huge relief. That actually helps. Within 5 seconds, the guy who runs the DC Art Center, I won't say his name, but he walks out like fast. And he goes, that doesn't mean you can be here till midnight, though. So it dawned on me that he lied to me. Like, he lied so I wouldn't do a long show. I guess, or because, nobody canceled. They didn't say anything. And I just go, I'm not going to be here till midnight. Show starts at 8. I go, if I'm out of here by 11:30 or whatever, I guess is what he meant. But it pissed me off. I got to be honest. I paid for the fucking theater. Don't lie to me. If you say to me right when it starts, I don't want you to do a 3-hour show, then I look for another fucking venue. But don't fucking trick me into coming there and then trying to get me out of there. So fuck him. I was pissed. So granted, I wanted to talk forever at that point. But instead I go, just fuck it. Just do what you're going to do. So I went in the back and I came out and I did the show, and everybody came and it was amazing. The show was amazing. Everybody was great. I got to stop saying amazing. I get that. But if you take the times I've said it and you look at the amount of time this podcast lasted, it wasn't really that much. I said it once every 15 minutes. Good for me. So, the show was great. Everybody was cool. Thank you for coming out. I can't thank you enough. There are people who came to the show that were on the list and then never talked to me. I'm always weirded out. Like, I see all your names. I get the will call list. And then when I don't meet you or take a picture with you, I'm like, they must have hated it. They fucking ran off into the night. But I met Paul from West Virginia. He showed up with, I think, Gloria is his wife. And she's never heard of me, knows nothing about me. And I apologized to her after the show. So I should tell you this real quick before I get into that. I did 2 hours and 45 minutes. I went on about 7:35, and I did 2 hours and 45 minutes. I talked a little about Washington. I didn't talk about any of the Capitol or any of that stuff, but everybody was great. Our friend Liana came, and she brought her girlfriend. Joel was there. Francis was there. Joe Gransky came. Everybody came. And if I'm forgetting your name again, I apologize. I'm trying to pull stuff off the top of my head because I don't write them down because that seems ridiculous to just start going romper room on everybody here at the end of the fucking show. Tim, a guy named Tim was there, and he had me do a UFC pose with him, like get face to face, like jaw to jaw. It was cool. I was so happy with everybody and taking pictures with everyone and meeting them. And afterwards, I gave everybody their shirts, Kickstarter shirts and CDs. Frances was there. She got her stuff. Everybody, Liana. And Liana had me sign her shirt with those paint pens, and I fucked it up. It was awful. I couldn't sign my name, so I actually gave her a second shirt. Like I said, wear this one and frame, because she was going to frame it. Because she has the Philadelphia and the New York shirts, and I think she framed those. So I said, oh, that's awesome. And I said, here, frame this one. I'll make a nice one. And I just signed my name. I actually wrote, to Liana, from the best mic there is. I should have. So, and that was very nice of her. And then afterwards, I didn't know what to do. Like, I met everyone, and we hung out. I spiffed Jay, and I walked outside. And waiting for me downstairs were Aaron and Alex and Gabe. And they were like, let's hang out, man. Let's do something. I said, all right, well, it's your town. I've got 2 gym bags, so let's go somewhere. You guys know what I want to do. I'm going to go somewhere quiet. So Aaron immediately goes, hey, let's go over to Madam's Organ. I'm the party master. It's this bar right across the street. And I'm like, okay, I don't care. I'm not going to argue. But first, Joel comes out of the theater, and he's waiting. And I go, hey, all right, well, let's go. And he goes, well, I'm not hanging out. I said, okay. And he goes, can I talk to you for a second? And I go, yeah. So I tell the guys to wait, and I go with Joel. And he says, are we cool? And I should tell you, he actually sent me an email, too, in the morning on Friday, asking if we were cool. I said, yeah, we're cool. We're fine. And he goes, well, I didn't mean to upset you last night. And, I wasn't trying to be shitty or mean. I was just trying to express to you that I was so happy to be out, and I wanted to pay for dinner, too. And I go, Joel, you paid for the privilege of hanging out with me and letting me buy you dinner. It was my honor to buy you dinner. That's what I wanted to do, man. I wanted to hang out. It's cool. And I said, yeah, and I wheeled on you. There's no doubt. I go, that was not cool. I said, but I thought you were basically saying that I owed you money for a basketball ticket, and I misinterpreted. And he's like, I would never say that. I did not mean that. And he explained to me that, he was just trying to convey that he was excited. And so we hashed it out. We had a powwow, a Joel and Mike powwow. And I said, all right. And he goes, we're cool. I go, yeah. I go, I'm going to bust your balls on the show next week, right? And he goes, oh, yeah. I said, well, you didn't do anything wrong. I go, that's the bottom line. I go, I'm an idiot. I misinterpreted what you said, and I acted like a fucking asshole and flew off the handle. So believe me, everybody out there is going to be happy they weren't you. And he goes, yeah? I go, you didn't do anything wrong. What do you? So I go, I don't mind. I'll talk about it because of that. I go, but I'll tell you this. I said, I'll tell you what. You paid to bring me to town. If part of your Kickstarter rewards is you don't want me to talk about you on the show next week, I won't.
Wow.
And he goes, oh, well, no, I can't have that. I said, you sure? And he goes, well, yeah, I don't mind. He goes, whatever you're going to say is fine. I go, I'm not going to say anything bad. I go, dude, I'm wrong here, okay? You didn't do anything wrong. I go, I'm going to make sure that that's very clear. And he goes, well, if I don't mind if you talk about me, you take the good with the bad. And I go, well, it's not bad, but that's fine. It's like, now he's not hearing me. You know what I mean? And he's just like, yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool. I goes, I'd rather you did. And I go, great, I'm happy to. And I shook his hand and he took off. And then we went to this bar. Me and Alex and Aaron and Gabe. And they were great guys. Gabe saw me in Philadelphia. And he wanted to hang out with me in Philadelphia, but Sarah had already jumped in. Sarah J had already claimed me for Philadelphia. And Francis, too, actually was in Philadelphia. And again, it's all a bidding war, folks. But this time Francis, had paid to see me and hang out. So, but Gabe is like, he wanted to hang out. So I'm like, yes, we all go over to this bar. We go upstairs. And it's so funny. Like, Aaron is like, he's like, hey, I'm gay. Like, it was like he announced it. And I'm like, that's fantastic. And he looked amazing. He was in like a white linen suit with like a pink shirt and a yellow cravat. He looked fucking great. Such a cool suit. And then Alex, it's so weird. Alex is a swinger. Alex and his wife are swingers.
Hello, Alex.
Yeah. And, hold on. Hold your horses. And then, like I said, Aaron is gay. And then Gabe is a guy from Philadelphia. So the four of us, it literally sounds like a weird joke. A podcaster, a gay guy, a swinger, and a guy from Philadelphia walk into a bar. We go upstairs at this bar, and there's a live band, which I love. And we're talking, and I've already blown my voice out at the show, so I'm yelling at the table, trying to talk. We sit down. The four of us sit down. We order drinks. And Alex goes, all right, before we say anything, I have one question for you. And I go, all right. And he goes, are you fucking Lily? And if not, why not?
Oh my God.
And I said, 'cause I'm married, Aaron. That's why not. I go, there's probably other reasons on her end as well. But I just figure we'll just go with that one and we'll leave it at that. And he goes, I'm married too, man. Wouldn't stop me. I said, okay. I'm glad she didn't make the trip. And that kicked off that conversation in a great way. But then we hung out and had drinks and everything was fine. And then I was like, hey, I go, well, why don't we just, Alex, where's a swing club in this town? And why don't we just all go to a swing club or whatever? And Aaron goes, I know. I said, really? And Aaron, it turns out, Aaron's I don't know how the term is for a man who does it, but he's a torturer.
Torturer.
He's not
Dom,
he's a dom, but I don't know because I know there's dominatrix, but it's just dom. Because he mentioned BDSM, and I go, which letter are you? He goes, I'm the BD, not the SM, and I'm like, okay. And he goes, I torture people.
Why was I not there?
You were there in spirit, and
Damn you, DC!
And Gabe and I talked about baseball. Literally, Aaron's like, he's a swinger, and Alex is like, I know where we can. Oh no, I'm sorry, Alex is the swinger. Aaron is the, and I got confused even there because there were so many. There was like 4 Aarons at the show, and then when I left, I called Aaron Alex, and he's like, "Oh, it's Aaron." And I go, "Dude, that's awful. I did not mean that. There's so many A's at this show, for fuck's sake." I said I should just called you Master all night long. Literally, that's easier to remember. So he's like, "Yeah, I know where a dungeon is," and then he wants a swing club. We're just talking, and yeah, we wound up instead having beers. So then I go, and finally it was like, I was groggy, and I go, "Look, I got to take off, fellas." So we were there a couple hours, and we all went outside. I shook some hands, and then Alex is like, "Hey man, I'll split a cab with you." I said, "All right, that's fine." All of a sudden I'm in a cab with a swinger. Me, a swinger, a podcaster, and an Ethiopian get in a cab. So I have all my faculties. For some reason in the bar in 2 hours, I think Alex had a 12-pack and 4 shots. Like he just went off. He bought me a buttery nipple shot, and I knocked that back. And I can't drink. Drinking goes right to my cock. It's the weirdest thing in the world. I'm not even joking. Like I'll drink it and I feel it right away, right in my cock. I don't even know how to explain it. It just goes right through me. So we get in the car, and then he's like, I go, "I'm at the Courtyard by Marriott on 1600 Rhode Island, Northwest." And then Alex goes, "I'm at 1 Washington Circle, I think." So he puts his faith squarely in the hands of the Ethiopian, who's driving and looking for his hotel, and he's on the phone the whole time, and Alex and I are talking, and then finally the guy's like, "Where are we going?" He goes, "We're here at Washington Circle." And the guy goes, "No, I need a hotel called 1 Washington Circle." And the Ethiopian guy's like, "I don't know where." "All right, you got to think of the name." And he goes, "I'll take you home first." So he took me to the Courtyard. I get to the Courtyard, and Alex was very nice. He was gracious. He said, "I'll pay for the cab." I said, "You're so nice. Nice meeting him. It was cool." I went upstairs, and I was hungry, so because I hadn't eaten all day, and there was food at the bar, but I was not going to order food in a bar. It was dark. Who knows? I'm going to get battered rat, So I go in and check in. What's wrong?
How'd you go into the dungeon?
Oh, I would have gotten battered rat. Sure, I would have gotten battered somebody. So I asked the front desk lady, I go, "Hey, I'm hungry. Is there anybody who will bring me food?" It's already 1:30. Yeah, exactly. Some silkians and a razor. She goes, "Yeah, there is." And she hands me a menu for Stromboli Joe or something. I said, "Okay." I go, "But let me ask you something. Is there anything uniquely Washington that I need to go to, that I should eat? Is there anything open?" And she's like, "Wow." And I go, "Anything that says DC, very DC. I leave town tomorrow." She's like, She gets on the computer. She's click, all these things. She goes, "Well, it is late." I go, "I know it's late." I go, it's 1:30, 1:45. She goes, Oh no, it was only 12. It was 1:15 when I got there. She goes, "Well, I know there's an IHOP like 2 miles away." Really? I don't give a fuck if Barack Obama's the night cook. That is not a DC experience. So I just nod because I know I'm not getting any help there, and I fine. She goes, "Well, there is Ben's Chili Bowl," which I had been told about all weekend. Joel mentioned it to me. Everybody mentioned Ben's Chili Bowl. So I'm like, "All right, well, I'll look at it," because they close at 2, and it's already like 1:20. I go, it's a trick. So I got to go upstairs and talk to Mex, because I should tell you this. When I was sitting in the bar with the guys, let's go back even further. When I was at the show, I started telling them about the cut on my face and how I got it. And I said, "I just wanted to make sure you guys know I didn't get punched." And I said, "You know what? It's funny." I said, "I should put the picture up on Facebook just to see what fucking everybody says." And everybody in the crowd goes, "Do it!" So after the show, when I'm sitting at the bar with the dominatrix, the swinger, and the guy from Philadelphia, I uploaded the photo to Facebook. And I just wrote, "You people at DC know why this is here. Everybody else has to wait till Thursday." Within 15 minutes, I had 30 comments. Yep. And all of them think I got punched in the face. All of them. That says something terrible about you. When everybody immediately thinks you got punched in the face. That's their go-to thing. All of them. So So by the time I get to the cab in the hotel and I check about the IHOP woman and I get in the elevator, I get a text from Mex. He goes, "What the fuck? I just saw your Facebook page." And Lily had called me in the bar. I should mention that. My phone rings. It's Lily in the bar. I can't answer because it's too loud. So I text her. I'm like, "What's up?" She's like, "What happened to your head?"
Are you okay?
Yeah, you okay? What's going on over there?
Real money?
And so I explained what had happened to her, and she started laughing, even in text form. And then Mex, too, when I got home, I called him. I said, "Are you bored? Call me." And I told him what happened. And by the time I got off the phone with Mex, it was 2:15. I went online, and Ben's Chili Bowl closes at 4. Uniquely Washington. So I'm like, fuck it, I'm going to Ben's Chili Bowl. So I go downstairs, and I said to the chick, I go, "You know what, I'm going to get a cab to Ben's Chili Bowl." She goes, "It's good. You should go." I go, "You want anything?" She said, "No." I said, "How do I get a cab? Just wander into the street?" And she goes, "Well, you know what? Masher will take you." And there was a dude there hanging out talking to her. And I go, "What? Who are you, Mosh?" And he goes, "Yeah, my name's Mosh." And he shakes my hand. He goes, "I'm a livery guy. I work for the hotel." He goes, "I'm not doing anything. I'm bored. I'll take you." I said, "Great, let's go." I go, "You want a fucking hamburger or something?" He goes, "Nah, it's okay. I'll just take a ride." So he drives me and we're talking. He's a nice guy. And I go, "You know what? I'm going to the airport tomorrow in the afternoon." He goes, "Oh, I'll fuck." Oh, he didn't say fuck. He goes, "Oh, I'll take you there." He's an older gentleman. I said, "Okay." He goes, "Yeah, what time?" I said, 2:15. He goes, "Great. I can take you." It's perfect. I go, "How much?" He goes, $65. I go, you take credit cards?" He goes, "Well, cash is better." I said, "Well, I'll tell you what, if I pay you in credit card and I tip you in cash." He goes, "Done." So I said, "Great, tomorrow 2:15. We're talking, we're driving. And by now it's about 3. And it is fucking hopping outside. Bars close at 4. And it is crazy out. You can't move in this particular street. So we turn, we get into Ben's Chili Bowl, and he goes, "That's it right there." And there's a line out the door. And I said, "All right." He goes, "You're going to be a while. I'll do a circle or I'll park. Just text me. Here's my card. Text me when we're done." I said, "You sure you don't want anything?" He said, "No." So I go over to Ben's and I get in line. And the thing is, there's a line out the door, but the line goes in and then up again and then back around the counter. So I'm at the tail end of an S. And I'm waiting, and there's drunk people, and they're arguing and yelling. And I actually twittered, I go, "This whole town is 30 seconds away from hitting somebody. I think I might move here." Because it was just the vibe. It was great. I loved it. It was real alive. So I'm in line, and there's drunks, and they're bumping into one another, and they're yelling, and they're fucking, and there's a bouncer at the door of the Ben's Chili Bowl who won't let people in. They parcel you in, so there's room to walk. And we're sneaking in, and I finally get in, and as I get in, a fight breaks out. 2 girls just start screaming and punching each and pulling hair and yelling and everybody's like trying to break it up, and the bouncer can't get over there, and these girls are screaming and yelling and pulling hair, and then they get pulled apart, and they're like, "Bitch, bitch, bitch," and then they hug. Oh, and they hug, and they have a fucking food, and they sit down. I'm like, Jesus Christ, awesome. And this place, they have a thing called a half smoke, which is just like this smoked sausage. And they put chili, mustard, and onions on it. That's a half smoke. It's their famous deal. And the grill, I took a picture of the grill. There's like 50 of them on the grill getting cooked, and everybody's waiting in line. There's burgers, all sorts of shit. And it's like a science, man. You get close, and they go, "What do you want?" And you say it, and they just write it, and they hand you a ticket. And then someone goes to build it, and by the time you come around the corner of the S, they hand you your food, you pay for it, and leave. It's fucking clockwork. So I got a half smoke and fries. They fucking bury it. And I go, "No mustard." They don't listen to any fucking special orders. Half smoke, done. Mustard all over it. They don't care. They wrap it up. I pay my food. I go outside. There's Mosh. He's like, hey. I get in the fucking SUV. And a guy grabs his girlfriend by the shirt and starts shaking her and screaming in her face, like right next to the SUV. And in my head, I'm like, I should break that up probably, right? Shouldn't I break that up? But then 2 people come over and they break it up real quick. Like they're friends. They were all friends. Like nobody hit anybody. And they're like, "Come on, Jim." And they're yelling. We get in the SUV. We drive off. He takes some side streets and people start yelling at us to slow down. Like it's just fucking this weird thing where everybody is ready to go. But it was nice of him to take me, and it was awesome. So we get to the hotel, and we pull up, and I go, "All right, man, airport tomorrow at 2:15. He goes, "Great, $20. I said, "What?" He goes, $20 for tonight. I said, "Mosh, you were sitting in the lobby. You said you were doing nothing and you were bored and you'd take me." And he goes, "Well, yeah, I'm not going to take you for free. I work here for the hotel." And I go, "Well, you said you were just going to take me." And he goes, "Oh, well, yeah, no, it's $10 there, $10 back." I said, "Cool." And I got up my money and I gave him a 20. I said, "You know what, Mosh? I don't need you to take me to the airport tomorrow." He goes, "What do you mean? I'll be here at 2:15. I go, "Nah, I think we're good. I'll get a shuttle or something. I'll figure it out." Because you know what? Fuck you, Mosh. You just cost yourself $100. Because I'm not even joking. I would have paid $65 and I would have tipped you $30. I mean, it wouldn't have even. I would have tipped you extra because you did this for me tonight. You would have gotten it all on the back end. It would have happened. I would have given you $100 and then we would have been done, clean. But no, it was more important to beat me out of $20 at 3:30 in the fucking morning. And so I said, thanks for your time. And he's like, no, that's okay. I'll be here tomorrow at 2:15. I go, that's fine. I will walk right past you and get in the shuttle. And I went upstairs. And I get in my room and I go to unwrap that fucking food and it just smelled like death. I mean, it was awesome. I ate that entire fucking half smoke at 3:30. The fries, I had like a couple, but I wolfed that goddamn half smoke. Holy shit, did I clean house. And then I immediately sent a text to Mosh and I go, Mosh, again, this is Mike. I will not need you tomorrow for the airport. I just want to make sure you know. And then the next day I was getting up and I was meeting Frances again for lunch or breakfast. She came to the hotel, met me. And we went to a Greek place for food. Split from there. I went back and we were sitting around. She had me. She filmed me and took some pictures of me doing some stuff. Just in the lobby. She's a photographer, so she wants to do all that bullshit with shadows. I don't fucking know. And and then we're waiting for the shuttle. And then the shuttle shows up at like 1:40. He's supposed to be there at 2:15. And I go, that's not for me. And then I go, no, it is. It's got to be for me. But nothing happened. But then my phone rang at like 10 to 2. And they're like, he's going to be there in 10 minutes. I'm like, fuck that. He's here. So I said my goodbyes to Francis. And I went out and I got in the shuttle. Went to the airport. And I can't thank DC enough. You guys were so great to come onto the show. And Darian was really great with tech. Joel and Francis for kicking in for Kickstarter. Danny and Chris. All of you people. Everyone who came to the show, thank you so much for coming. A lot of you said that you're going to see me in Boston, which is cool, and also at the same time makes me think I have no fans. Like, I literally, these people have seen me in Philadelphia and then DC and in Boston, which I guess we're all close to one another, but now I can't draw any new fans in any of these areas. So thank God for you for keeping to come to the show. I hope it's not boring the fuck out of you. But I'm so happy that you came out to the show. Thank you very much. It turned out to be great. And then, like I said, I got to the airport without incident. I flew through Dulles. There was nothing to do with security. I didn't have a problem at all. I got to LAX and I was going to get picked up. I waited at the carousel to get my luggage. It came down. I grabbed my bag. I mean, it was just, everything was perfect. I walked outside because I was going to get picked up by Karen, and Rod Serling ran up and put a cigarette out in my eye. It's not ending this week. It's a weird ending to this one. You guys can get me at MikeandMikeSchmidtComedy.com. You guys can be my friend at Facebook.com/the40-year-old-boy. I've been waiting 2 hours. You guys can follow me at Twitter.com/the40-year-old-boy. You can follow our friend Lily Von Stupp at 2 addresses, Twitter.com/MNTs and Twitter.com/Lily Von Stupp. And you can be your friend at Facebook.com/Lily Von Stupp. And if you want to write her a personal note, if you want to get up close and personal with our friend Lily and find out exactly what I wasn't supposed to say, or if you'd like to cast a vote about whether you want to be a stripper or a burlesque dancer, you can go ahead and write her a note at lily@burlesque411.com. That's Lily, Lili, at burlesque411.com.
Zazzle.com/40-year-old-boy. Please buy all his stuff.
Want to remind you folks about the Monday Night Teas every Monday night at the 3 clubs on Santa Monica and Vine. 10 o'clock p.m. is showtime for the longest running and most successful burlesque show in the history of Los Angeles and the West Coast. I happen to know the producer of that show. Her name is Lily Von Stupp. Hey, Lily.
Hi, Mike.
How are you?
I'm fantastic.
This past week's show was good. I heard it was very good from what I understand. A lot of fantastic. Well, who was it? Va 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 Voom? Who was there with V's?
Vivian Vermouth.
Vivian Vermouth.
Dallas.
That's who it was.
She did a Dolly Parton number.
Why was I not informed?
There's pictures. I'll show you some after the show.
Pictures, but it's not the same as being there. I would have
I'll
been
show you
there.
the video.
It's been 8 years. I need that dream again. All right. So coming up this week, is there a theme show this week?
No, there is not.
All right. It's a fancy regular Monday Night Teas
It's a
show.
fancy regular Monday Night Tea show.
That's what people love. Who will be there?
Honey, I'm a Home and Quintessential Sensual are doing a duet together. God, there's a million. We've got 10 performers. If I remember.
Is there a burlesque troupe named the Scissor Sisters? There should be.
No.
Because there's the band the Scissor Sisters,
That would
but
be an awesome duet.
yeah, that's what I would pay to see that, quite frankly. Do the Scissor Sisters want to be strippers? Or do they want to be burlesque dancers? They have to decide. So good. Will you be there?
I will be. I will be performing.
Performing.
Yes.
Fantastic news.
Yes.
Well, good. So go see Lily perform at the Monday Night Teas this Monday night at 10 o'clock p.m. at the 3 clubs on Santa Monica and Vine. And make sure, again, you grab Lily's ass, you get in free. That's always the case over there at the Monday Night Teas. So go ahead and pull that off. And if don't smack it. Again, smacking is just, that's violent. We don't like that. Grab it. Grab it, a nice gentle caress, then you'll get in the door and get in free. Save yourself $20.
No, you won't.
And remember on Facebook.com/the40year-old boy, you can find me there. There's all the pages for people who want to bring me to their towns. Places like Toronto and Indianapolis and San Antonio. All of these exist. Right now, there are dates that I have coming up to go out of town. Yes, you must. I wish you had my view, folks. I know Alex wishes he had my view. So I am going to be in Cleveland, Ohio at Big Dog Theater. That's April 27th. That's a Friday night. Show, I believe, is at 8 o'clock. I have to contact them and make sure that I'm still coming because I've sold tickets. But tickets are available at brownpapertickets.com for all of the dates that I've mentioned here. Dates like June 1st in Boston, Massachusetts. That's going to be great. I'm still looking to do the Red Sox thing. Things have fallen apart a little bit. A lot of people contacted me right away, and they said, well, we got to get tickets. I'm not sure if we can do a big outing because, again, it's Boston and the tickets are crazy. I might just wind up slipping in and slipping out, or maybe one or two of you. Who knows? We'll figure it out, but we'll make cool stuff happen. What the hell is wrong with you? You saw what I just saw, folks. Sure. So April 27th, and you still got 9 million hours of editing. So again, April 27th at Big Dog Theater in Cleveland, Ohio. And I've already picked out the restaurant I will be tweeting from, by the way. Stupid. And then, of course, Friday, June 1st at the Cambridge YMCA Theater in Boston. Make sure you get tickets at brownpapertickets.com. And now, again, the new date, as I've mentioned to you, June 15th. In Kansas City at the Westport Coffee House. Tickets are available at brownpapertickets.com. Some of you have already jumped on that. And I'm going to record that night. Like I said, I don't know if it's going to be audio or a DVD or both. I don't know if I'm going to use them. Our friend John in Florida wrote me, and he came to the show in Atlanta, and he's like, oh my God, a DVD would be great. It would introduce new people to you. And I said, yeah, but then it also kills the live show. I have to write the whole thing. He's, no, it actually increases your live business because people want to see it. But I don't think so. I think it gives away some secrets. So who knows? Still on the fence. But thank you, John, for your input. I appreciate that. So remember that those shows are available right now. Cleveland, Boston, and Kansas City all on sale. I have no new show to announce. I thought I would. And then, unfortunately, it fell apart at the last second. Not fell apart, just I didn't get contacted. I'm still waiting to get approval on it. But hopefully I'll be able to announce it as soon as possible. And once that's all squared away, that'll be good. Remember to go to MikeSchmidtComedy.com. And there's the link to the Zazzle page, which right now has mugs and mouse pads. I will tell you that coming up, there's going to be some changes at Zazzle. We're going to have all new designs for mugs, travel mugs. And I think I'm going to lose the mouse pads, but we're going to just do mugs and with a cool design on possibly travel mugs and coffee mugs. So Zazzle is going, I was thinking of shutting it down, but it's still going to exist. We're just going to spruce it up and come up with new designs. Also, remember at MikeSchmidtComedy.com on the Joe Business page, in addition to the Zazzle link, there's a link to tweakedaudio.com/40. That's where you can go ahead and get autoerotic asphyxiation earbuds and cock ring watches. And I want to say a special thank you to the people at Tweaked because we are ending year 4 today. And they've been on board since sometime in year 3, I think it was, as I looked back and looked at receipts. And you guys, I need to thank first and foremost because you've been supporting them the whole time, which keeps them interested in me as a show and as an entity. So thank you for buying things from tweakedaudio.com/40. They've been generous, they've been gracious, and always been willing to help me with anything that comes down the pike. So anything you can do for Tweaked, you want to buy stuff? Well, I mean, that's really all you can do. You want to build them a brick and mortar headquarters? By all means, go ahead. But Bruce and Peggy and everybody who's ever helped me out over there at Tweaked, thank you so much for all that you've done for this show. And I hope you will continue to do so in year 5 because I'm including you in the Joe Business page, new artwork on the website whenever we get that done. At least right now I am. Who knows? Things could change. But speaking of which, Ryan, web guy, if you're listening, I paid you and you've not done anything because I haven't given you anything to do. Guess what? I'm about to give you stuff to do. You were on retainer, and now I'm going to kick you into action. And also at the Joe Business page, there's the link to buy the download sets. Year 1, Year 2, Year 3 are all available individually, or you can get them together as the Lord of the Schmidt set. That's 3 of those together for $60. I will tell you, that's all about to change. This is the last couple weeks where you can go ahead and get Year 1, Year 2, Year 3 as the Lord of the Schmidt set. There will no longer be a Lord of the Schmidt set in a couple weeks. Just letting you know that that's available now. I think in a couple weeks, who knows? It all depends. Trust me, it's going away. If you want it, get it. On the MikeSchmidtComedy.com website, upper left-hand corner, in every corner, there's a little Schmitty with his pocket out. You want to donate to the show, click on there, make a one-time donation. That would be great, like our friend Mark Young just did. Thank you, Mark Young. And if you want to make a consistent donation where you donate every month, that would be cool. You can donate $2 a month, $5 a month, and $10 a month. I'd appreciate it. And once again, I don't have a list of the donors this week because what the fuck? I've talked forever and ever. So this will just be a blanket thank you to everyone who donates to the show monthly. You know who you are. Christopher, Jonathan, Sarah J., William, Emily, comes through, Josh, Joel, everybody. You guys know who you are. Everybody who donates to the show, Christopher. I think I mentioned Christopher already. Idiot. But thank you so much. And I can't thank you enough for coming to the live shows and supporting what I do. There are people who've seen 2 and 3. Like Chris and Danny came from Philadelphia and went to D.C. Gabe saw me in both. Francis seen me a couple times. Liana went to New York, Philadelphia, and D.C. Not only contributed to Kickstarter, but also bought T-shirts for every city. Just phenomenal. I can't thank you all enough for everything that you've done. Thank you so much. And there is no show next week. No me, at least. There will be something up that will be downloading for you on Thursdays as usual, but it won't be a regular show because, as is the case, when a year ends, I take a week off. Lily needs it, especially after tonight. Jesus Christ. Look at all the work that I've thrust into her lap. And usually Lily likes having things thrust into her lap, but this is something that she's not into. So she's got a ton of fucking work. So no show next week, but there will be the interlude. So make sure you download that. We'd appreciate it. Mex and I worked really hard on that, and Lily as well. Lily also worked very hard on it. So we hope you like it. It'll be next week. And normally I got bullshit to get out of here on, but all I got to do is say thanks. I mean, we've done 4 years of this. I never thought I would even do 1 year of this. I mean, you guys know the story. People have been around forever know I was on Never Not Funny, and then got fired from there after a year and didn't know what to do with myself. I was sitting at home and I decided, and people said, start a podcast. And I said, I can't fucking do that. That's ridiculous. I just got fired from the best podcast in the world. I'm going to compete with them now? That makes no sense. So I sat around for a year and didn't do a fucking thing until Eric decided, you know what, I'll do all the work. Eric Butterfield came forward and said, I will do all the work. You just go ahead and do the talking that you do. And I was scared and decided, you know what, I'm scared if I don't do it. And I scripted out the first 20 minutes of the first show ever, and here we are now, literally 3 hours longer than the first show I ever did, for fuck's sake. But you guys keep listening, so I will keep talking. The interlude comes up next week. Year 5 starts the week after that. On behalf of Lily Vonstup, who I love and who I could not do this without every single week, produces, does all of the hard work involved with this show. On behalf of David Hernandez, you can also be his friend through my Facebook page if you want to go ahead and do some detective work and find him. He does all of the artwork. He does all of the music. He helps me with all the spots. He records everything. He mixes everything. Again, any hard work at all that is done for this show is done by Lily and done by David. All I do is talk. They do everything they can to make me look as good as I possibly can, and I can't thank them enough for it. And the only people I owe more to than Lily and David and Eric are you for listening. 4 years down, a 5th year coming up, and who knows what's going to happen after that. But thank you so much for listening. I appreciate it, and we'll see you in 2 weeks. And now I have to talk because it's supposed to fade. It's like literally that was something cool that I wanted you guys to hear, but I don't want to have a dead stop into the theme song because that's not what I do, for fuck's sake. am just stupid enough to think that when people listen to me and they listen to the show, they should take my honesty and go, oh, wow, how refreshing his unvarnished honesty is. And the fact that he's willing to have a scorched earth policy and have no friends or no fucking future is so refreshing and great. But then they'll say to me, hey, do you need somebody rigged for the stage? I go, yes, I do. Done. They'll take care of it for me. Thanks, Snake Rape. Oh, no one listens to show, bro? Wonder why? Wonder why no one listens to show, bro? I don't want to listen to show, bro. Please. Snake Rape, do it, do it, do it, do it.